Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Neptune asked, can you tell us? The kings of the kingdoms that were built in the ocean region of the Grand Line prepared their ears. The Grosai also stared with a serious look at the screen. As long as Ars mentions the name of that kingdom, the Grosai will quickly take action. Better not. Ars immediately rejected him. Besides, Ars' gaze immediately looked at the live broadcast Den Mushi and said, this conversation is private and it's better not to be known by the public. This is also still a plan and not necessarily the two kingdoms will actually cooperate with us. As long as there are some conditions from the kingdom, it does not enter the established rules. We will look for other kingdoms to establish cooperation with them. Condition? The kings whose kingdoms were built in the Grand Line region muttered seriously and started to think about the conditions set by Ars. Cobra, who is watching this live broadcast, also currently has hopes that the kingdom he leads, namely the kingdom of Alabasta, can build a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. Okay. Please take your respective seats. There is a nameplate on every table. You can sit in the prepared place, Ars said calmly. Elizabeth II, Neptune and Hancock nodded. They all went straight to the place prepared for them. They easily got the place they had while Ars also went to his place. Before we start this meeting, I will teach you how to use the equipment that is in this fellowship building. You've seen the 3 buttons on your desk, haven't you? Neptune, Elizabeth II, and Hancock nodded in unison. Everyone watching was interested in it. However, because of the Den Mushi that took the distance, the location was quite far. They can't see the buttons. Those 3 buttons have different functions from one another, Ars said calmly. The red button has a function to activate the microphone that is currently on your desk. The microphone has the same function as a loudspeaker as I am currently using. If you want to use the microphone to talk, please press the red button and you can talk through the microphone. Meanwhile, if you don't want to talk, please turn it off again so that your voice doesn't disturb someone who is talking at that time. The 3 of them nodded. Then there is a yellow button. The button itself has a function like a bell. You will use that button if you want to talk or ask a question. If in a conversation and someone who is talking has finished talking about what he wants to talk about. If anyone wants to ask or say something, please press the yellow button. It is also intended that the meeting will be conducive and one by one can talk. The 3 of them nodded back. Then the last button is blue. This button itself has the function of bringing up a projector screen. Ars immediately pressed the blue button and instantly the ceiling of the meeting room opened and 8 white screens appeared around him. Following the white screens, there were also 8 projectors appearing in front of the white screens. Extraordinary. The appearance of the projector and projector screen through the ceiling of the meeting room immediately amazed everyone who was watching. However, it doesn't end there. The table occupied by Ars at this time also immediately appeared a computer stored in the table. This thing on my desk is a computer. This computer is a kind of technology that can enter data and others. Every desk you guys currently have has a computer ready to go. There is also data from your kingdom that is general and you can access easily. For now, I know that you are still not familiar with this technology. Later when this meeting is over, I will ask some higher-ups from my kingdom to teach you directly. You can choose to study at the royal palace or here. You are free to choose. Ars paused for a moment and continued, I hope you guys learn it quickly. Because with the computer, meetings like we are currently doing can run quickly and also the data in the meeting can be stored properly. We also don't have to worry about data loss or anything else. Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock nodded. They are also interested in what is in front of them right now. While many people watching at this time had feelings of envy, especially from the side of the royal kings. So that thing is called a computer, Masato said. Do you think Dr. Vegapunk can create such a device? It's possible, Ogata said while nodding. Besides, the technology of that thing isn't some weird technology like storage capsules and stuff. Dr. Vegapunk can make it. I'm sure of that. If so, it can improve our work efficiency and document matters. Besides that, we can also install those things in Reverie's room so that we don't look bad in the eyes of the royal party who will attend Reverie's meeting this year, Noda said seriously. Ars then pressed the blue button again. The computer, projector and projector screen that previously appeared were recalled and the current condition of the room was as before. You have grasped every piece of equipment on the table you currently occupy. Then, before we start this meeting, we need to think of a name for this gathering. At least, the world government has a name for the meeting they are holding. We should have it too. I think we should have it. Elizabeth II nodded as he spoke into the microphone. I also want to have a name. I hope that name is better than the name Reverie currently used by the world government, Hancock said calmly. Hancock's words made the Gorosei frown instantly. While Myamba, who heard this, his face showed signs of concern. Do you have any ideas, King Fortis? Neptune asked as his gaze fell on Ars. I have an idea, Ars nodded. However, it's up to you whether you want to accept the name created by me or not. I want to hear the idea, Elizabeth II said. Me too, said Hancock. Octagon, Ars said with a smile. Octagon itself is a name for a rectangular block that has 8 corners. This meeting will only be attended by a maximum of 8 kings, which means that there are only 8 kingdoms that will be connected to each other. Also, try to pay attention to the placement of each table in this room. The tables in this room when viewed from above will form an octagonal pattern. I think the name Octagon is a perfect fit for this encounter. Octagon, or we can also say as the 8 great kingdoms that are connected to each other. What do you think? Octagons? Elizabeth II's eyes lit up at this. What a glorious name. I love it, HMPH. This name is a suitable name for us to use, Hancock said proudly. At least this name is better than Reverie's name. The faces of the Gorosei who heard Hancock's words immediately darkened. They didn't expect that Hancock would dare to openly provoke them. However, even though they were very angry. They knew that it would be impossible for them to touch Hancock and the Amazon Lily Kingdom as long as they still had a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. I like this name too, Neptune nodded. I agree with the use of this name. Me too, Elizabeth II said. I also agree to use this name in giving the naming in this meeting. Alright, Ars said with a smile, then tapped his microphone 3 times. Then it's confirmed. The name of this meeting will be called the Octagon Gathering. This guild building will also from now on be named the Octagon Building. Octagon. 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 All the citizens from the Prudence Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, and Amazon Lily Kingdom excitedly cheered the name. Octagons? Sengoku nodded. This is indeed a proper name. Gorura, as expected by him. Whitebeard, who was watching, laughed excitedly, which was followed by Marco and the others. Interesting king. I hope to meet him sooner or later, Shanks muttered with a smirk. Octagons? Mama. Katakuri, you find a way for us to participate in the gathering. Octagon? That's a very interesting name. Big Mom said excitedly. Okay, Mama. Rover Octagon? The 8 great kingdoms? This world is becoming more interesting than before, Kdu said excitedly, and his gaze continued to stare at the projector screen to watch the meeting. Dragon-san, I think we can try to find a way for a kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with us to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. Sabo said seriously. That way, our chances of meeting King Fortis are very high. We can ask the king to help us meet him. This is a good idea. Dragon nodded. However, if you want this idea to be implemented, we have to also pay attention to which kingdom we want to help in order to help build a relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, said Koala. During the previous information gathering, I received information that the beginning of the cooperative relationship between the Prudence Kingdom and the Fortis Kingdom was because the Fortis Kingdom wanted to buy livestock from the Prudence Kingdom. I think there is a possibility that the Fortis Kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom and the Amazon Lily Kingdom because the Fortis Kingdom needs something from them. We have to find the kingdom where the kingdom has something that the Fortis Kingdom needs so that the opportunity for us to build cooperation can take place successfully. Looking for something that the Kingdom of Fortis needs, Sabo muttered. This will be quite difficult. Information regarding the Fortis Kingdom was minimal. Even I'm sure the King of Protence won't tell us about it. We can think about that later. Dragon said seriously. We'd better focus and hear the contents of this conversation first. Maybe we can find out what they need through this conversation they have. Chapter 69. The royal leaders meeting finally begins. We've got his name. That means we can start the meeting at this point, Ars said seriously. The opening of Ars immediately got the focus of everyone who watched or took part in the meeting. I will start first, Ars said calmly. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and also Neptune had no problem with this. Meanwhile, the audience was happy because the person who started the discussion was Ars. The discussion I want to bring up for the first time is regarding cooperation, Ars said calmly, then continued. Last night, we had an impromptu meeting to bring up the cooperative relationship we have established with the kingdom. Through the talks we had last night, we found that the cooperation agreement that we are currently building can be said to be very ineffective. Ineffective? Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune muttered in confusion. The ineffectiveness of the cooperative relationship that we have built is regarding the cooperation agreement that we built earlier. For example, the cooperation agreement we made with the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Ars gaze stared at Hancock. The agreement we built earlier was only an agreement that was in the military field. Meanwhile, at that time we give you low prices for our products. The sale should not have been part of the agreement we made earlier. Ars gaze then turned to Elizabeth II. The same goes for the Protons Kingdom. The previous cooperation agreement we made was only a pet and military sale and purchase agreement and not regarding the sale of products made by our kingdom. Elizabeth II and Hancock listened seriously to this thing Ars said and also slowly digested it. This has also received a response from the higher-ups of our kingdom. They say that this agreement is very ineffective and the agreement must be changed. Ars then looked at Elizabeth II and Hancock. Before I continue, I want to ask both of you. Does your kingdom wish to establish cooperative relations in all fields with mine? All fields? Hancock and Elizabeth II muttered in confusion. Could you please explain to us the cooperation agreement in all these areas, King Fortis? Elizabeth II asked politely. A cooperation agreement in all fields is a cooperation agreement that covers all fields, be it military, trade, agriculture, products, and others. Or in other words, this cooperation agreement covers all of our departments. In this cooperation agreement that covers all areas, later you can buy products from our kingdom at a low price, and that also applies to the citizens of your kingdom. Then, in this cooperation agreement there will also be a military agreement. Where the same as the agreement we made before, your kingdom will get full protection from our kingdom. However, it is different from the previous agreement. You no longer need to pay us every year, or we can say that your kingdom will be protected for free. Everyone who heard this was immediately shocked. World government, navy, revolutionary army, pirate. The kings from all over the kingdom who were watching fell silent hearing this. Is this true? Elizabeth II asked nervously into the microphone. It's true. Ars nodded. We will protect the kingdom you have for free as long as you guys still build a cooperative relationship with us. In addition, because in this cooperation agreement there is a cooperation agreement in the military field. You can also send your Royal Army troops to study in our military department. Our military will teach some battle skills such as spiritual energy control ability as well as some other abilities that can help to increase the combat power of your kingdom. Spiritual energy control? What's that? Most people don't know about it. However, for people who know about the information about the Fortis Kingdom, everyone fell silent for a moment hearing this. However, we will only teach spiritual energy control to the intermediate level and not to the high level. The high level can only be used by the higher-ups of our kingdom, and it is a secret of our kingdom and should not be disclosed to anyone. Ars said seriously. Also, your kingdom can only send 200 people every year to participate in the training. Should not be more. Then the training will only be given for 6 months. How they can learn that ability is up to them. Ars paused for a moment and continued. What about this cooperation agreement? If you agree, we will immediately sign it when this meeting is over, and if you refuse, we will continue to use the previous cooperation agreement with the rules of the game that I have said before. If we only form a working relationship in the field of territorial protection, you will only get territory protection from us and nothing else. Hancock immediately pressed the yellow button. I'll take it. Good job, Hebeheim-sama. Nyamba, who heard this, said excitedly. Hebeheim-sama. All the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom immediately cheered with enthusiasm when they heard Hancock accepted the cooperation agreement. Your Honor. All the citizens of the Protons Kingdom immediately shouted with enthusiasm and hoped in their hearts. Elizabeth II accepted the agreement. Unlucky. They are lucky, muttered Doflamingo, who is surprised by the cooperation agreement. Doflamingo is sure, if he gets the cooperation agreement, it is not impossible that the Dressrosa Kingdom will have a very frightening power in the future and also a very rich source of income. Especially Doflamingo has obtained information about the wood produced by the Fortis Kingdom, which has a very expensive price, but for the kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with them, the kingdom got a cheap price. Not. I should be able to get a cooperation agreement with the Fortis Kingdom. No matter how. I have to get it, muttered Doflamingo seriously. Elizabeth II is so lucky. Unlucky. If only our kingdom got that cooperation agreement. The many kings currently watching the live broadcast were muttering seriously. Their eyes were currently very envious of Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune, who were there. I accept it too, Elizabeth II immediately answered excitedly. Okay, Ars nodded and continued. We will resign for the latest agreement after this meeting is over. Hancock and Elizabeth II nodded simultaneously. Ars' gaze stared at Neptune. What about you, King Neptune? Do you want to rearrange our cooperation agreement? At that time our cooperation agreement only included permission from the citizens of your kingdom who could come to do business in this kingdom, and there were no other cooperation agreements. If that happens, later the citizens of your kingdom, if you buy products in our kingdom, will get a fairly high price compared to the price obtained by the citizens of the kingdom who built a cooperative relationship with us. I want it to. Neptune nodded seriously. I want to take the cooperation, King Neptune. The entire population of Fishman Island immediately cheered excitedly upon hearing this. Okay, Ars nodded. We will resign after this meeting is over. All the agreement documents have been prepared and we only need to sign after this. The three of them nodded. Okay. Regarding the matter of cooperation, it has been settled for our kingdom, Ars said calmly and continued. Next, regarding the matter of our kingdom's visa. The people watching, except for the citizens of the Prudence Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, and Amazon Lily Kingdom, were quite foreign and even confused by this topic of conversation brought up by Ars. As you three know, that later for anyone who wants to build a business in our kingdom must have a visa issued by our kingdom. At the meeting we had last night, we also discussed several things regarding visas and revised the rules of the game. Ars paused and continued. The rule of the game is that previously our kingdom would open or issue visas to everyone, but because of some suggestions I received from the head of the department, the population of the kingdom of Fortis, we have changed the rules of the game that only residents of the kingdom who build cooperative relations with our kingdom can get visas from our kingdom, which means only residents of the kingdom who build cooperative relations with our kingdom can later build business in our kingdom. What? The citizens watching were mainly non-citizens of the Prudence Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom were immediately shocked to hear the information. Then, because of the changes in the rules that we have set later, I hope that your kingdom will be able to establish a department of occupation which is in charge of recording every citizen of your kingdom. Also, later you will be given a crystal ball that can find out everyone's information by just touching it. Each of your kingdoms will be given a crystal ball to be able to assist you in recording the inhabitants of your kingdom. Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock, who heard this, were very excited, while the world government and navy are made very jealous of this. Regarding the development of the Department of Population, if you are having trouble with the development mechanism and the population system that you want to build, you can have a talk with the head of our population department, Tasaka Rin. He will help you build the department. The three of them nodded seriously. Next, about the visa. Only persons who have reached the age of 17 are required to apply for a visa if they are not citizens of our kingdom. Meanwhile, for those who have not reached the age of 17 years and at that time they are traveling with their parents to live in our kingdom, they are not required to apply for a visa. The three of them nodded. King Fortis, how about the payment issue? Asked Neptune. Visa itself has two payments: administrative payments and visa renewal payments. Administrative payments are payments made when you want to make a visa. Everyone is required to pay 5,000 berries to be able to register for a visa. As long as that person gets approval from our kingdom, that person will get a visa and he only has to do renewal for 1 year once. While the renewal payment is 100,000 berries for each year and must be paid before the specified time date. If that person doesn't pay within the allotted time, we will stop the entire business that was built by him. Everyone who was watching the current live broadcast had taken good care of the information regarding visas, especially for the citizens of the Prudence Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, as well as the Amazon Lily Kingdom. As for the citizens who are outside of the citizens of the Third Kingdom, they also noted this, because at this time many of them currently have plans to move residence. Fufafu visa, huh? Doflamingo, who listened to the policy issued by Ars, immediately lit up his eyes. This is a very interesting rule. I think I can try to make this policy. Not just Doflamingo. There were also several kings who had the same thoughts as this Doflamingo. Apart from visa, they will even try to follow the development of the Department of Population because there will be benefits in building such a department. I think the discussion on visas has been completed and we can now move on to the next discussion. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and also Neptune nodded. Chapter 70, The Fortis Kingdom Recruitment Plan. The next discussion I want to discuss is about the human resources issue, Ars said calmly while pressing the blue button which made the computer that had previously been pulled back appear together with the projector and projector screen. My goal is to ask you to broadcast this meeting live other than to help citizens know the purpose of this conversation. I also want to recruit some workers who will work in our kingdom. Currently our Department of Agriculture has started running and needs some workers who will work later. Incidentally, this is the right time to do the promotion. Ars gaze then looked towards Elizabeth II, King of Protons. Can I trouble you? I want to use your kingdom as a recruiting ground for workers who will later work in our kingdom. If you are willing? No problem. I do. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. Ars's words immediately received an enthusiastic response from the entire audience, especially civilians. They did not expect to get an opportunity to come directly to the Fortis Kingdom and maybe even become citizens of this kingdom. Ars quickly operated the computer in front of him and immediately the projector screen immediately showed two views of a very luxurious house. This. Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock immediately knew R's destination when they showed the view of the house. While everyone watching the live broadcast was silent and waiting for what Rs wanted to say. Although at this moment they saw two pictures of a very luxurious house. They were curious about what Rs wanted to talk about. R's gaze was then immediately directed to the Den Mushi who was broadcasting a live broadcast. Hello everyone. I'm sure everyone can hear my voice clearly, right? Everyone, even though they didn't directly talk to Rs. They all nodded as they were talking to Rs. As you have heard before. Currently my kingdom lacks human resources or can be said to be workers. Our Department of Agriculture is currently running and we need 225 workers. We will accept anyone who intends to apply for work in our kingdom except for a woman who has children who still need their parents. Anyone who wants to work in our kingdom will get free housing along with 3 meals. Morning, afternoon and evening prepared by us. In addition, for the salary issue that you will get later. Our kingdom will pay everyone a salary of 750,000 berries and that is just the base salary. You will later get an additional bonus of 500,000 berries, the maximum that you will get as long as you work well. What? This announcement from Rs immediately silenced everyone. So scary base salary of 750,000 berries and a bonus of 500,000 berries. The total salary earned is 1,250,000 berries and still get free housing and 3 meals a day, Kizaru said with a face full of surprise. Even an admiral doesn't get this kind of treatment. The salary of an admiral alone is 1 million berries. Meanwhile, for the maximum bonus they get 500,000 berries. However, the admirals do not get guaranteed food 3 times a day except for housing problems. However, when compared to their status and the workers in the Fortis Kingdom, it can be said that their services are almost the same. This salary is only the salary of ordinary workers. What about the salaries of mid-level Fortis Kingdom officials? Kizaru muttered. What are you thinking, Kizaru? Sengoku looked at him with a piercing gaze. Don't you dare have a stupid idea. If you don't, I will deduct the salary you will get this month. That's so unfair, Sengoku-san, Kizaru said with a sullen face. Besides, I don't have any stupid ideas to do. I'm quite interested. Why did King Fortis show the picture of those 2 very luxurious houses? Those 2 houses are even better quality than those trash houses, Garp said calmly. No one objected to Garp's words since they were currently in the meeting room and no world government party was there. Even if there were, they couldn't possibly try to rebuke Garp. They still love the life they have. Even though Garp was only a vice admiral, not even the Gorosei dared try to play games with Garp. This question issued by Garp represents the question of everyone. Even Gorosei is also wondering about the 2 pictures of the house that are currently raised by Rs. Then, for the workers who later intend to become citizens of our kingdom. As long as they have been chosen to be workers, they can automatically become citizens of our kingdom. For anyone who wants to become a citizen of our kingdom, every year they will get a salary increase of 50,000 berries and also the 2 pictures of the house that I show you. For workers who have less than 4 family members, they will be given the house in picture number 2, while for workers who have more than 4 family members, they will later be given the house in picture number 3 inches. What? Announcement immediately shocked everyone watching. The 2 houses shown by Rs, although only the front view. Everyone knows how magnificent the house is. Even many people who have come to Marijoa and saw from afar Tenri Obito's house felt that it was more luxurious than Tenri Obito's house. Our kingdom is currently in the development process. Every 4 days, there will be 5 housing units number 2 and 5 housing units number 3 which will be completed. Which means every 4 days there will be 10 housing units that have been completed. This house construction project just started on the 8th of February earlier and currently 20 people have been occupied by our royal workers. In fact, this house itself will only be built 1,000 units for each type, which means there are only 2,000 units that will be built, and this is a special house. After this project is completed, there will be other types of houses built with smaller sizes. However, the quality of the houses built is not inferior to these 2 houses. R's gaze then turned to Elizabeth II and the others. For those who find it hard to believe what I'm saying, you can listen to the words of the King of Prudence and others. What the King of Fortis said is true. Elizabeth II was the one who first uttered his words. Currently the Kingdom of Fortis has a project to build this house, and there are already several houses that have been completed. Apart from this house itself, there are also other types of houses that are currently under construction, and they are even more luxurious than these 2 houses. Elizabeth II's words instantly silenced everyone. The 2 houses built at this time are already very luxurious, especially for the house, the King of Prudence said. I can also keep words from King Fortis. Neptune said, the 2 houses in the picture are projects that their kingdom is currently working on. Although I have not seen the inside directly. However, I can guarantee that this house is very luxurious. Very lucky for whoever can get this house. HMPH. You don't have to listen to my words. Through those two, you can confirm it already. Hancock said with pride. In order to increase your sense of trust, I will show you a video showing the interior of each house. You will be able to see firsthand the appearance of the inside of this house along with the facilities in the house. Ars immediately controlled the computer and immediately played home video number 2. Everyone watched with curiosity. The video quickly played and immediately everyone watching the video was amazed and shocked by the interior of the house. After the video for the second house finished playing, Ars continued playing the video for house number 3. The quality of house number 3 is not inferior to house number 2 and the facilities in the house are also very luxurious. Everyone watching at this time had a feeling of joy as well as joy. We will accept anyone to be a worker in our kingdom. I didn't care what race he was from, what he was from before, or what kind of past he had. Except for people from the world government, Ars said calmly, people who have joined the world government or were former people from the world government. Whatever position they hold. I will never accept people from this organization to become workers in our kingdom. Only for them. I will never accept it. Apart from the world government. Whether that person is a marine, a pirate, or an ordinary person. As long as the person has good skills in agriculture. We will accept that person to work in our kingdom. Ars paused for a moment and continued, besides, we will also open job vacancies whenever any of our departments are running. Our kingdom alone has more than 25 departments and each of these departments needs at least an average of 200 to 300 workers. So, for anyone who hasn't been accepted to be a worker in our kingdom, please don't be sad. You still have a chance to work in our kingdom. Everyone watching this live broadcast couldn't help but feel excited hearing this. Then, for anyone who is like the backbone of the family. For example, in a family there is a father, mother and a child. The child still needs his parents who have to look after and supervise him. The father can apply for a job in our kingdom. We will immediately pay the full 3 months of that person's salary, which can later be used by his wife and child while he goes to work, and as long as the person does a good job, that person will later be able to get an additional salary bonus. This news is news full of joy for people with the conditions said by Ars. They had previously had wavering thoughts. However, after getting this announcement, the feeling of indecision they experienced earlier instantly disappeared. Ars' gaze then turned to Elizabeth II. Could you help me in arranging a place for recruitment? Recruitment will take place after 3 days of this meeting, no problem. I will definitely prepare the best place, Elizabeth II said seriously. Ars' gaze then looked back at the Den Mushi. You've heard it, haven't you? Recruitment will take place in the Kingdom of Protons 3 days from the end of this event. So, I hope all of you who want to become workers in our kingdom or want to become citizens of our kingdom, please prepare well. For those who live far away, I hope you will have enough time to come to the Protons Kingdom. Although it will be quite difficult to compete. However, as long as it is your sustenance, you will definitely get it. Ars then immediately turned off the computer he used together with the projector and then put it back. Okay. We will continue our next discussion regarding the sale of products that our kingdom owns. Ars looked at the 3 leaders who were in the same room as him. We are going to have a little discussion here and I hope you guys also give your opinion. This conversation can also help you with plans for cooperation that you might build in the future, and this discussion will refer to or can be said to allow you to increase your own royal source of income. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune nodded seriously. They immediately prepared themselves to hear this. Atoheim, Dagama, and Sandersonia had even brought a small book from before to write down various important things. The same thing applies today to the audience, especially the kings of various kingdoms. They are very interested in this discussion, especially regarding increasing sources of income. Even now they have summoned several people to write down various important points at your eyes. Not only them. However, every power group is also interested in the matter of this conversation. They are interested because this is related to the source of income. Even the world government is quite interested in this conversation. Chapter 71, Every Kingdom's Frightening Potential. Because you have established cooperative relations with our kingdom in all areas, you will also later get the right to buy the products made by our kingdom at the lowest price. As is the case with the wood produced by our kingdom. We usually sell the wood for 500,000 berries for each unit of wood. As for those of you who are building a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, we will give the price for the wood at 400,000 berries. Ars paused and continued. Currently our Ministry of Agriculture has started running, and it is likely that in April the products for the Ministry of Agriculture will soon produce mainly rice products owned by our kingdom. Our kingdom has paddy fields with an area of 24.95 square kilometers, and we have developed 24,950 rice fields with each land measuring 1,000 square meters. Ars paused and continued. According to the deputy head of the Department of Agriculture for the rice area, every rice field will produce as much as 5 to 10 tons of rice for each harvest. with a total of 24,950 paddy fields, and we will harvest 10 tons of rice per field. So our rice production every harvest is 249,500 tons of rice. Ars paused for a moment and continued, this number is still a rough estimate from us. There may be more than this and perhaps less than this. However, we can guarantee that our kingdom will be able to produce rice as much as more than 200,000 tons of rice for each harvest. Ars stopped again and continued, currently the market price of rice in the outside world has a number that varies from as low as 750 berries up to 850 berries for every kilogram of rice depending on the location where the rice is sold. This is the result of data collection that we have obtained before. Ars stopped back and continued, while in our kingdom, we will divide the price of rice into two prices. The price that will be sold to our civilians as well as to the citizens of the kingdom that we establish cooperation with, and the price that will later be sold to a kingdom that has no cooperative relationship with us, or can be said to be a kingdom that has no cooperative relationship with us. We are stopped again and continued, for the price for the citizens of our kingdom or the citizens of the kingdom who build cooperative relations with our kingdom. We will give a price of 600 berries for every kilogram of rice, while for citizens from kingdoms who do not have a relationship with us, we will give a price of 700 berries. The citizens of the Province Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, and Amazon Lily Kingdom immediately cheered upon hearing the price given by Ars. The price of wood and the price of rice that I said are just examples of every product made by our kingdom. Later, the benefits of the kingdom building cooperative relations with our kingdom. Every citizen or kingdom can buy all products from our kingdom at the lowest price, and then they can also sell these products back to increase their kingdom's income. For example, for wood from our kingdom. Ars paused for a moment and looked at Hancock. Currently our kingdom has a transaction with the Galley Law Company, which is the best shipbuilding company in the world, currently located on Water 7 Island. As the best shipbuilding company, every month this company gets a lot of ship orders. The Galley Law Company has now placed an order for wood to our kingdom, and we have given them a 10% discount on every transaction for helping us some time ago. Ars paused for a moment and continued, the Amazon Lily Kingdom from now on can handle the problem of selling timber for the Galley Law Company. Even though we give them a 10% discount on every transaction, your kingdom will be able to get a lot of benefits in one transaction. The Galley Law Company will usually place an order for the wood that we have as much as 100,000 units of wood, and if your kingdom buys the wood from our kingdom for 400,000 berries for each unit, although there will be a 10% discount from the promise I've given before, at least your kingdom can still get a profit of 5 billion berries for the transaction. Everyone instantly fell silent, especially the kings of various kingdoms. Ars' gaze then turned to Elizabeth II, that also applies to you guys. How about the wood sales you did before? Did it run successfully? Yes, Elizabeth II said with a smile of enthusiasm, we have managed to sell all the wood we currently have, and the total profit in this transaction is 6.25 billion, Elizabeth II said. Currently there are still a lot of reorders of these woods, and the plan after this meeting is over. We want to repurchase. Elizabeth II's words immediately made everyone silent again. It's easy to get a source of income, isn't it? Ars asked with a smile. Even then you guys only make transactions with one product from our kingdom. What about other products such as rice? If you buy 2,500 tons of rice from us and sell it to other kingdoms for 700 berries for every kilogram, how much profit can you get? That's around 1.75 billion berries, Tsuru said seriously with a face full of surprise. Everyone who could calculate well immediately got the answer, and it left everyone speechless. That's around 1.75 billion berries, Ars said with a smile, through the two products we sold to your kingdom. You have already made a profit of 8 billion berries. What about other products? For example, the original product of your kingdom is for you to sell, and your sale is a sale that can bring profits to your side. For example, the Kingdom of Prudence. You are the country the largest meat producer in the New World region. But the way you sell the meat is very wrong. Wrong? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. Yes. You're wrong, Ars nodded. If you guys want to make a huge profit, you don't sell meat by selling the livestock directly, but it's better to produce the livestock meat first. Ars paused and looked at Hancock and Neptune. You pay attention too. This will also be of benefit to you. Hancock and Neptune nodded seriously. Not only them but everyone watching was currently paying serious attention. The world government, navy, revolutionary army, pirates, and kings of the current empire didn't want to distract them. The average price of cattle sold is around 2 to 3 million berries. Usually, for the cow itself, the cow will be able to produce meat weighing 1 to 2 tons. If you can take good care of the cows and give them a good feed, the meat that will be produced by the cow will be of high quality, which makes the price higher. Then, never sell cows or livestock while they are still alive. It is better to sell the meat from the livestock. Selling livestock meat brings more benefits than selling the animals directly. You can take a price estimate by measuring the price of beef for every 100 grams. For our kingdom, I will enforce this rule. Each price of beef that we have managed has a price of around 900 berries for every 100 grams, and that is the price for the price to the residents and also the citizens whose kingdoms build cooperative relations with our kingdoms. Ars paused for a moment and continued. As for the kingdoms we don't have a cooperative relationship with, we will charge a starting price of 1,100 berries for each gram of beef. Well, cows themselves can produce meat weighing 1 ton to 2 tons. We will take only the largest measurement, which is 2 tons of beef. 2 tons of beef means 2,000 kilograms, and if we convert it into grams it will produce 2 million grams. Then if we take the payment measure for each beef is 100 grams, that mean we will get the amount of meat that we can sell is 20,000 grams of beef. With a price of 1,100 berries for beef, if we calculate the number of payments obtained through one cow, it is 22 million berries, and if we calculate the initial capital for raising the cow, it is a maximum of 4 million berries. At least you will get a profit of million berries from just one cow that you manage to process and sell. If every month your kingdom can manage beef from 500 cows with an average as I calculated before, at least, every month you will make a profit of 9 billion berries. Ars paused for a moment and continued. This doesn't just apply to cows. However, you can also do this calculation for other animals. However, you also pay attention to animals such as chickens. You can't do this. Well, if you want to apply this kind of payment, you can try to take an example of how our kingdom enforces the payment. The three of them nodded. Currently, I have explained 3 products about the benefits you get. Wood will earn 6.25 billion berries, rice will earn around 1.75 billion berries, and the beef you sell will earn 9 billion berries. These are still 3 products. Ars gaze stared at Elizabeth II. Your kingdom is a kingdom with extremely terrifying potential. Your kingdom has a very large area and is very good for development. With just 3 products that you market, your total profit is already 17 billion for each month, and that's just a rough calculation and only a few products are counted. If I can assume correctly, there is a possibility if you are good at operating your empire. At least, for the Prudence Kingdom in 1 month, you can earn a profit of 50 billion berries. Everyone who heard this fell silent, especially the kings of a kingdom. If within 1 month your kingdom gains 50 billion berries and calculates the time of 1 year, you will be able to get a profit or income of 600 billion berries. Ars gaze stared at Neptune. The ocean's potential is terrifying compared to the land's potential. The ocean holds various sources of wealth, and there are also many abundant resources in the ocean. If the Hyuga kingdom could maximize that potential, I can guarantee that your profit within 1 month will be over 100 or even more than 200 billion berries. Neptune took a deep breath after hearing this. Meanwhile, if we calculate within 1 year, it is not impossible that your empire will be able to make a profit of more than 2 trillion berries if you maximize the potential you have to 2 trillion berries. Even the Gorosei party who heard this immediately choked and their faces showed disbelief. Ars said back, your kingdom is a kingdom that has the greatest potential, even greater than mine, especially your race has the ability that has been bestowed upon you, which is to be free to move in the sea. However, what a shame. You cannot maximize the potential and resources in the ocean. If you can maximize it, your kingdom will be even richer than the world government in just a few years. Ars stepped back and looked at Elizabeth II and Hancock. Okay, we're on to the other part. You have listened to a little description of how the benefits that you will get through the process of selling products made by our kingdom, as well as your original products and a few ways to sell them. If you still don't understand how you can directly come to our royal library. Many books can teach you how to build a business. The 3 of them nodded, and right now it was still hard to believe in the potential that their kingdom had, especially for Elizabeth II and Neptune. The thing I want to talk about next is the cooperation that you two want to establish. Ars paused and continued. What kind of cooperation do you want to establish between the 3 of you kingdoms? If possible, would you like to listen to the suggestions made by me? I have thought of a good suggestion for your kingdom, and perhaps through this suggestion, you can get mutually beneficial cooperation. In addition to being profitable for your kingdom, this cooperation can help the citizens of your kingdom, especially the citizens of the Ryugu kingdom. If such cooperation can be established, they can freely do business on land. What do you think? Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock, who heard this, were very excited. Even though they had a plan they wanted to do. However, if they were given a choice like this, they would of course prefer to listen to the plan Ars laid out for them. The 3 of them looked at each other and said, we accept it. The kings of various kingdoms at this time could only stare enviously at Elizabeth II, Neptune, and also Hancock. It's not just getting territory protection for free from the Fortis kingdom. However, they also benefited greatly from their empire building advice and others. Nowadays almost all the kings of various kingdoms have one thought. through various ways be able to build a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis, and the same currently applies to Doflamingo. Chapter 72, Suggestions for Building Cooperation Relationships. My advice is very simple. I want the three of your kingdoms to establish cooperative relations in all areas, just as your kingdoms establish cooperative relations with ours. Ours gaze then turned to Hancock, but the exception is cooperation with the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Despite establishing cooperative relations in all fields, every citizen who wants to come to the Amazon Lily Kingdom will have a restriction that only women can come there because of the rules that are there. Hancock nodded at this. Ours gaze then looked at everyone else. The purpose of building this cooperative relationship is to be able to support each other between you. For example, for the Kingdom of Prudence. Currently your kingdom has increased the number of territories and also the citizens of your kingdom, which means the need for food and other ingredients will increase. If you build a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom, the Ryugu Kingdom can meet your current needs. By allowing the citizens of the Ryugu Kingdom to build a business in your kingdom or purchase groceries for them. However, if you can, it's better to let the residents of the Fishman Island to build a business in your kingdom. It can also help open up more job opportunities in your work. Ours then looked at Hancock. Then for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, I hope you guys can build a shopping center on Sayboundy Island. You take one of the areas on Sayboundy Island. The region is between regions 129. You take possession of the territory. Do not be afraid. If anyone protested about it, our kingdom would take action against the person who protested. After getting territorial control rights in one of these areas, you open or build a shopping center there. When the shopping center is completed, you can pick up our royal products from the Protence Kingdom or products from the Ryugu Kingdom. You sell there at a lower price than the original market price. Do not take high profits from each product but take low profits. Even though the profits are low, but if you buy a lot of the products you sell, you can get a lot of profit there. Ours gaze stared at Neptune. With the Amazon Lily Kingdom opening a shopping center there, the citizens of your kingdom can send any products they have to the shopping center opened by the Amazon Lily Kingdom. In addition, with the territory that belongs to the Amazon Lily Kingdom there, and that area will also be guarded by our kingdom. The residents of the Ryugu Kingdom need not be afraid to ascend to the mainland. As long as someone dares to take action there. Ours gaze became very cold. I don't care who them is. The Tenri Obito, the world government, the navy, the revolutionary army, the king of a kingdom, or whoever it was. As long as they dared to take action in the territory, I'll crush them to pieces. Remember. My words are not mere nonsense. I have done this to the world government, and I can also do this to anyone who dares to disobey my words. You are polite, we will be reluctant. However, if you are rude, get ready to get my wrath. Everyone watching felt a chill run down their backs listening to the extremely loud threatening voice from the Rs. What do you think of my suggestion? Rs asked with his tone having returned to its original tone. I think this suggestion can be mutually beneficial for you guys, right? If the Protence Kingdom and the Ryugu Kingdom establish a cooperative relationship, the Ryugu Kingdom can support the food and other needs currently needed by the Protence Kingdom and vice versa. The Ryugu Kingdom will gain access for its citizens to open a business in the Protence Kingdom, which is also profitable for the kingdom. Protence, because it will open up a lot of job opportunities and will have an abundance of income sources from the business. Rs paused for a moment and continued. If the Protence Kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Protence Kingdom can facilitate the citizens of their kingdom to sell their products outside their kingdom without fear of threats from various parties. While the Amazon Lily Kingdom also benefits from having a product to sell and use as a source of income for them. Rs paused for a moment and continued. Then if the Amazon Lily Kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom, the Amazon Lily Kingdom will benefit from getting a product they can sell from the Ryugu Kingdom, and also the Ryugu Kingdom will benefit from being able to facilitate its citizens to sell their products through intermediaries from the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and also they have more opportunities or a safe place on land without fear of getting any threats. What do you three think? I think my suggestion is pretty good, right? By building cooperative relations with each other, your kingdoms benefit from each other, and that advantage is not a small advantage. He is a very genius, King Tsuru praised with a sigh. He can solve various kinds of problems from one place with just a few information. He is a truly worthy king. I admit it, Sengoku nodded yes. The intelligence of this person is terrifying. I'm interested. What will happen if this guy becomes a pirate? Stop your stupid jokes, Kyuzen, Sengoku immediately said with an angry look. If that person becomes a pirate, we the Navy will definitely face a very, very frightening enemy. If this person becomes the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it's not impossible that our troops won't suffer as much as they are now. Dragon said seriously, even I'm sure in just a few years, People can destroy the world government easily. The people who were with Dragon right now didn't say anything because they could be sure by Dragon's words that ours was a very scary person. Unlucky. Why did Elizabeth II get this chance and not me? Exclaimed one of the kings of a kingdom with a gaze full of envy. Not only him but a large number of kings watching were very jealous of Elizabeth II, especially those who knew Elizabeth II. Well, Elizabeth II, Hancock and Neptune, who heard this suggestion from ours, became very excited. Because they themselves couldn't think of a better suggestion than that ours made. I like this suggestion. I also want to do it. How about you two? Neptune immediately said calmly. No problem, Elizabeth II replied. I agree with this. I have no problem with the advice given by King Fortis. Hancock said calmly. However, I hope you guys also follow the rules of our kingdom. Although we build cooperative relationships in all fields. However, only women can come to our kingdom and men cannot. No problem, Elizabeth II and Neptune nodded. All the citizens of the Proton's Kingdom, Hyuga Kingdom and Amazon Lily Kingdom exclaimed excitedly. With the formation of the cooperative relationship, it means they have a lot of opportunities that they will get in the future, especially for work problems. Currently, many people are watching and the community members are not citizens of these three kingdoms. They have made up their mind to change their population and will be able to get a guarantee of a better life. Ars nodded and suddenly his gaze fell on Neptune. Oh yes. King Neptune. If I'm not mistaken, on Fishman Island there is a place called Fishman District, right? Neptune was quite surprised by this question Ars gave. Not only Neptune but the people from Fishman Island were quite surprised by this question, especially for the residents of the Fishman District. It does exist. Neptune nodded seriously. I see. Ars nodded, then just get rid of that place. Eliminate. Jinbai, who was watching this, was very surprised by Ars' words. Please don't misunderstand first. Before many people misunderstood, Ars immediately continued. What it means to eliminate is to close the place and then you drag the residents who currently live there to a more suitable place to live. I have received some information regarding the location and there are many fishmen living there. I think it's better to attract them and take care of them, King Neptune. Every creature has the right to be able to get a decent place to live and also fulfill all their needs. Never look down on anyone because you are not necessarily better than them. Everyone has been created and has been given various talents. However, there are many people who cannot develop their talents because they are not given the facilities to develop them. It's possible, among the people who live in the Fishman District, there will appear great people like Jinbai. Jinbai, I think, is from that place, right? Neptune nodded. Jinbai is from that place which fishmen might think living in a more decent place won't have a good future. However, what now? Jinbai is a 7 warlords of the sea and his name is also known by many as the Son of the Ocean. Currently also the direct guard of the king of the Ryugu Kingdom. You'd never guess, right? Someone who came from the highest district and was previously considered hopeless. However, having a very bright future, Ars said with a smile. Well, if possible, don't have places like that anymore. Prepare a comfortable place to live for any children who are abandoned or have the same condition. Facilitate them to get all the necessities they need. Maybe among those people, great people will emerge who can make your kingdom better than before. Ars' gaze then looked at Elizabeth II and Hancock. The same goes for you guys. Don't ever assume someone who is outcast doesn't have a future. Just in addition, the Whitebeard Pirate Group. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this group of pirates, right? Everyone nodded. No one doesn't know Whitebeard's pirate group. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's group of pirates who were currently watching were very interested in what Ars wanted to talk about them. Whitebeard's pirate group was formed by Edward Newgate. Newgate has a very dark past because he was once a child who was previously considered by many to be a child with no future. However, now. How? Edward Newgate, known by the whole world as the strongest man in the world today and at the same time also one of the most known people in the whole world. Newgate had experienced what it was like to be a hopeless child. This also causes him to adopt many abandoned children and are considered to have no future. Marco Sang Phoenix, 1st Division Commander Whitebeard Pirates Group, Jaws Sang Berlin, Whitebeard Pirate Group 3rd Division Commander, Thaked Koki Ship, Whitebeard Pirate Group 4th Division Commander, as well as other division commanders. These people are outcasts and many think they have no future. However, what now? They become famous people all over the world. Gorara Whitebeard, who heard his name along with the names of his children, was said to be very happy. Marco and the others were also very happy to hear this. They were previously outcasts and thanks to Whitebeard who adopted them, they became what they are today. Only Ace is currently pouting because his name is not mentioned. Just imagine if there are 100 children that you care for and out of those 100 children there are children with talents like Whitebeard, talents like me, talents like Hashirama, talents like Marco and others. Even though only 10 people have the most superior talent compared to those 100 people. A kingdom that is supported by those 10 people will be a very scary kingdom, Ars said calmly. Therefore, please never underestimate someone who was exiled, especially a child. Because they have the potential to change the world through their talents. Everyone was silent listening to the words of Ars. Jinbai, who previously felt strange, now felt a feeling full of emotions. Feelings of immense gratitude towards Ars. Not only Jinbai but the Fishman race living in the Fishman district were also deeply moved to hear these words from Ars. However, there are also some who do not have a sense of gratitude, especially for the fishmen who have long hated humans. However, only a few of them. Neptune nodded seriously. I will definitely revitalize the place. After returning, I will definitely close the place down and open a proper residence for them. Good. Ars smiled. Okay, my current part is probably done. Please, anyone who wants to speak. Ars immediately hung up his microphone and gave the 3 leaders permission to start their own discussion. Chapter 73, Information that can't be revealed. By the time the part of Ars had been completed, the 3 leaders looked at each other and wanted to know who wanted to take their turn first. Neptune then immediately activated his microphone. If no one wants to talk, let me speak first. Elizabeth II and Hancock nodded and immediately allowed Neptune to speak. Actually, about the thing I wanted to talk about. This has previously been conveyed by King Fortis related to the problem of cooperation that he wants to build. The Hyuga Kingdom has a desire to cooperate with the Proton's Kingdom and the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Also, another thing is related to the problem of the Fishman District. I would also like to ask for some suggestions regarding this place. However, because right now all the things I want to talk about have been brought up earlier in the previous topic. At this point, I have nothing more to talk about. My part is done here. Neptune immediately closed his microphone again. My turn. Hancock then immediately turned on her microphone, then looked at Ars. King Fortis, I'm sure you must know about the information that has been going on recently, right? Information? Ars raised his eyebrows and was quite confused about Hancock's question. Can you tell me what information it is? A while ago the group of pirates who earned the nickname of the Sea Emperor had made a move. The movement they are making right now is a very big move because almost every one of them has sent their troops to make a move, Hancock said calmly. Do you know about this move? This topic that Hancock brought up immediately became the focal point of everyone, especially the Ocean Emperors. They were currently staring with serious gazes. The purpose of their movement was to acquire weapons. However, they themselves did not know about the weapon and only general information they knew. I know about it. Ars nodded seriously. Elizabeth II immediately pressed the yellow button and immediately it attracted the attention of all parties. Hancock didn't continue her conversation and looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth then immediately spoke. Sorry, I want to interrupt. Ars nodded and Elizabeth II's gaze turned to Hancock. I apologize for interrupting your conversation, Ypres. However, I think this topic raised by you is a very sensitive topic and is not suitable to be discussed here. Elizabeth II then looked at Ars. King Fortis, the topic that Empress Amazon Lily wanted to discuss is a topic previously discussed by the 2 of us which had something to do with Dracul Mihawk. I think it is a bit sensitive to bring this topic to this meeting, especially since this meeting is broadcast to all parties. If we open up this topic here it will bring about tremendous chaos. Chaos? All parties were immediately confused by this. Even Hancock was quite surprised to hear the words of Elizabeth II. I think so too. Ars nodded and looked at Hancock. We will postpone talking about this topic. The topic is quite sensitive and also we cannot discuss it here. If you want to know the reason for the Sea Emperor's movement, I can tell him. However, it would be better if we had the conversation in private. Because if this information were to leak, the world would likely be in chaos. This topic also at the same time has a connection with the secrets of our kingdom. So, it's better that not many people know about it. I understand. Hancock nodded and was quite happy to have a private conversation with Ars. While the audience is very confused by this, especially regarding secrets and others. Bastard! Why did the fool king have to stop him? Big Mom, who was watching the meeting, immediately shouted angrily. Whirr, if that bastard doesn't stop the conversation. By now that information must have been leaked. Kdu also roared angrily. Only Whitebeard, Shanks, the world government, and the Marines were happy that information regarding the 3 weapons had not been leaked at this time. Because if the information is leaked, there is a possibility that the world will experience chaos because of the hunting actions that will be carried out by many parties. Meanwhile, journalists from the World Economic Journal companies are currently very excited. They immediately reported this news and in just a few minutes, the news of the reason for the movement on the Slender Sea Emperor was known to almost everyone in this world. Is there anything else you wish to talk about, Empress Amazon Lily? Ars asked calmly. There is. Hancock nodded. You asked my kingdom to take one of the territories on Sayboundy Island, didn't you? For example, in that area, there will be a Tenri Obito who dares to take action. Can I kill him? Hancock's question immediately made everyone silent for a moment. The faces of the Gorosei who were watching instantly became furious and gloomy. As long as they do actions that violate the rules you set and also interfere with the activities that are there, you can do it. You are free to kill him. It's not just you, as long as that person does something that violates the rules there or interferes with the activities there. Anyone is free to kill him. Fear not, if the world government dares to strike back, our kingdom will carry out an attack if they take such action. Oh. Everyone who was watching immediately cheered excitedly. Even at this time the audience on Bounty Island immediately shouted with emotion. They could be said to now have the opportunity to be able to take action against the Tenryou Obito. The faces of the current Gorosei immediately turned black and angry upon hearing this. However, they knew that they couldn't possibly do anything as long as it had to do with the Fortis Kingdom. Fufafu killing them directly. This is getting more and more interesting. I wonder, is it time for those people to step down from their current thrones? Doflamingo grinned excitedly. Gororora, this is just getting more and more interesting. I wonder how the response from the parents. Will they still allow those scum to come to Bounty Island or not? Whitebeard also said excitedly. Bahahaha, killing them head on? Hey, does that mean I can do it too? Garp said while grinning excitedly. Stop, Garp. Sengoku immediately shouted angrily at Garp's words, although the Fortis Kingdom will provide guarantees. However, if you do that, you will definitely be expelled from the Navy soon. HMPH. Then what? I just need to wait for my retirement and then do that thing. Garp said calmly, and it made everyone there instantly feel silent. Even Sengoku at this time couldn't say anything. Dragon-san, this might be our chance, Sabo said excitedly, as long as the Tenryou Obito take action in the territory of Bounty Island, which is the territory guarded by the Kingdom of Fortis. We can arrest them and then blackmail the world government. Yes. This is a good opportunity, Dragon nodded. However, it will be difficult to be able to do this. The parents sitting in the leadership seat of the world government will definitely not give us the opportunity to do so. Hey, killing those trash? I think I can go to Bounty Island once in a while. Crocodile said with a smirk. Everyone is currently very excited. Now they have the opportunity to avenge the actions or treatment they have received from the Tenryou Obito, more specifically for the former Tenryou Obito slaves who listened to R's words. Their eyes were full of excitement because there would be time for them to do just that. HMPH. I will definitely do it, said Hancock seriously, and there was a look of killing intent in her eyes. Hancock currently has a strong power behind it. There was no way he would let go of this opportunity to destroy and vent all the fear and annoyance he had towards the Tenryou Obito. Okay. Well, do you have anything else you want to talk about? Ars asked again. There isn't any. That's enough from me. Hancock immediately hung up her microphone. Then it's my turn. Elizabeth II then looked at Ars, King Fortis. As you know that our current kingdom is bigger than before due to the merging of two kingdoms with our kingdom, and we are currently reorganizing our government matters. I have a plan to follow your kingdom's system of government and also regarding the division of departments that your kingdom has. I also want to follow him. I was wondering if you could give an explanation regarding the system of government and also the division of each department of your kingdom. This question from Elizabeth II immediately caught the attention of everyone watching, especially the kings who led a kingdom. Government system as well as division of each department? No problem. Ars nodded and looked at Hancock and Neptune. You two too. Suppose you want to follow my system of government and also the division of each department. It doesn't matter if you follow him. We understand. Hancock and Neptune nodded. Ars then immediately pressed the blue button and the computer, projector screen reappeared. Ars then started to operate the computer and saw a picture of the island of the Fortis Kingdom along with a map of the kingdom along with the division of each territory. This is a map of the Fortis Kingdom. Our own kingdom uses a government system that is led directly by a king, and that is me, Ars said calmly, even though you have seen me as a great person and also have many advantages. I myself cannot take care of all the affairs of the kingdom alone. Because of that, I have many great friends in helping me take care of this kingdom. At least, in terms of the operation of this kingdom. I divided my friends into 32 departments that helped me in managing various kinds of royal affairs. Of the 32 departments, there are 28 departments related to documents and 4 departments related to the military or meetings. Ars paused for a moment and started to operate his computer, and the previous photo of the Fortis Kingdom map immediately turned into a document that Ars had prepared beforehand and saw a photo of a woman with long white hair and beautiful red eyes. So pretty. Who is she? Is he also a higher up from the Fortis Kingdom? Many questions arose in the minds of everyone who watched the meeting. The men who watched the meeting immediately exclaimed excitedly when they saw the photo of the white-haired woman. Who is that woman, Miss Loelmina? Do you know him? Atoheim asked with great interest. That woman's name is Ninimrali, Loelmina said calmly. She is one of the higher-ups of our kingdom and holds the position of assistant to the king. Assistant of the king? But, how come she's not here? Atoheim asked in confusion. The current Ninam still can't come here, Queen Atoheim Kaguya said with a smile. Currently there are many higher-ups from our kingdom who still haven't come because they need to settle their business at their residence before being able to come here. I see. Atoheim nodded. All the spectators except the audience in the Fortis Kingdom were very confused by the appearance of the photo of the woman. However, although confused, they were still curious about the woman whose photo was raised by ours. I will introduce each of our royal departments along with the duties of those departments. Besides that, I will also introduce every higher-up from our kingdom or so to speak who holds a leadership position in the department. This immediately became the attention of all parties, especially the various kinds of forces. Fast. Take the recorded Denden Mushi and record this conversation. Yasunori immediately shouted loudly, which made Cypher Paul's 0 agents who was there immediately move quickly. It's not just the world government doing the recording at this point. All the major powers who were watching this meeting immediately made a recording. This is because ours will introduce his royal officials. They can't miss it. The image of the woman you are viewing right now is of the woman holding the position of my personal assistant. He has the job of assisting me in sorting out the work that needs to be done by me and also assisting me in compiling every report given by each department for my review. Her name is Ninam Rilai, personal assistant? Hancock muttered with a jealous look. Oh. Meanwhile, the men who had put their hearts on Ninam immediately shouted excitedly. There are even a number of men who are currently with their wives who don't care about their wives who are currently right beside them. Ours continued his image again and currently shows a man with a very cool appearance. White hair, red eyes, and also the clothes he wears like a rapper. The man in the picture is called Yurek Mazino. He has the title of guardian directly from the king, or it can be said that he is my guardian as long as I go out of this kingdom to do errands and other things. As for the matter of strength, ours smiled. I can tell. Hashirama was no match for him. Even Yurek can destroy Hashirama very easily. Boom. These words from ours immediately shocked everyone watching. Hashirama is currently known as a very scary person because he was able to defeat Whitebeard. However, they didn't expect that there would be someone whose strength was more terrifying than Hashirama's in the Fortis Kingdom. The faces of the current Gorosei could be said to be both shocked and gloomy. Just the presence of Hashirama alone has made the Fortis Kingdom the most terrifying kingdom. How about adding that person whose strength is stronger than Hashirama? Is that person really stronger than you, Hashirama? Jinbai asked in surprise. Yeah, Hashirama nodded. That guy is really strong. He's several times stronger than me. Well, if I could say the comparison of our strengths. Well, let's just say, if I can beat Whitebeard within tens of minutes. However, if it was Yurek who fought Whitebeard at that time, Whitebeard wouldn't be able to last less than 10 minutes if he fought him. Jinbai suddenly fell silent hearing this. The projector image was then immediately lowered back down and an inscription was visible. We will proceed to the first department in our kingdom. The Royal Palace Guard Department, or it can be said this is the department with the most terrifying combat power in our kingdom. Because apart from their duty is to guard the royal palace, the people in this department have a duty to protect the Fortis Kingdom from the frightening threat that cannot be solved by the military department under them. They can be said to be the last shield of the Fortis Kingdom. Because the last shield, the power of the people in this department is terrifying and the leader of this department is on par with Yurek Mazino's strength. Everyone fell silent for a moment, listening to the information. But before we continue, ours gaze glanced at the large clock on the wall. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning. It's time for the distribution of snacks. Snack? Everyone was confused by these words from ours. Ours immediately pressed one of his private buttons and said, Jin, you can bring the food in and give it to us. I understand, Your Majesty. This conversation between Jin and ours was heard clearly by all the audience. It didn't take long for the meeting room door to open again and there were 4 waiters who came with a food trolley and then started moving to distribute the food to the 4 people who were in the meeting. Now is the time to get some snacks so you can keep your focus on this meeting. This dish is made by one of our royal chefs named Jin. Even though he's not the best. However, the taste of his dish was very good. You can eat the dish followed by listening to my explanation. By the time each food came to their respective table, Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock were instantly excited. The dishes that were served to them were dishes they had tried before and it was very memorable for them. The excited gazes of Neptune, Elizabeth II and Hancock could be seen by everyone the moment the dish arrived. Is that dish really that good? Garp asked with a face full of curiosity. It's possible, Aokiji said. After all, the 3 people who took part in the gathering were the 3 kings of a prosperous kingdom. Surely they have tasted various delicious foods and that makes it difficult for them to change their expressions when faced with ordinary dishes. Meanwhile, Dagama and the others who saw their king received a distribution of food from the Fortis kingdom. They could only stare at him with envy. They had tried the dishes made by the royal chefs, namely Juichiru, Jin and Kojiro. All the dishes they make are delicious. You don't have to worry. Our kingdom has prepared a delicious lunch. We can eat it when it's lunchtime, Ishiki said with a smile. Chapter 74, One Department of Strength equals the whole 4 emperors combined New World, Moby Dick. Oi Aji, what do you think about the power of Uramazino that King Fortis said? Marco asked with great interest. The question from Marco immediately attracted the interest of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were currently with them. Gorer, I believe what King Fortis said is true. Whitebeard smirked. Also, a stronger existence compared to Hashirama? Gorer, this world has become more interesting than before. I've been tired of sitting in the highest position for too long. However, what a shame. My current time is my peak time. I still want to have lunch with them. What are you saying, Oi Aji? Ace suddenly stood up from his seat. Even though you are currently old. However, you are still a strong person. You can definitely surpass those people. You are the strongest in this world. Everyone nodded excitedly. Whitebeard, who heard this, also smiled happily. This is what he's been looking for, family. Zahahaha, stronger compared to Hashirama? I guess. I really can't mess with this kingdom, Teach mumbled quietly. Nevertheless, as long as they don't interfere in the pirate world's matters, I can still have a chance to do what I want to do. Zahahaha. New World, Wano Kuni Kingdom, Onigashima Island. Were stronger than Hashirama? This becomes more interesting. The world is becoming more interesting than before. Du laughed excitedly upon hearing the information. New World, Yukiri Island. Hey, boss. Can you beat that guy called Uramazino? Yasup asked with a grin. Dahahaha. Don't joke. How could I possibly beat him? Shanks just laughed excitedly and didn't care about who he was. Ha 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 ha. You're not cool, boss. Lucky Roo immediately mocked him mercilessly. Red line, Marijoa, Gorosei office. What do you think? Do you have to issue a fugitive to that person? Asked Sonoda seriously. We have to do it, Masato said coldly. That person is one of the higher-ups of the Fortis kingdom and he is the guard of the king of Fortis. We have to give him a bounty. Agreed, Ogata said coldly, even though he is currently not doing anything to us. However, his mere existence already carries a very dire threat to us. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Meeting Room. Stronger than Hashirama? I'm interested in fighting him. Garp said with great interest. Ararara, Garp-san wants to fight him? I'm interested. Who will win? Aokiji asked with a smile. Don't be stupid, Garp Sengoku suddenly said, you will definitely lose that battle. You may not even be able to fight Hashirama Senju, and with the presence of Uramazino whose strength is higher than Hashirama's. You will definitely lose. Are you underestimating me, Sengoku? Garp said with a gloomy face. Stop, you two. Tsuru suddenly said seriously, instead of thinking such a stupid thing. We'd better think about the actions that the world government will take. They will definitely feel a threat to Uramazino's existence, and it's not impossible that they will issue a bounty on him even though Uramazino doesn't do anything about this to us. Everyone fell silent hearing this. But even if they get a fugitive, isn't that none of our business? Jian asked. After all, the Fortis kingdom did nothing to us and only to the world government. We also don't have to worry about the fugitive problem that the world government gives them as long as we don't clash with each other with them. As expected of Jian, Shiden said with a smile. That's right, Sengoku nodded, even though they have a fugitive. However, that is none of our business. I don't want to fight against them either, Kizaru said casually. I still want to live comfortably. I will not provoke a force like the Fortis kingdom HMPH. Even though Akainu didn't say it. Akainu also agreed to this. After all, until now the Fortis kingdom has not committed any wrongdoing according to him and cannot be said to be a bad person. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Projector Screen Place. Fufafu stronger than Hashirama. Doflamingo smirked excitedly. I wonder, how will the world respond if they find out I've established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom? What is Sea Emperor? What is world government? What is Navy? Nothing can stop me. Doflamingo was currently becoming more and more eager to establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. However, I need to have another conversation with King Fortis. Whatever the conditions given by him, I definitely have to do it. I should be able to get a cooperative relationship agreement with this kingdom. Meanwhile, Mihawk, who was currently watching, was also from the Fortis kingdom. Mihawk had not previously been very interested in the conversation that had taken place earlier. Mihawk only came to watch because he wanted to pass his time and also wanted to gather information about the Zanpakuto sword, Noble Phantasm sword, and Ignition sword. When Hancock brought up the topic, Mihawk was immediately excited because maybe with it he could get some information about the swords. However, it is very unfortunate. The topic of conversation was immediately cut off by Ars and others. This made Mihawk very disappointed and wanted to leave immediately to continue his adventure in search of these swords. However, just as he was about to leave, another topic that piqued his interest was immediately pulled back. The topic relates to the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. Mihawk, who was in fact about to leave this place, immediately stopped his actions and watched again, especially when he found out that the appearances of the higher-ups were about to appear. Mihawk's curiosity rose again because he wanted to know the appearance of the swordsman in the Fortis Kingdom. New World, Kingdom of Fortis, Octagon, Meeting Room. Okay. Let's move on. You can watch while eating the dish that is in front of you right now, Ars said with a smile. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune nodded. Even if they knew it wasn't polite. However, they couldn't resist the smell of the dish that was currently being served in front of them. Ars then directly controlled his computer and immediately displayed an image of a man with long white hair, wearing clothes similar to the clothes worn by Ogata I of the Gorosei and carrying a very beautiful long white sword in his hand. Mihawk and the swordsman who were watching the picture immediately became serious. Even if they only looked at the image, all the swordsmen could tell that the person in front of him possessed extremely terrifying strength and also that the sword he was holding was not among the swords known to the current world. That sword. Mihawk muttered seriously, is that one of Ignition's swords, White Hour? The look in Mihawk's eyes showed a feeling of joy upon seeing the image of Arihan. Is that a sword classified as a higher grade sword than supreme grade swords? Ogata also muttered seriously, what a beautiful sword. I wonder, how is the power of a sword that can release such a powerful force upon finding its owner? Giant muttered. All the swordsmen who were watching this meeting at the moment were staring with serious eyes at the image of Arihan. The person in the picture is a leader of the Royal Palace Guard Department. Her name is Ari Honorable. As you can see, he is a swordsman and also he is the strongest swordsman in the Fortis Kingdom. His own strength, I have said before, he has the same level of power as Urek Mazino. Those two are the two individuals with the highest level of power in our kingdom. How does that compare to the strength of the current best swordsman in the world, Dracul Mihawk? Mihawk? Hancock asked with interest as she continued to eat her dish leisurely. This question immediately aroused everyone's interest, especially Mihawk. Even though Mihawk knew himself that it was possible that this person's strength was stronger than his. However, there was no anger or strangeness in the look in his eyes. There was only a look of joy at this moment in his eyes. That's quite an interesting question, Ars said and continued, though Mihawk has strong strength as well as great swordsmanship. However, when compared to Ari Honorable, I'm not sure he can win in that battle. Well, you must be quite curious about this, right? I myself have given a condition that must be met by Mihawk. Mihawk himself wants to fight with Ari Honorable. However, Arihan has currently been given a mission by me and as long as it's not important, I won't withdraw her from that mission. However, as long as Mihawk can complete the conditions set by me to him, he will be able to fight with Arihan. These words from Ars immediately caught everyone's interest. The battle between Dracul Mihawk and Arihan? It will be the most spectacular battle if this happens. Morgans, who was currently watching the live broadcast, exclaimed crazily. Not only him, but everyone, even the Ocean Emperors, Marines, and the world government were interested in the battle. A condition? Meanwhile, for those who do not know about the conditions given by Ars, they ask about those conditions. Wait. One of the spectators in the Proton's kingdom suddenly shouted, if the strength of Lord Arihan is stronger than Dracul Mihawk. Doesn't that mean? The audience paused for a moment and continued, the title of the world's strongest swordsman should have changed, shouldn't it? Everyone who was there immediately fell silent hearing this, even Mihawk, who was currently there silently listening to the words of the audience until he chuckled. Even though Mihawk's laughter was very small. However, because the surroundings were currently quiet, the sound of laughter immediately caught everyone's attention. Dracul Mihawk. The onlooker who had previously said such a thing had his face full of fear. The title of the best swordsman in the world? Dracul Mihawk said, this is interesting. I'm not interested in the title either. It's okay for him to take the title. However, Mihawk's gaze became very serious. One day, I will definitely get it back. Everyone there was silent listening to Mihawk's words. Oh. Suddenly, there was an excited scream. Questions of war. One of the reporters who were there immediately shouted excitedly, Dracul Mihawk, declaration of war to Arihan. The strongest swordsman in the world right now. I have to tell this to headquarters. Fufufufa, declaration of war? This gets very interesting. I think I'll need to spend a lot of time in the future to be able to watch the battle live, said Doflamingo as he looked at Mihawk. Look. The next image has appeared. Everyone refocused their gaze on the image of a person who had just appeared. The person had a very burly appearance, golden hair in the middle of his head, and wore clothes that were similar to those of a soldier. Just through his gaze, everyone watching was intimidated. Even Whitebeard and Gdu immediately returned the gaze seriously. If Arihan can be described as someone who is very graceful, Mazino can be described as someone who is mischievous, but for this person he can be described as someone who is very serious about something. The next person is our royal higher-ups who are in the Royal Palace Guard Department. He was one of the members there. His name is Calivan. His strength is weaker compared to Mazino and Arihan before. However, his strength is comparable to Hashirama Senju's. The onlookers couldn't help but feel shocked upon learning of Calivan's level of power. Currently, with the appearance of Calivan, there are already 4 people who possess an extremely terrifying level of power in the Fortis Kingdom. The Grosai who were currently watching had started breaking out in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock who were watching live in the same room as ours had feelings full of excitement. Their decision to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom proved to be the right one. Only with Hashirama's presence, they could feel security from various kinds of attacks. However, currently there are 4 people who have appeared and their level of strength is the same as Hashirama's, and there are even 2 who are scarier than Hashirama. Meanwhile, the kings watching from various kingdoms could only stare at Elizabeth II and the others with envious eyes. They are also currently starting to arrange plans to be able to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom regardless of the conditions. They will surely fulfill it. Especially at this time they still think that they still have hope. The picture then resumes and shows a beautiful woman with black hair tied on the left side of her body with a red headband. The woman hugged her hands while smiling sweetly towards the front. A woman? She is so beautiful. Is that woman also one of the people in that department? Various kinds of reactions were immediately shown by everyone who watched. Men are more focused on the beauty of the woman, while the women are more focused on the strength possessed by the woman. Even Hancock did the same thing. That woman. She is so beautiful. Chitin, who was currently watching in the meeting room, subconsciously commented. HMPH. Jian, who is beside her, even though Jian always refuses proposals from Chitin on weekdays. However, because the activity has been going on almost every day, Jian would certainly be very sensitive if anyone other than him got a response from Chitin. Chitin, who heard Jian's sniffling sound, immediately woke up and immediately looked at Jian frantically. Don't get me wrong, Jian. I just praise him. After all, you are prettier than her and you are the only woman in my heart. Nonsense. You go out of my life and go after this woman. Don't bother me for now. This. Chitin sighed, okay, even though Chitin said so. However, in his heart he wouldn't do it and would try to apologize after this. The higher-ups from the Navy saw this every day and didn't really care about it. Still the same as before. This person is a member of the Royal Palace Guard Department. She has a level of strength on par with Hashirama Senju. Her name is Yuriha. I hope for anyone who meets her, please don't do anything weird with her, especially for men. She really likes to destroy things, especially the men who stare at him with perverted eyes, Ars said with a smile. Ars's words instantly chilled all the men watching, while the women were very excited about this. They even look at their partner and that look is like, try it if you want to. All the men who received those gazes could only suppress their saliva and immediately shook their heads. They immediately recorded in their minds not to dare to do anything to the woman. The picture then continues with a picture of a man with a very muscular body holding an axe in his right hand, and the axe is placed on the man's shoulder. The man's gaze instantly made everyone watching him feel despised, especially for Gdu. Whoa, such a nice gaze. That gaze was like seeing a living being inferior to him. I admit it. If I meet you, I have to destroy that gaze. Gdu said excitedly. The next person is still the same as before. He is also a member of the Royal Palace Guard Department. His name is Iskander. His strength is on par with Hashirama Senju right now. No one was surprised by the level of strength Iskander possessed due to his size and stout body shape, while his gaze was extremely intimidating. Ars continued by lowering the next image and showed a man with a serious look while wearing a black yukata and holding a sword that was wrapped in smoldering flames. The gazes of all the swordsmen immediately became serious upon seeing this person's appearance, especially staring at the sword held by that person. Boss, that sword. Isn't that sword almost like yours? Bonk asked with a surprised face. Yes, Shanks nodded and continued, however, I'm sure the power of the sword is not only at that level, its power is definitely higher than it currently displays. However, the sword is of a higher grade compared to supreme grade swords. There's no way the fire that was released was only that far. A power like red hair? Mihawk's eyes became very serious. The next person is the last member of the Palace Guard Department. The Palace Guard Department only has 1 leader and 4 members. However, their strength was enough to make them only 5 people in the department. The last member's name is Yamamoto Genri Yuzai. Just like Arihan before. He is currently a great swordsman, even though his strength is weaker than Arihan's. However, his strength is on par with Hashirama Senju. If you are wondering the power comparison between Yamamoto Genri Uzai and Dracul Mihawk, their strength in the field of swordsmanship could probably be said to be on par. However, if the two of them fought at full strength, I can guarantee that Dracul Mihawk will be defeated very easily. Everyone was shocked again about the news. There are already 2 people who can currently defeat Mihawk. Although it cannot be said the truth because there has not been a battle involved. However, hearing that Yamamoto Genri Uzai's strength is equal to Hashirama Senju's, it can be said that Yamamoto Genri Uzai's strength is stronger than Whitebeard. Whitebeard's strength is stronger than Dracul Mihawk. This means that currently there are 2 swordsmen whose strength is stronger than Mihawk. Mihawk, who was previously in second place as the best swordsman in the world, today has shifted to become the 3rd best swordsman in the world. Mihawk currently does not have angry or sad emotions because his position has been deposed, and even deposed too far from his original position. Mihawk was currently filled with excitement. The boredom he previously had from never meeting an opponent equal or even stronger than his had finally disappeared. Mihawk finally got what he had been looking for. Hueco 3rd position? I don't think it's bad. Mihawk's gaze became more serious. I don't think it's over yet. There must still be some people who haven't been shown up yet. I wonder, where will I be after all the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom are introduced? This is getting more and more interesting, Mihawk muttered. Mihawk currently feels that the time spent by him watching this meeting is not in vain. Even Mihawk feels that the decision made by him at this time is a worthy decision. Mama. There are many strong people in Fortis Kingdom, Big Mom said excitedly, then she looked at her children. Anyway, we have to get a cooperative relationship with them even if we can. We have to be able to bind one of their high-ranking royals to be able to marry us. All of you have to get ready. Whoever the royals are from the Fortis Kingdom, you must be able to marry even one person. Do you understand? Big Mom's eyes showed a serious look and there was no rebuttal. We got it, Mama. All the kids from Big Mom's family, even though they were given a choice. However, they can only answer one answer, namely approval. This is because of their fear of Big Mom. However, even so, they will also be very happy if their kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. As long as cooperation can be achieved, they would be able to live safely from now on. However, some of them, especially Katakuri, felt that it would be difficult if not impossible for them to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. This was because Katakuri had received information about the refusal received by several kingdoms who wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Before they could even speak to King Fortis directly, they had already been rejected by Elizabeth II. The Fortis Royal Palace Guard Department is finally finished, Aru said calmly. We will proceed to the department headed by Hashirama Senju, which is the Intelligence Department. Everyone's interest was instantly revived upon learning that the next department was the Intelligence Department, which was headed directly by Hashirama. Hashirama's name itself is very famous in this world. It was very difficult to find someone who didn't know Hashirama. Like the name itself, the Intelligence Department is a department that deals with information gathering and others. However, never consider this department weak, because this department is one of our kingdom's military departments, or it can be said as the combat department of our kingdom. In this department there is one leader and there are 6 representatives, each of which covers an ocean area in this world. Alright, let's get started. Everyone regained their composure and waited patiently for ours to show the higher-ups from the department. Despite its name, it is the Intelligence Department, which is the task of gathering information. However, because they heard that this department was the combat department of the Fortis Kingdom, no one dared to underestimate the department even if it was only the Intelligence Department. Chapter 75, The Higher-Ups of the Intelligence Department. Finally it's my department's turn, Hashirama exclaimed excitedly, looking at the projector screen. Everyone who was there smiled with the antics of Hashirama. Everyone who was there was very familiar with Hashirama, especially those who had interacted with him. Hashirama, if not his time on duty, Hashirama is a very cheerful person and also full of laughter. However, if the task time, Hashirama's personality will change 0 degrees compared to his current personality. It's hard to believe that someone with a bounty of over 3 billion berries would have this trait. Sandersonia said with a smile. Hashirama is that kind of person, Ina said with a smile. During the current time is not her duty time. Hashirama is a very cheerful person and also very pleasant to talk to. I wonder how the people of the world will react, especially the world government, knowing the nature of Hashirama? Marigold said with a small smile. Finally, the image on the projection screen immediately showed a photo of Hashirama smiling at the screen. I think many people know him already, Ars said with a smile. As you know, his name was Hashirama Senju and the world today knows him as the Crownless Emperor, Hashirama Senju, with a bounty of 3,976,098,000 berries. He is the incumbent of the Fortis Kingdom's intelligence department head. Oh. Everyone who knew Hashirama immediately exclaimed excitedly, especially for Whitebeard's children, who knew Hashirama very well, immediately shouted with joy. Hashirama was a person they had a good relationship with. Hashirama's appearance was something fun for them. Image finally resumed. Since Hashirama was already quite famous, many people were very familiar with him. The image finally stopped on a man with a serious look. The man had white hair and also had a red double mark on his face. The next person is the deputy head of the intelligence department who holds the New World Ocean region. That means this person is in control of our intelligence forces in the New World region. His name is Tobirama Senju. Tobirama is the younger brother of Hashirama Senju, and the power possessed by Tobirama Senju itself is very strong. His strength is comparable to that of a sea emperor. Boom. Ars's words immediately made everyone shocked by the information. Is that true, Hashirama-san? Jinbai, who was beside Hashirama, immediately asked with a face full of surprise. Of course, Hashirama said with a smile, my little brother is a strong person. Even though her strength is weaker than mine, he is superior in the field of thought and others. You could say he's scarier than me. Everyone there except for the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom were shocked by the information. Gorurura, I didn't expect Hashirama to have a younger brother as great as him, Whitebeard said excitedly. Aren't you the same, Oyaji? You also have a great little brother. Marco said with a slightly sad face. Oyaji has a younger brother? How come I just found out about this? Ace asked in confusion. That's natural, Ace Jaws said in a slightly sad tone. Oyaji has a younger brother. Although not related by blood with Oyaji. Oyaji's little brother has as close a bond as we do. Oyaji's younger brother's name is Kazuki Oden. He's dead now. Vista continued. The position you currently hold is the position previously held by Oden. Marco paused and continued. However, due to some events in the past, he had to leave the ship and he is currently dead. Die? Ace was quite surprised to hear this. Oden will never die, Whitebeard suddenly said. Oden will always live. Even though he is currently dead. Our passion and memory of him will always live on. As long as we can keep Oden in our minds. Oden will never die. The sadness that previously covered the entire Whitebeard pirate group, especially the members who had been in close contact with Oden, immediately returned to the spirit. While the other members, especially Ace, are quite curious about this. However, given the previous situation, they relax their urge to ask. The picture then resumes and a man with long yellow hair is seen smiling towards the front. The man's smile instantly melted the hearts of every woman who saw it. Ooh, he's so cute, murmured one of the viewers. Is he a senior too? I wonder, is it possible he has a partner or not? While the men directly looked at their wives and seen a large number of them stared at the man with affectionate eyes. All the men who already have a partner stare directly at the picture with a look full of hatred and hostility. He is someone who holds the title of fastest in our kingdom. Fastest? Kizaru, who heard this, was immediately interested, and previously Kizaru's lazy sitting position straightened up. Rarely do you get interested in anything, Admiral Kizaru, a vice admiral said jokingly. This is quite interesting to me, Kizaru said in a low tone. If he is said to be a higher up from the Fortis Kingdom title as the fastest, there is not something nonsense. I'm interested. Who is faster? Me or her? Not only Kizaru, several people who were fighting relying on his speed were quite interested in the person who appeared. The title he holds is Yellow Lightning. He holds a fief in the Grand Line for information gathering. His name is Nemikaze Minato. He is a Yellow Lightning who hails from the Fortis Kingdom. The speed. Ars paused for a moment and smiled. I assure you, even Admiral Kizaru, who is said to be the fastest person in the world, it won't be possible to keep up with its speed or even catch it as long as Minato doesn't allow it. This statement instantly silenced everyone. All the eyes of the Marines in the meeting room immediately turned to look at Kizaru, whose eyes became serious. I'm also quite interested in this. Borsalino, what do you think? Aokiji asked with great interest. This is so shocking, I can't catch it. Maybe we can try it the next time we meet him, Yellow Lightning. Sengoku muttered, could it be that Minato's power is related to Lightning's ability? It's possible, Tsuru nodded. However, we can't say that this Minato has the lightning power that comes from a devil fruit. It is possible that this lightning ability is related to chakra power. The image finally resumes and shows a man with half his face covered and only his eyes showing. The women who watched were immediately attracted to the man. Even though his face is half covered. Just through his gaze, the women knew that the man in the picture was extremely handsome. He's so handsome, Jian muttered in a low tone. This praise given by Jian was like a direct stab into Chitin's heart. Especially during this time, Jian never praised anyone. The next person is someone who holds the territory for information gathering in the East Blue region. East Blue? Garp, Rayleigh, Yasup, and Shanks were immediately intrigued by this. Even though Shanks wasn't from the East Blue. However, Shanks has many acquaintances there, especially there is a child that Shanks really likes there. His name is Hatake Kakashi. He is someone with the nickname as the Thousand Abilities Kakashi from the Fortis Kingdom. His strength can at least be on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. 1,000 abilities. Mumbled many parties. 7 warlords of the sea? 1,000 abilities. Marco muttered, could it be chakra related? That's likely. Whitebeard nodded, after all, Hashirama told us. As long as one can have 5 chakra attributes. He can use various abilities. The point is that the person can control the power of his chakra and also has extensive knowledge. Does that mean Kakashi is a 5-element chakra user? That's really amazing, Izo said with a surprised face. Conversation between Whitebeard's pirate group is also the same as the conversation between the world government and the navy. The potential of this power called chakra is terrifying. Masato said seriously, a person can have more than 1,000 abilities. That's not normal. How do we manage this guy's bounty? Higher than Hashirama? Sonoda asked calmly. I think it's better to be lower, Yasunori said, even though this Hatake Kakashi has more abilities than Hashirama. However, these abilities are not necessarily as strong as Hashirama's. In addition, the power of Hatake Kakashi is also stated to be only limited to 7 warlords of the sea. We don't need to charge a higher price than Hashirama. Master over 1,000 abilities. I'm interested, maybe I can meet him while on vacation to East Blue, Garp muttered while smirking at Sengoku. Hey, Sengoku, don't say that. Garp. Before Garp could finish his sentence, Sengoku had already cut him off. You won't get a vacation. The current ocean is still in an unstable state, especially with the presence of the Fortis Kingdom. Many people are currently starting to run to become a pirate. The current condition of the Grand Line is very concerning. You can't get the vacation you want. Che, you're boring. Garp pursed his lips and resumed watching the meeting that took place. The image finally resumed and currently shows a man with a scar on the side of his face and short black hair. The next person is the one who holds the West Blue territory. He held the position of deputy head of the intelligence department of the West Blue region. His name is Obito Uchiha. His strength is at least stronger than Kakashi's, or it can be said his strength is equivalent to a right hand of the Emperor of the Ocean. Not many were surprised by this information because previously there was a lot of information that was quite surprising to them. The picture finally resumes and shows a man in a black robe with a red frying pan sitting on a rock with only half of his face showing. This person still has a kinship with the previous person. He held the South Blue region and his position in the intelligence department was the deputy head of the West Blue region's intelligence department. His name is Itachi Uchiha. Family relation? Everyone is quite interested in this, especially Doflamingo, who places great importance on his family over others. The image has finally resumed and currently shows a smiling young man on the screen. The smiling face of the young man again attracted the interest of every woman who watched the meeting. The last higher-up that was in the intelligence department was this person. He still has a family relationship with Obito Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. His name is Shishui Uchiha and he holds the position of deputy head of the intelligence department, and the territory he holds is North Blue. The addition of this family relationship immediately attracted everyone's interest. The world government, navy, revolutionary army, as well as other armies are interested in this. There are even a large number of parties currently sending their troops to trace the whereabouts of this family, especially for the current world government. They have sent a large number of their agents to trace the whereabouts of this family. Okay. The intelligence department is done. We will enter the navy department of the Fortis Kingdom. In this department there are 1 vice-admiral and 4 vice-admirals who hold the highest positions in the Royal Fortis Navy. You will be quite surprised by who holds the post of Marine Admiral of our kingdom. Surprised? Everyone was immediately curious about this word from Mars. Chapter 76, Fortis Kingdom's higher-ups, Department of the Navy. Okay. Let's start with the Navy Department, R said while controlling the computer he was currently using. The image instantly changed to an image of a woman who looked like a child in black clothes. The woman has appearance of green hair and a sweet face. However, the gaze shown by the woman was very sharp. A child? One of the audience members inquired, perplexed. A small child? Atoheim also asked confusedly, then looked at Loelmana who was beside her. Is she also a high-ranking official from your kingdom? That's right, Loelmana nodded and continued. Please don't misunderstand just yet. Even though that woman had the body of a child. However, she is almost the same age as us. It can be said that the growth of that woman is obstructed. I see. Atoheim nodded and sighed. Hey. A child? Isn't King Fortis joking? Doflamingo laughed as he stared at the image of the woman. I'm sure many of you think the woman in this picture is a child, right? You're wrong if you think of her as a child. Aras paused and continued, this woman's name is Tatsumaki. She was someone who held the post of an admiral in the Fortis Kingdom. She is Admiral Tatsumaki from the Fortis Kingdom. What? Everyone was immediately shocked by this information. The child. That child. Is an admiral? How could it be? Even Garp, who was very calm while eating, was immediately surprised to hear this information. Garp didn't expect that a woman who looked so weak was a marine admiral. Gorer Artilda, an admiral? The kingdom of Fortis is truly a very interesting place. Whitebeard laughed after his shock was gone. Never judge a book by its cover. Likewise, never judge someone just by their appearance. Even though Tatsumaki looked like a child, it was because Tatsumaki's growth was obstructed. She's the same age as me. As for her strength, Tatsumaki has the same strength as Hashirama, Caliban, Yuri, Eskiner, and also Yamamoto. Genri Uzior said calmly, also, as a warning to you guys. Tatsumaki is very emotional, especially when it comes to height. I hope you never bring up this issue when you talk to her. Otherwise, even I have a difficult time calming her down. Power on par with Hashirama? Oi, is this a joke? Doflamingo say this with a face full of surprise. Even though Doflamingo had a family whose appearance was like that of a child. However, Sugar was someone who wasn't part of the combat division, and her combat strength wasn't even worth mentioning. It could be said that Sugar herself was almost like Tatsumaki, who had the body of a child. But what separates the two of them is their strength. Where can King Fortis find people like this? Noda asked in confusion, while his face was full of a gloomy expression. Because up until now, the people that King Fortis had brought up possessed extremely terrifying powers. God damn it. If only we were the first to meet them. We could have controlled this entire ocean area. Ogata said coldly. Hey, boss. How do you feel about fighting Tatsumaki? Yasup asked with a grin. Dahahaha. Of Kulwin, Shanks said proudly, however, it's better not to do it. I am afraid that if I won, you guys would have said that I won because I beat a child. Ha. Just say it, boss. You will lose, Ben Bachman said with a smile. Don't spoil the mood, Ben. That's less interesting, Shanks said with a frown. There's no need to make boring excuses, boss. You will definitely lose if you fight with that woman. Ha. Building Snake burst out laughing. It's so hard to believe, Shaki, who was currently watching on Sabery Island, commented. 3 women have appeared, and 2 of them have the power to defeat Whitebeard. The world will go through a lot of changes after this. Yes, Rayleigh nodded, I guess. I'm so lucky to have had such a long life. Rayleigh sighed, too bad Drog will be excited to see this era. What is it? Do you have the desire to become a pirate again? Shaki asked while raising her brow. Forget it. Rayleigh shook his head. I'm getting old. There is no longer a ship that can accommodate an old man like me. It's better to watch young people create their own era. Also, Rayleigh paused and continued, I'm interested in what's going to happen in the future, especially regarding the predictions we got earlier. Rayleigh paused again and continued, could it be that the king that Shia Early said a few years ago was King Fortis? But maybe not him either. Not him? Shaki raised his eyebrows. Yes. The king that Shia Early previously told us was someone who was born in the East Blue and would sail there, Rayleigh said, but considering the current state and situation of King Fortis, I don't think it's him. Rayleigh stepped back and said, is it possible? The prediction Shriley got at that time was wrong? Shaki was quite interested in this and continued, if you want to directly confirm this, why don't you ask the person directly? Forget it, Rayleigh said, shaking his head, whatever happens in the future. It's none of my business. It's better to enjoy the time off now. Time off? Shaki raised his brow and continued, don't forget, you still owe me a lot, and it's a huge amount. If you want, go to the Fortis Kingdom and apply for a job there as a construction worker or whatever there is. You can get a comfortable job there, as well as a comfortable home for us to live in. In the future, Fortis Kingdom will become the center of the world. We will try to open our business there. Working? There are no way people know, but Shaki suddenly said firmly, even though you are now elderly, you still have enough strength to do various kinds of work. Also, working in the Fortis Kingdom isn't bad either. You can earn quite a lot of money that you can use freely. I won't lend you any more money and also give you free drinks if you stay here. Rayleigh's face was full of pressure upon hearing this. Rayleigh then sighed, alright. However, if I have the house, you can consider my debt paid off, right? Aratilda, as long as you can provide me with a comfortable residence in the Fortis Kingdom. I don't mind it. Shaki smiled. The image finally resumes and shows a man in a red battle suit with an intimidating look and long black hair. This guy. He looks really familiar, Tsuru muttered seriously. You thought about that too, Tsuru-chan? Garp asked with a face full of surprise. It's not just the two of you, Sengoku said seriously. I feel like I've seen this person's face somewhere, not just seen. Kainyo, who was previously silent, suddenly said, this person's face is almost like the people with the Uchiha name before. Oh, yes. That's right. Garp nodded quickly. He does have the same face as them. Does that mean this person is an Uchiha too? Jian asked with great interest. Fufafu, is he an Uchiha? This is getting interesting, Doflamingo said with a grin. Also, his position is Vice Admiral. Is it possible that his strength is stronger than the previous Uchiha? Hey, I was wondering, the man you are looking at now is the Royal Navy Vice Admiral Fortis. He has a kinship with the previous three people. His name is Madara Uchiha. This person's strength can be said to be on par with Hashirama Senju's. Everyone was shocked again by the appearance of someone with a level of strength like Hashirama's. Even though they had seen several people whose strength was on par with Hashirama's. However, they couldn't help but feel surprised because they didn't expect that the Fortis Kingdom housed so many individuals with such a terrifying level of power. The Grosai who watched the meeting felt more and more that their earlier decision to follow R's orders was correct. Because if they do not follow the order, they will be crushed this time. Are we to increase the speed of our research in the ancient weapon Pluton as well as the other three types of weapons? Masato said seriously. We can't let ourselves be in this situation anymore. How are Lucci and the others doing? They still haven't found it? Ogata asked seriously. It's hard for them to move right now, Yasunori said. Water 7 Island currently has transactions with the Fortis Kingdom. They are afraid that if they make a move, the Fortis Kingdom will respond. This is a difficult choice for us, Noda said with a frown. Rather than thinking about the search for Pluto's design, it is preferable if we concentrate all of our efforts on locating the other three types of weapons. As long as we can get some of those weapons. We don't need Pluton weapons because we've got our balance, so Noda stated solemnly. The image eventually changes back to a man with a dark skin tone and several tattoos on his face. The man's hair also looks disheveled and long until it touches his back. It can be said that the man's hair is similar to the hair of Madara Uchiha. The next man also holds positions like Madara Uchiha. His name is Acnologia, and he is the Vice Admiral of the Royal Navy. Acnologia and Madara are the Vice Admiral of the Royal Navy. His strength level is on par with Madara Uchiha. Another one appeared with a power level equal to Hashirama's. Ogata's face became extremely ugly. How many people with Hashirama Senju's level of power are in that kingdom? The image finally drops back and now shows a man with a blank stare. The man's skin was white, and his skull was still attached to the left side of his head. The man also had some sort of green line tattooed under his eyes. What stood out the most about the man's appearance was a sword mounted on the left side of his body. Mihawk, who was now watching, showed an exciting expression again. Mihawk's gaze was currently showing an expression of joy because the swordsman had finally reappeared. Not only Mihawk but every swordsman who was watching was immediately excited to see the swordsman's reappearance. As you may have guessed, the next person is a swordsman from the Fortis Kingdom. He held the post of Vice Admiral of the Fortis Kingdom. His strength level was lower compared to Hashirama as well as some of the previous people. However, he is still stronger than the current Sea Emperor. If you are wondering about swordsmanship, he's on par with Mihawk. However, if fighting at full strength, I can guarantee that Dracul Mihawk will lose to him. Boom. The information was full of surprises and came back to everyone who was watching. Currently, 2 swordsmen have appeared in the Fortis Kingdom, and each of them has a level of strength that exceeds Mihawk. They didn't expect someone to reappear with a level of swordsmanship that surpassed Mihawk's. Hey! Doesn't this imply, if what King Fortis said is true, that means Dracul Mihawk are currently in 4th place, right? Exclaimed one of the Spect of the Prudence Kingdom. 4th place? Mihawk could clearly hear the voices of the audience and then smiled, saying, this is getting more interesting than before. I guess I won't be bored for a while. Mihawk's gaze was currently filled with passion to challenge someone, even though he knew that it would be difficult to meet them unless he could fulfill the conditions given by Rs. However, the feeling of wanting to fight right now could not be hidden by Mihawk. Hey. Your determination can be felt right here, you know. Doflamingo smirked, looking at Mihawk. Doflamingo could sense Mihawk's desire to fight with the people who had appeared earlier, particularly the swordsman, through his observation haki. 4th place? Jian, who was currently watching, also muttered under her breath, I never thought there would be a time when someone who once sat at the highest peak would be demoted like this. The image finally resumed, and at this time someone's figure appeared. All the men were immediately excited. Because what appeared at this time was a stunning woman with a gorgeous body. The woman had blue hair and wore a white army uniform which was quite tight on the body. The woman also carried a weapon. A female swordsman? Jian's gaze immediately showed interest upon seeing the woman. Mihawk is also quite interested in the appearance of the woman because she is a swordsman. Lastly, for the Navy Department. She was a woman who held the post of Vice Admiral. The level of strength that this woman possessed alone was less than that of the previous ones. Her strength can be said to be equivalent to 7 warlords of the sea. You saw her holding a sword, didn't you? Even though she's a swordsman, that is not her main strength. She only uses the sword as her sidearm. Even so, she should not be underestimated in terms of her sword skills. She's strong enough to kill pirates with a bounty of hundreds with just her sword, Dars explained calmly, adding, her name is Esdeath. She is Royal Navy Vice Admiral Fortis, not a full-fledged swordsman. Mihawk's interest instantly disappeared upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Giant's interest in Esdeath increases when she finds out that her strength is not only in the power of his sword but also in other powers. Giant's attraction is because she rarely finds a woman who has strength equal to or even higher than hers. Giant herself had now decided that Esdeath's strength was on par with hers. However, Giant was unaware that Esdeath's true power was terrifying even against H. The level of Esdeath's own strength was reduced by ours because Esdeath's physical strength was terrible. If her physical strength was at least on par with Giant's, Esdeath's power can be on par with a Sea Emperor. This was due to her terrifying ice power. Even Esdeath's ice power could freeze time and space. Okay. We're done with the Navy. We will proceed to our Royal Army Department. If the Navy has to protect the Fortis Kingdom from threats in the ocean area, the Army will guard the Fortis Kingdom from threats from within the kingdom. While explaining, Ars also operated his computer, saying, the Army has fewer high-ranking officers in contrast to the Navy. However, they also possessed a rather terrifying level of power. They are led by a general and 2 deputy generals. Chapter 77, Fortis Kingdom's higher-ups, Army Department. The explanation from Ars left everyone speechless. They finally learned how terrifying the Fortis Kingdom was. If only the previously mentioned higher-ups, if one is in a kingdom, that kingdom will be safe from all kinds of threats. The Fortis Kingdom, on the other hand, had a large number of them, not to mention the higher-ups who would be introduced at this time. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune were currently in the meeting room. The 3 of them feel that their decision to join the Fortis Kingdom and forget the threat from the previous world government was the right one. At this moment, after coming out of this meeting room, they felt very confident. Not a single power dared to threaten the territory of their kingdom. While Hancock and the others were ecstatic, all of the world's major powers were speechless in the face of the number of people wielding terrifying levels of power in the Fortis Kingdom. Even Gorosei's side at this time out say anything. Just the people from the Palace Guard Department alone were enough to destroy the entire army they had, even the Marines. But right now, it's not only the Royal Palace Guard Department but the Intelligence Department, Navy Department, and Army Department that are ready to guard the Fortis Kingdom and prepare to attack anyone who dares to fight against it. Doflamingo, who was currently watching with his gaze, became even crazier than before. Doflamingo has even begun to devise plans to make the kingdom he leads join the Fortis Kingdom, even if he has to subdue himself. He will. The first high-ranking image for the Department of the Army appears. Everyone was shocked by the figure of a gorgeous woman with yellow hair in a bun. The woman was wearing iron armor and holding a very beautiful sword in front of her. The sword was plunged into the ground. Swordsman again? Exclaimed one of the spectators in the Ryugu Kingdom. All the swordsmen, even Mihawk, instantly stirred their interest at the sight of a female swordsman. The first woman you see in the current picture for the Army Department is the leader. Her name is Artoria Pendragon. She is an army general and as you can see, she is also a swordsman. Her strength is on par with the previous Vice Admiral Ulquiorra. On par with Vice Admiral Ulquiorra, exclaimed one of the spectators in the Prudence Kingdom with a face full of surprise. Equal to Vice Admiral Ulquiorra. Doesn't that imply his power ... stronger than Eagle Eyes? If it were stronger, that means Dracul Mihawk is currently ranked 5th. The rest of the audience in the Prudence Kingdom exclaimed. Dracul Mihawk is in 5th place? This is shocking. Kizaru was even surprised by this. Although there hasn't been a duel between Dracul Mihawk and the swordsman shown before, however, by now everyone could have already imagined that Dracul Mihawk would lose. Ars, in particular, said it directly. They have a high sense of trust in the words of Ars. Ara a 5th place? I wonder how the Dracul Mihawk will react. I'm sure he must be watching this show, right? Aokiji muttered with interest. The picture finally continues and displays a man in a tight blue cloth with blue hair. The guy stood with a smirk on his face, holding a blood-red spear in his right hand. The next person is the Deputy General of the Army. His name is Kuchilane. He was a very powerful spearman. Its power is equal to the previously seen Artoria Pendragon. Equal? Ars's words again shocked everyone. With the appearance of 2 more people. That meant the number of people with the strength level of a Sea Emperor had increased in the Fortis Kingdom. The image is then resumed. There was not much response regarding Kuchilane's introduction. Although there was a feeling of surprise, it was natural for someone to be surprised when someone with the same level of strength as the Emperor of the Sea appeared. When the next image appears, the faces of all the spectators immediately become strange. Because what showed up next was a young woman. The woman had short brown hair and was currently smiling. Another woman? Is this a higher up too? Don't take it lightly, Sengoku said seriously. Did you guys forget the previous one? When we were introduced to Admiral Tatsumaki, we also underestimated her because of her appearance. The possibility that this woman also possesses a terrifying power is terrifying. There's no way King Fortis would give the post of Deputy General to a young woman who doesn't have any power. Many people have the same thoughts as Sengoku. No one dared underestimate the woman who appeared. The last high-ranking officer for army departments. She was known as Deputy General Maple. Even though she had a body that was still like a child's. However, make no mistake. She is similar to Admiral Tatsumaki. She experienced a decline in physical growth. Her age is the same as ours, said calmly and continued, Vice General Maple has powerful strength. However, it is different from the other high-ranking officers of the Fortis Kingdom, whose main focus attacks. Maple's strength is more focused on defense. Jaws was immediately intrigued by this. Jaws is known as the Diamond Man. He is said to have the strongest defense in this world due to his ability to manipulate his body to turn into a diamond. Exclamation mark tilde. Does anyone else specialize in defense? I'm interested in whose defense is stronger. Me or her? Kdu asked while grinning excitedly. Of course you are, Kdu-san, Jack said proudly, you are the strongest being in this world. That mere woman? She doesn't deserve to be mentioned. The king and queen who were there were silent and didn't say anything. Mama. A strong defense? I'm interested. Can she withstand my full attack? Big Mom asked with a grin. I am also interested, Mama, Promethea said with a smile. I wonder if she can survive my fire attack. Don't forget me too, Zeus added. Many of you may be wondering about the level of defensive power that Deputy General Maple possesses. Well, I'll give an example. If Maple is confronted by someone, well, suppose an admiral. We'll take Admiral Kizaru as an example. Kizaru, who heard this immediately, sat up straight. If Deputy General Maple is confronted by Admiral Kizaru, I can guarantee it. Even though Kizaru used his Devil Fruit ability at full power, it's still not enough to break the defense of Deputy General Maple, said calmly. How could it be? The previously calm Kizaru immediately replied with a face full of disbelief. It wasn't just him right now who was shocked by the information. Everyone watching was shocked by the information. Everyone knew how strong a Marine Admiral was. Just one person, if they used all their strength, could have destroyed an island very easily. However, now there is someone. That person was not a man with big muscles. Rather a woman who appeared to have no strength at all could withstand a full blow from an admiral without taking any damage. Although this is only 3 words from ours, there is no evidence whatsoever. However, no one believed that this was a fabricated lie, especially since Maple had been assigned to the army department and held the position of deputy general there. This meant that Maple herself had the power to help her sit in that position, and it wasn't a joke made by ours. After all, everyone was also convinced that ours couldn't possibly make a joke at a big event like this. Only a fool would do that. Okay. The higher-ups who were in the battle division section finally finished. We will go into the section of the higher-ups who are related to the document department and others. These higher-ups wouldn't focus on the battle. However, they were more focused on the development flow of the Fortis Kingdom. However, even so, there were also several higher-ups whose strength was on par with Ulquiorra's and the others. I hope you can look forward to it. Tarz's words instantly made everyone fall silent again, especially Gorosei. They previously thought that the higher-ups, who possessed terrifying combat power, were finished. However, they did not expect that there was more that had not been introduced. Unlucky. How many strong people are on their side? Masato said furiously, as he was filled with fear. This kingdom. Rayleigh was watching and said, they are truly a frightening kingdom. Rayleigh muttered, I guess. It's not bad to apply for a job. Is there anything else? Mihawk muttered under his breath, I hope. There are still more swordsmen out there. Is there anything else? This is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo said it with an excited look. How many strong people are on their side? Crocodile, who was watching, was also now full of cold sweat. He could not have expected that the Fortis Kingdom would have so many people with terrifying powers there. This kingdom. Sengoku couldn't even say anything. We're lucky they're not pirates. Scarp, who was usually calm, immediately said solemnly, if they become pirates. I can't guarantee it. There's a power that can destroy them. Even if we unite together. It's impossible to destroy them. Yeah. Tsuru nodded and said, in the future ... we can't provoke them. Even if the world government asks us to attack. We'd better never do it except for Whitebeard. All the emperors of the sea, as well as the revolutionary army, were stunned by R's words. They had all now come to a decision together. The decision was never to provoke the Fortis Kingdom. Even Do and Big Mom love war and are not afraid of anything. They had one thought in their heads. Never provoke the Fortis Kingdom. But it was just a note in their minds. As long as they get the swords that the Fortis Kingdom is currently looking for. They will, for sure. They were only doing it this time because their strength was weak. If their power becomes stronger when it comes from Big Mom and Do's personalities, they will be happy to provoke the Fortis Kingdom, especially with the various benefits they can get when they rule the Fortis Kingdom. It wasn't just the two of them who had this thought. The world government agrees. As long as they get weapons from 3 types of weapons, namely Zanpakuto, Noble Phantasm, and Ignition. Also, they can get Pluto's ancient weapon designs. They would not hold back from attacking the Fortis Kingdom and taking everything they had. But what a shame. Everything they imagined would be a dream to them. But no matter how hard they try, they can never do what they want. Because they searched as long as they could, but the strength of the Fortis Kingdom was increasing day by day compared to before. If they attack now, they still have a chance to win. However, what a shame. They had been manipulated by Rs this time. They had now assumed that the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom were all in the kingdom. Even though the officials who were attending at this time were not all present, not even a quarter of the higher-ups were there now. They are fooled by their assumptions. The explanation from Rs left everyone speechless. They finally learned how terrifying the Fortis Kingdom was. If only the previously mentioned higher-ups, if one is in a kingdom, that kingdom will be safe from all kinds of threats. The Fortis Kingdom, on the other hand, had a large number of them, not to mention the higher-ups who would be introduced at this time. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune were currently in the meeting room. The 3 of them feel that their decision to join the Fortis Kingdom and forget the threat from the previous world government was the right one. At this moment, after coming out of this meeting room, they felt very confident. Not a single power dared to threaten the territory of their kingdom. While Hancock and the others were ecstatic, all of the world's major powers were speechless in the face of the number of people wielding terrifying levels of power in the Fortis Kingdom. Even Gorosei's side at this time couldn't say anything. Just the people from the Palace Guard Department alone were enough to destroy the entire army they had, even the Marines. But right now, it's not only the Royal Palace Guard Department but the Intelligence Department, Navy Department, and Army Department that are ready to guard the Fortis Kingdom and prepare to attack anyone who dares to fight against it. Doflamingo, who was currently watching with his gaze, became even crazier than before. Doflamingo has even begun to devise plans to make the kingdom he leads join the Fortis Kingdom, even if he has to subdue himself. He will. The first high-ranking image for the Department of the Army appears. Everyone was shocked by the figure of a gorgeous woman with yellow hair in a bun. The woman was wearing iron armor and holding a very beautiful sword in front of her. The sword was plunged into the ground. "Swordsman again?" exclaimed one of the spectators in the Ryugu Kingdom. All the swordsmen, even Mihawk, instantly stirred their interest at the sight of a female swordsman. The first woman you see in the current picture for the Army Department is the leader. Her name is Artoria Pendragon. She is an army general and as you can see, she is also a swordsman. Her strength is on par with the previous Vice Admiral Ulquiorra on par with Vice Admiral Ulquiorra, exclaimed one of the spectators in the Prudence Kingdom with a face full of surprise. Equal to Vice Admiral Ulquiorra. Doesn't that imply his power ... stronger than Eagle Eyes? If it were stronger, that means Dracul Mihawk is currently ranked 5th. The rest of the audience in the Prudence Kingdom exclaimed. Dracul Mihawk is in 5th place? This is shocking. Kizaru was even surprised by this. Although there hasn't been a duel between Dracul Mihawk and the swordsman shown before. However, by now everyone could have already imagined that Dracul Mihawk would lose. Rs, in particular, said it directly. They have a high sense of trust in the words of Rs. Ara a 5th place? I wonder how the Dracul Mihawk will react. I'm sure he must be watching this show, right? Aokiji muttered with interest. The picture finally continues and displays a man in a tight blue cloth with blue hair. The guy stood with a smirk on his face, holding a blood-red spear in his right hand. The next person is the Deputy General of the Army. His name is Kuchilane. He was a very powerful spearman. Its power is equal to the previously seen Artoria Pendragon equal? Rs's words again shocked everyone. With the appearance of 2 more people. That meant the number of people with the strength level of a Sea Emperor had increased in the Fortis Kingdom. The image is then resumed. There was not much response regarding Kuchilane's introduction. Although there was a feeling of surprise, it was natural for someone to be surprised when someone with the same level of strength as the Emperor of the Sea appeared. When the next image appears, the faces of all the spectators immediately become strange. because what showed up next was a young woman. The woman had short brown hair and was currently smiling. Another woman? Is this a higher up too? Don't take it lightly, Sengoku said seriously. Did you guys forget the previous one? When we were introduced to Admiral Tatsumaki, we also underestimated her because of her appearance. The possibility that this woman also possesses a terrifying power is terrifying. There's no way King Fortis would give the post of Deputy General to a young woman who doesn't have any power. Many people have the same thoughts as Sengoku. No one dared underestimate the woman who appeared. The last high-ranking officer for army departments. She was known as Deputy General Maple. Even though she had a body that was still like a child's. However, make no mistake. She is similar to Admiral Tatsumaki. She experienced a decline in physical growth. Her age is the same as ours, said calmly and continued, Vice General Maple has powerful strength. However, it is different from the other high-ranking officers of the Fortis Kingdom, whose main focus attacks. Maple's strength is more focused on defense. Jaws was immediately intrigued by this. Jaws is known as the Diamond Man. He is said to have the strongest defense in this world due to his ability to manipulate his body to turn into a diamond. Does anyone else specialize in defense? I'm interested in whose defense is stronger. Me or her? Kdu asked while grinning excitedly. Of course you are, Kdu-san, Jack said proudly, you are the strongest being in this world. That mere woman? She doesn't deserve to be mentioned. The king and queen who were there were silent and didn't say anything. Mama. A strong defense? I'm interested. Can she withstand my full attack? Big Mom asked with a grin. I am also interested, Mama, Promethea said with a smile. I wonder if she can survive my fire attack. Don't forget me too, Zeus added. Many of you may be wondering about the level of defensive power that Deputy General Maple possesses. Well, I'll give an example. If Maple is confronted by someone, well, suppose an admiral. We'll take Admiral Kizaru as an example. Kizaru, who heard this immediately, sat up straight. If Deputy General Maple is confronted by Admiral Kizaru, I can guarantee it. Even though Kizaru used his Devil Fruit ability at full power, it's still not enough to break the defense of Deputy General Maple, said calmly. How could it be? The previously calm Kizaru immediately replied with a face full of disbelief. It wasn't just him right now who was shocked by the information. Everyone watching was shocked by the information. Everyone knew how strong a Marine Admiral was. Just one person, if they used all their strength, could have destroyed an island very easily. However, now there is someone. That person was not a man with big muscles. Rather a woman who appeared to have no strength at all could withstand a full blow from an admiral without taking any damage. Although this is only through words from ours, there is no evidence whatsoever. However, no one believed that this was a fabricated lie, especially since Maple had been assigned to the Army Department and held the position of Deputy General there. This meant that Maple herself had the power to help her sit in that position, and it wasn't a joke made by ours. After all, everyone was also convinced that ours couldn't possibly make a joke at a big event like this. Only a fool would do that. Okay. The higher-ups who were in the Battle Division section finally finished. We will go into the section of the higher-ups who are related to the Document Department and others. These higher-ups wouldn't focus on the battle. However, they were more focused on the development flow of the Fortis Kingdom. However, even so, there were also several higher-ups whose strength was on par with Ulquiora's and the others. I hope you can look forward to it. Tarz's words instantly made everyone fall silent again, especially Gorosei. They previously thought that the higher-ups, who possessed terrifying combat power, were finished. However, they did not expect that there was more that had not been introduced. Unlucky. How many strong people are on their side? Masato said furiously, as he was filled with fear. This kingdom. Rayleigh was watching and said, they are truly a frightening kingdom. Rayleigh muttered, I guess. It's not bad to apply for a job. There's there anything else? Mihawk muttered under his breath, I hope. There are still more swordsmen out there. Is there anything else? This is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo said it with an excited look. How many strong people are on their side? Crocodile, who was watching, was also now full of cold sweat. He could not have expected that the Fortis Kingdom would have so many people with terrifying powers there. This kingdom. Sengoku couldn't even say anything. We're lucky they're not pirates. Scarp, who was usually calm, immediately said solemnly, if they become pirates. I can't guarantee it. There's a power that can destroy them. Even if we unite together. It's impossible to destroy them. Yeah. Tsuru nodded and said, in the future ... we can't provoke them. Even if the world government asks us to attack. We'd better never do it. Except for Whitebeard, all the emperors of the sea, as well as the Revolutionary Army, were stunned by R's words. They had all now come to a decision together. The decision was never to provoke the Fortis Kingdom. Even Do and Big Mom love war and are not afraid of anything. They had one thought in their heads. Never provoke the Fortis Kingdom. But it was just a note in their minds. As long as they get the swords that the Fortis Kingdom is currently looking for. They will, for sure. They were only doing it this time because their strength was weak. If their power becomes stronger when it comes from Big Mom and Do's personalities, they will be happy to provoke the Fortis Kingdom, especially with the various benefits they can get when they rule the Fortis Kingdom. It wasn't just the two of them who had this thought. The world government agrees. As long as they get weapons from 3 types of weapons, namely Zanpakuto, Noble Phantasm, and Ignition. Also, they can get Pluto's ancient weapon designs. They would not hold back from attacking the Fortis Kingdom and taking everything they had. But what a shame. Everything they imagined would be a dream to them. But no matter how hard they try, they can never do what they want. Because they searched as long as they could, but the strength of the Fortis Kingdom was increasing day by day compared to before. If they attack now, they still have a chance to win. However, what a shame. They had been manipulated by ours this time. They had now assumed that the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom were all in the kingdom. Even though the officials who were attending at this time were not all present, not even a quarter of the higher-ups were there now. They're fooled by their assumptions. Chapter 78, The Royal Highnesses of Fortis Kingdom Development Division, Part 1. Finally it was our turn to be introduced. Ashiki smiled. I wonder, how was my photo there? I hope your majesty puts up a good photo. All the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom, especially those whose focus was on developing the kingdom, were also looking forward to this. This meeting has been seen by many people. Of course, they want to look their best. They don't want to be known for their bad looks. The image finally appears. Unlike the previous picture, the first thing shown is the name of the department and then photos of the higher-ups. Currently the image immediately displays the name of the department along with photos of the top officials from the department. Miss Loilman. Wow. She is very beautiful. Who is she? Her beauty is almost on par with Empress Amazon Lily. Everyone, especially the men, immediately exclaimed when the photo of Loilman appeared on the projector screen. The first department to be introduced is the Department of Foreign Relations. The task of this department is to conduct a cooperative relationship discussion. For a kingdom that is the target of cooperation by our kingdom, they will first hold talks with the Department of Foreign Relations. If the conversation could be continued to the next stage, they would be able to have a direct conversation with me. In addition to having a duty to carry out discussions on cooperative relations, this department also has the task of preparing all the needs needed by the king in his departure to a region. For example, preparing a place to live and so on. Ars paused for a moment and continued. This department is led by a woman named Loilmana. For some, they may already know him because they have met him in person. The image is then continued and the next department is shown. Ms. Kaguya. She's still as graceful as her original appearance, though she is no prettier than Miss Loilmana. However, Miss Kaguya has the very graceful nature of a noble. I even think that Miss Kaguya is more of a noble than a noble herself. The next department is the Ministry of Finance. This department takes care of our kingdom's financial matters. They control incoming and outgoing funds. This department is led by a woman like the previous department. Her name is Shinigami Kaguya. The image is then continued again and is different from the previous image, which only shows one person. At the time this image appeared, you can see the name of the department as well as a chart of the people who are in charge of that department. Next is the Imperial Palace Servant Department. This department has the duty to manage the matters of the royal palace maids, both from their duties and things they need to know. The head of the department was a man named Frankenstein. While there are several subordinates who are in charge of each floor, the first floor is Ram, the second floor is Ram, the third floor is Relion, and the fourth floor is Sella. The appearance of the higher-ups in the Imperial Palace Servant Department immediately made a fuss because their appearance was very handsome, beautiful, and also sweet. Especially for Frankenstein and also Ram. This made all the men and women exclaim excitedly. As I said before, Ars paused for a moment and continued, though what was introduced this time was the Kingdom Development Division. However, there are also individuals who possess extremely strong powers. An example would be the head of the Imperial Palace Servant Department. His strength was more or less lacking compared to Hashirama and the others. However, his strength can be said to be on par with that of an ocean emperor. Everyone fell silent hearing this. However, this information left everyone speechless. Even Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune, who were watching live in the same room, couldn't help but feel shocked. Because that extremely powerful individual was a palace maid. Even though he was the head of the department. However, it was hard to imagine that a person with such terrifying strength would be willing to serve as a servant in a place. The image has finally resumed and currently shows photos of Juichiru and the others. Ha ha ha. It's finally our turn. Juichiru said excitedly. The next department is the chef's department, Ars said. This immediately caught the interest of Faked and the other chefs who were watching the meeting. Our kingdom divides the chef department into two. A chef who works in the royal palace and a chef who works in a restaurant. For the chef who works in the royal palace led by Ojima Jin. Meanwhile, there are several people who are under him, namely Juichiru, Shinomiya Kojiro, and Nakamura Azami, said Ars. How could Jin be the leader? Isn't my cooking ability greater than his? Juichiru exclaimed with a frown. I don't agree with you being the leader of our department, Juichiru Kojiro suddenly said, though I also have a hard time accepting it. However, Jin is better at leading than the two of us. I agree with this. Nezuko, who was fully watching, suddenly said, it's better to leave the leadership to Jin than you, Juichiru. Especially you have a hobby for adventure. If you become the leader, your department will be destroyed and we won't be able to get food. You too, Nezuko? Juichiru was sad to hear this. Accept it, Juichiru Hashirama said with a smile. After all, if you become the leader, you won't easily get permission from His Majesty to go on adventures. Well, if you want, we can discuss this. However, if you become a leader, let's just say, your previous permission to meet with Faked probably won't be granted by His Majesty. Juichiru suddenly woke up and immediately shook his head. No, I think His Majesty's choice is the best. I don't want to be a leader. It's boring. Everyone chuckled at this trait of Juichiru. Meanwhile, the debate between Juichiru and Kojiro was restarted due to the nature that Juichiru had shown earlier. As for the chef who works in the restaurant, they were led by Nakiri Arena. Below him are Yuka Hirasoma, Takumi Aldini, Isami Aldini, Kiro Kaibaryo, Nakiri Alice, Ayama Akira, Arato Hisako, Momo Akangakubo, and Tsukasa Izzy. Their cooking skills are great. The dishes they make are almost equivalent and some can even make dishes that are on par with the royal palace chefs. I put them to build a restaurant so that the citizens of our kingdom or the citizens who visit our kingdom can also enjoy the same food as the food we eat. The Province Kingdom's representative, the Ryuga Kingdom's representative, and the Amazonian Kingdom's representative Lily were instantly excited to hear this. Although they had the opportunity to get free food at the royal palace every time they visited. However, they also still have the shame to do that. While many viewers who previously had a curiosity about the taste of the dish eaten by Hancock and others are now very curious about the dish. Even Garp was currently starting to set his plans. As long as he finds out the location of the Fortis Kingdom, he would soon come there to try the dishes. The image finally resumes and shows a photo of a man with brown hair in the middle with a flat gaze. The next department is the Education Department. In our kingdom, education is very important. Education itself will begin when a child starts from the age of 6 years to the age of 15 years. They are required to undergo education for 9 years. Later, when they have completed their education at the age of 15, they will be able to choose to continue their education to a higher level or want to work directly. Our kingdom will try to facilitate all that. Also, for the citizens who are outside of our kingdom, they can also get an education in our kingdom. And it's not limited to citizens from kingdoms that have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. All can get it except for the children of the world government people. Also, as long as their children can graduate in our kingdom and want to continue working in our kingdom, automatically the child will immediately become a citizen of our kingdom, which also applies to his parents. His parents will also automatically become citizens of our kingdom, Ars said calmly and continued. The head of the Ministry of Education is a man named Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. He has a very high intelligence, or it can be said that he is a genius. This is what led me to put him here to manage the education of the citizens of our kingdom. The information immediately made everyone, especially the citizens of the kingdoms who had no cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, very happy. Because that way, they still had a chance to become citizens of the Fortis Kingdom provided they had school-age children. The picture was continued again and there were 3 photos of the 3 women. The next department is the Ministry of Health. This department is in charge of managing health matters, or it can be said those who run the hospitals in the Kingdom of Fortis. This department is led by a woman named Anohana Retsu, while the deputy head of the department is a woman who is still related to Hashirama, namely Tsunoda Senju. Family relationship? Everyone was shocked by this information. Is that true, Hashirama? Jinbai immediately asked with a surprised face. Sure, Hashirama nodded. I have a relationship with him. Hashirama didn't tell Tsunade was his granddaughter. Because it was already told by Ars not to be told. Only the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom knew about this relationship. Then for the last woman is the woman named Ai Haibara. She's in charge of the drug problem at the Fortis Kingdom's hospital. Ars paused and continued, just like Frankenstein before. Anohana Retsu and Tsunoda Senju are also strong people. Tsunoda's own strength is equivalent to 7 warlords of the sea. As for Anohana Retsu, she is a swordsman with a level of strength on par with Ulquiorra and the others. Boom. Ars' last sentence immediately made everyone shocked again. Another female swordsman finally appeared. Mihawk's gaze was once again filled with joy at hearing this. Appearing again? Doesn't that mean one could say Dracula Mihawk is already in 6th place? Muttered one of the spectators on Say Bounty Island with a face full of surprise. 6th place? Big news. This is big news. Mogurns shouted excitedly. No, we have to wait for all the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom to be introduced. Definitely. There will be more surprises after this. This is going to be huge news. The world will know soon enough. This is surprising. Dracula Mihawk was cast from the top 5, Kizaru said with a face full of surprise. Another female swordsman. Giant muttered with a look of interest. 3 female swordsmen have appeared and 2 are stronger than Dracula Mihawk. I wonder. How far is the distance between us? Giant muttered while holding his sword. Image finally resumed. Miss Sheena? Wow. Finally Miss Sheena appears. He's so sweet as usual. The residents of the Province Kingdom immediately exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Sheena's appearance. The next department is the Library Department. This department takes care of the problems of libraries in the Royal Palace and libraries used by the public. The leader of this department is a woman named Sheena Hori. The residents of the Province Kingdom must be very familiar with him since he often visits there. All the residents of the Province Kingdom nodded. The image is finally resumed. At the time this picture appeared there were 2 photos of men there. The next department is the Ship Construction Department. This department is in charge of running the shipbuilding business of our kingdom. This department is led by Kajin while the deputy is named Mired. Image is resumed. Same as the previous image. The current image also shows 2 photos of the men there. The next department is the Department of Construction and Home Appliances. This department is headed by Garm and his deputy, Dord. Too bad. Kajin and the others were not very interested in meetings and preferred to focus on the work they were currently doing. Because of that, they didn't watch when they were introduced to the rest of the world. Image continued by R's back. The image finally stopped at a man who is currently holding a bow with a sharp gaze staring at a place. The picture shows half of the man's body. The man had the appearance of a tall body and also white hair. Yasup, who was currently watching this meeting, was immediately interested in seeing this man's appearance. Not only him, but the large number of snipers or people who like to use bow weapons instantly increased their interest in the appearance of the man. The next department is the Weapons Department. The task of this department is to make weapons that will later be used by the soldiers of the Fortis Kingdom. The weapons that we will make will also be traded later. However, the only kingdoms that can buy it are the ones we have a cooperative relationship with or a group that has my permission. In addition, we will not sell our weapons to anyone, especially those who like to do war. Like to do war? Is this also the reason why I got rejected? Muttered Doflamingo seriously. I think I should stop shipping those weapons if I want to have a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. This department is led by a weapons expert named Archer. Like I said, he is a master of weapons. He is able to use all kinds of weapons, be it swords, bows, or whatever the weapon model is. This immediately caught everyone's attention. However, the main focus of the archers themselves is the bow or ranged attacks. His shooting ability is so terrifying that I'm not even sure he can miss when he is already targeting someone with his bow. Can't miss? Yasup smirked. I'm interested. Who will win if I fight him? Of course you will win, Yasup Shakes said with a grin. You are our sniper. You will definitely win. That's right, Yasup Luckyru said. Don't be like the captain who lost just because of a little kid. Ha ha ha. Of course Yasup immediately stood up and raised his head proudly. I am a very great person. How about you? Do you want to hear the story of me being able to defeat 10,000 soldiers alone using my weapon? Oh no, Lime Juice mumbled. Don't start again. However, Lime Juice couldn't help it because Yasup had already started telling their lies to all of them. The gazes of all the crew immediately looked at Shanks and Lucky Roo sharply because they had to listen to the story from Yasup. While Shanks and Lucky Roo just averted their faces and did not dare to see the faces of their friends. Chapter 79, The Royal Highnesses of Fortis Kingdom Development Division, Part 2. The image is finally resumed. The moment the next image appeared, the world government, Marines, Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard Pirates Group, as well as the large number of people who knew about the information from the Fortis Kingdom had their gazes instantly serious. The next department is the Research Department. This department has the task of creating various kinds of technology that will be used by our kingdom. Currently there are a lot of advanced technologies that have been created by our kingdom. Even the best scientist known to the world today, namely Dr. Vegapunk, couldn't have invented that technology. Dr. Vegapunk couldn't create it? How could it be? The technologies currently known to the world are storage capsule technology, information crystal ball technology, special eternal poses that can bring you to this kingdom, and there are also many technologies that we haven't shown you. All this technology is the result of this research department. Ours paused and the image of a man finally came into view. The person currently in charge or being the leader of the research department is this man. His name is Gisukura. He's a genius. Not just a genius in creating things but a genius in combat. Ars paused for a moment and continued, besides, he is also a very skilled swordsman. Sword warrior? Mihawk's gaze returned full of joy and seriousness. However, even though he is a swordsman. However, his sword skills were weaker than the others. He relies more on his own abilities than on his sword skills. Weaker skills? Mihawk mumbled then sighed, too bad if he is stronger. There are many good enemies to be able to accompany me to fight in the future however. Ars said with a smile, even though Kisuke is weak with the sword. However, make no mistake. He has more power than Ulquiorra and the others. What? The information then made everyone shocked. Even the world government fell silent hearing this. Their surprise was because usually a researcher was very weak. Even though they were strong, however, their strength could not possibly be on par with an ocean emperor. However, their thinking was very wrong. Now then, I hope for the powers that have the desire to kidnap him, especially the world government. Ars' gaze narrowed coldly. Even though you didn't say it, I know your plans are trying to get my people. You must have devised a plan to get them to stand by your side. I wonder how you guys will do it. However, remember this one thing. My friends are not someone who will switch to the other side just for one thing. They have a loyalty to each other. If one person doesn't go, all won't go. We are one unit. If one person is difficult, all is difficult. If everyone is happy, everyone is happy. None of us will be tempted by all the things you have to offer. The faces of the Gorosei immediately turned red with anger and at the same time very gloomy. They had never been humiliated some like this in public. However, even so, they can't do anything. Because as long as they act this time, there is a possibility that Mangekyō will be destroyed due to the bomb that Hashirama previously planted. They currently still assume that the bombs are still installed. The Gorosei did not dare to carry out any search actions, especially at this time. They still assumed that there were many spies from the Fortis Kingdom hiding within their organization. They are currently still trying to find the whereabouts of the spy. God damn it. Masato shouted coldly, have you guys still not found the spies? Masato asked the Cypher Pulse Zero agents who was in front of the Gorosei at this time. We're sorry, Masato-sama. Guernica, one of the Cypher Pulse Zero agents, immediately said pleadingly, right now we still can't trace the whereabouts of the spy. We believe that by now he has successfully entered our camp, or maybe they are currently disguised as servants of the Tenri Obito. We will find it difficult to carry out inspections if that happens. Unlucky. Is it just because of that? Ogata asked coldly, go and check all the servants of the Tenri Obito. This is our order. If any of the Tenri Obito dare to refuse, we will immediately send them to the holy prison. We understand, Ogata-sama. All kinds of advanced technology? Wororo Queen, do you think you can create the various technologies mentioned earlier? Kudu asked with great interest. Queen frowned and shook his head. That's impossible for me, Kudu-san. Queen paused and continued, storage capsule. It is possible that this technology has something to do with an object that can store something. This technology is related to the concept of space. The science of the concept of space itself is very complicated. Even I myself have not reached that knowledge. Don't tell me, even Dr. Vegapunk hasn't achieved that knowledge yet? What about the information crystal? King asked. Are you an idiot, King? Queen asked with a strange face. I can't even create a storage capsule, let alone for that technology. What a useless thing in this. King in a dissatisfied tone. What did you say, bastard? Do you want to fight with me? Come on. I'm ready. I want to immediately inherit your position as all-star leader. Wororo, this is interesting. But, stop it. Kudu immediately said angrily, Queen, if the school of the Fortis Kingdom has opened, you go in there. Huh? The queen, who was previously angry with the king, immediately stopped hearing this. Kudu-san. You mean? Of course. Kudu smirked. King Fortis said it, didn't he? They will open the school to anyone who wants to go there and not violate us to come there. You go to that school to learn about the concept of space and also the various lessons that are there. Then after you get that knowledge, you come back and implement it for us. So that we can also have the same technology as them. This. Queen was silent for a moment hearing this. He. Kudu-san, if Queen leaves, won't the rank of all-star be reduced by 1? Will there be a new all-star election? Sakaki asked with an excited look. Do you want to get my job, stupid Sakaki? Huh? How about we fight now and see if you are worthy of this post? Queen asked while narrowing his eyes seriously. It's interesting who's who. I'm also interested in this. If Queen left, he would be gone for a very long time. Kudu-san, shouldn't there be an election for the new all-star post? Boom. Queen immediately got up from her seat and hit hard at the floor. How about we fight now, Crocos? We'll see, are you worthy of this position or not? Wororo substitution? This is really an interesting idea, Du smirked. However, we will think about that later. We focus on watching this first. The image is finally resumed. The next department is the electricity department. The Department of Electricity is a department that deals with electrical problems in our kingdom. The leader of this department is a man named Mainabu Horikata. Mainabu Horikata has the appearance of a tall body with short black hair and sharp eyes, wearing glasses. He's almost like Sengoku when he was younger, Garp muttered when he saw the picture. PFFT, almost all the Marines who heard this could only hold back their laughter. Meanwhile, Sengoku's face went black as he listened to Garp's stupid joke. The image is finally resumed. The next department is the Department of Transportation. This department takes care of transportation matters in our kingdom. Our kingdom in the future will be equipped with a means of transportation in the form of an electric carriage that can help newcomers to get around our kingdom in the near future. Anyone who wants to have a full view of our kingdom in a short time can use this tool to get around. Ours paused for a moment and continued. The person who leads this department is a very strong person as well. His strength is equivalent to that of 7 warlords of the sea. His name is Shiba Tatsuya. Everyone was silenced again upon hearing the strength of the leader of the department. However, they were less surprised than before because many people with terrifying strength levels had already appeared. The image is finally resumed. The next department is the Timber Department. This department takes care of the problem of the availability of wood that our kingdom has. The person who leads this department is Yamato. Yamato is a man with short brown hair and a flat look on his face. The image is finally resumed again. The next department is the Materials Department. This department has the job of taking care of the matter of the availability of materials needed by our kingdom. As long as the materials needed are exhausted, this department will prepare for the availability of these materials. Ours paused for a moment and continued. This department is headed by a woman named Yuki Himeno. The appearance of a woman instantly made all the men watching very excited. Especially if what appears is a beautiful woman. Yuki Himeno has the appearance of a small body with black hair combined with a dark blue color. Yuki Himeno's hair is also braided into which adds to her beauty. His gaze reminds me of Tsuru-chan when I was younger. He's so serious, Garp muttered back. Sengoku nodded. This second opinion was immediately seen by Tsuru, whose face immediately turned black. The image is finally resumed. The moment the image appeared, all the men immediately cheered excitedly. Here he is. Beautiful woman again. Ah. How many beautiful women are there in the Fortis Kingdom? I want to go there immediately to work there. The next department is the Fortis Kingdom Management Department. This department has the task of managing the development of the Fortis Kingdom and also managing its entire infrastructure. For example, if a road is damaged, they are the ones who take care of it and so on. This department is led by a woman named Ai Asaka. The image is finally resumed. At the time the image appeared, all the men couldn't help but feel excited. Even some of the higher-ups from the Navy couldn't help but feel excited at the time the image appeared. The next department is the Water Department. This department has the task of managing the water in the Fortis Kingdom. This department itself is led by a woman named Sisha Bashira. The image then resumes and currently shows a young woman with golden hair braided. The woman had a gentle smile and it also looked like the clothes she was wearing were like those of a country woman. The next department is the Flower Garden Department. This department has the task of managing the flower gardens in the Fortis Kingdom. This department has a female leader named Alice. The picture finally resumed and what appeared was a woman smiling sweetly. The woman had a nice body and had a beautiful face. The men who watched the picture were instantly excited. The next department is the Business Permit Department. This department is in charge of providing business license documents to someone who wants to open a business in our kingdom. The work of this department immediately attracted everyone's interest. In our own kingdom, there are some businesses that we would never accept to open in this kingdom. Businesses such as human trafficking, gambling, as well as various other businesses that have a bad impact on a person. Ours paused for a moment. As long as someone asks permission to build such a business in our kingdom, we will never issue a license for the opening of the business. Human trafficking, Doflamingo muttered. Looks like this must also be done by me if I want to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Garp sighed. He really is a great king. Sengoku nodded. By banning these businesses, he has secured the welfare of the citizens of his kingdom. If only there were many kings like him, Tsuru muttered. A king with great intelligence and charisma. The world would not be what it is today. Everyone in the Navy nodded and agreed with Tsuru's words. Even Akainu also nodded. Because they know, as long as there is a kingdom ruled by someone like ours, even if the kingdom is not rich. However, at least the citizens of the kingdom can get prosperity. Gambling. Cobra muttered seriously and recalled back in his kingdom there was a casino opened by 7 warlords of the sea. Your Majesty, I think we should take action this time on Crocodile. Chaka said seriously. We see this time. Even King Fortis himself strictly forbade a gambling place in their kingdom. We should also ban this because it will only harm our kingdom if it is maintained. That's true, Your Majesty. Bell also added, right now there are many people who are experiencing poverty and economic decline due to the gambling business opened by Crocodile. If this continues, the kingdom will sooner or later be destroyed by it. I want that too. Cobra's face looked very ugly. However, even if we did, the citizens now consider Crocodile a hero. Crocodile currently has a higher standing than me in the eyes of the citizens. Besides, if we dare to take action against Crocodile, the Marines will definitely not stand still. As long as no evidence is found that endangers this kingdom, we can't get Crocodile out of here. What about the opening of this casino? Can this not be used as evidence? Chaka asked back with an ugly face. No. Cobra shook his head. This is not solid evidence. They won't take action just because of this. Then, Your Majesty, how about we just ask the Kingdom of Fortis for help? Bell said seriously, if you allow it, I will fly to the Province Kingdom to speak directly to the Province King so that we can speak to the Fortis Kingdom. If we can establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, we can kick Crocodile out of this kingdom. Besides, we can also get guard from the Fortis Kingdom. I also support this idea, Your Majesty, Chaka suddenly added. Cooperation with the Fortis Kingdom? Cobra muttered, but, what kind of cooperation should we build? An empire builds cooperation because they need each other. Is there anything in this kingdom that the Fortis Kingdom needs? Chaka and Bell fell silent for a moment. The two of them knew very well the current state of the Alabasta Kingdom. They also knew that there was currently nothing that would make the Fortis Kingdom interested in establishing cooperation with their kingdom. However, Your Majesty, Bell suddenly said back, we still have to try. Please, Your Majesty, remember. Previously, King Fortis said there were two kingdoms that he wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with their kingdom. It is possible that one of those kingdoms is our kingdom. We had to try it at least once. At the moment we still have hope of doing so. That's true, Your Majesty, Chaka added, we have to try even if we fail. At least we've tried it once. Cobra fell silent hearing this. Cobra also thought about his current situation. As long as the Fortis Kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with their kingdom, Cobra is very confident that their kingdom will be safe, and also Cobra is sure that it is not impossible for him to restore this kingdom of his own. The current Cobra could be said to have the same feelings as the kings of the other kingdoms. He had feelings of envy towards Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock for successfully establishing a partnership with a large empire like the Fortis Kingdom. Cobra then sighed. Okay. Chaka's and Bell's eyes immediately got excited hearing this. Cobra immediately looked at Bell with a serious look. I will order you to go to the Province Kingdom and meet the Province King. Try asking him to be a liaison between our kingdom and the Fortis Kingdom. I myself have a pretty good relationship with him. Maybe you will be accepted there. I see. I will definitely do this as best I can, Bell said with a face full of seriousness. Gambling? Hee, I wonder, what will that fool king do to me later? Crocodile muttered with a grin. Is gambling not in the Fortis Kingdom? Rayleigh muttered, I think it would be quite boring working there. Boring? It's actually very good, Shaki said, with no gambling, your money is but safe and secure. This department is led by a woman named Ikanos Hanami. Ours continued earlier. The image is finally resumed. Rin, who was currently watching, his face immediately turned excited at the moment he was about to be introduced. The next department is the Department of Population. This department has the task of keeping records of the civilians of our kingdom and also has the task of issuing visas to everyone who wishes to obtain one. Ours paused and continued. This department is led by a woman named Rin Tasaka HMPH. At least His Majesty introduced me properly, and Rin with a face full of pride. She has high self-esteem, Sander Sonia muttered. Rin is just like that, Megumi said with a smile. Nevertheless, she is a good woman. However, for most people who are new to it, she is a proud woman. Yes, Marigold nodded. Looks like it does. The image is finally resumed. The next department is the Import Department. This department has the task of monitoring the goods that will enter our kingdom. Every item that will enter our kingdom will be subject to a 5% tax. Those are the terms or policies that we have set. Anyone who wants to establish a business in our kingdom and the goods to be traded comes from outside our kingdom will get a tax as much as 5% of the basic price. Everyone who previously wanted to establish a business in the Fortis Kingdom immediately became serious. This not only applies to citizens who are not our citizens, this applies to our citizens as well. As long as they want to build a business and the goods come from outside our kingdom, this item will be subject to additional tax. Ours paused for a moment and continued. This department is headed by a man named Shitoto Toraki. His strength is on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. Someone with 7 warlords of the sea power again? Noda mumbled seriously. Until now, There have been more than 15 people who have more power than a 7 warlords of the sea. Hashirama's friends are really scary, Ace said with a smile. I'm interested in meeting them. Gorbera, just pray, Ace. Hopefully we can meet them soon. Whitebeard smiled excitedly. Mama. It's getting more and more interesting, this Fortis kingdom, muttered Big Mom greedily, especially with the various kinds of technology. Ars then resumed his drawing. By the time the game appeared, Mihawk's and all the swordsmen's faces instantly became very excited. Because the image that appeared showed a man with a sword at his waist. The next department is the Foreign Visiting Department. This department has a duty to monitor people who will enter our kingdom. Later, there will be a rule that applies in our kingdom. As long as that person is not someone from our kingdom, nor is that person a visa holder from our kingdom, they have to pay some money to enter our kingdom. Everyone fell silent for a moment hearing this. However, you need not worry. The payout is not very high, because everyone can afford the cost. Also, in the future, a rule will be enforced that only people who are 17 years old and above are required to make payments. Meanwhile, people under the age of 17 are not required to pay it. Ars paused and continued, the person who leads this department, as you can see, he is a swordsman. Its strength can be said to be on par with Dracul Mihawk equivalent. Everyone was shocked by this information. Mihawk, who heard the word equivalent, immediately laughed with his eyes showing excitement. Finally, someone else has appeared who can kill my boredom, Mihawk muttered while chuckling softly. Even though the strength of the person in the picture is said to be equal, Mihawk didn't show his disappointment. However, feeling excited, because even though his opponent had equal strength, it was enough for Mihawk to accompany him in the fight. Equivalent? Wouldn't that mean it could be said that Dracul Mihawk shared his rank 6 position with that person? Well, maybe. We have to wait for the two of them to fight and find out who is better between the two of them. The audience began to give each other comments. Power on par with Dracul Mihawk? Giant muttered under his breath, until now so many swordsmen have appeared. Is it possible that there will still be female swordsmen appearing after this? Even though Giant was attracted to male swordsmen. However, Giant was more interested in female swordsmen. Not his attraction to love. But Giant's interest is because they have the same interests. Chapter 80, The Royal Highnesses of Fortis Kingdom Development Division, Part 3. The image is finally resumed. The next picture shows a young woman with short brown hair with a look full of pride. One more person with rin straights, maybe Sandersonia muttered under her breath. Another woman? Murmured the many spectators with great interest. The next department is the tax department. This department takes care of tax matters in our kingdom. There are 4 taxes in our own kingdom. Salary tax, goods tax, building tax, and import tax. For the citizens of our kingdom, they have an obligation to pay taxes, namely salary tax and building tax. For citizens of our kingdom or citizens of other kingdoms who build a business in our kingdom with the goods they sell from our kingdom, they are obliged to pay goods tax and building tax. Meanwhile, for those who want to build a business with the goods they sell from outside the kingdom, we are required to pay taxes, building taxes, goods taxes, and import taxes. For more detailed provisions, I'm sure you already know this, or for those who don't know, please ask your king directly. This tax mechanism has been explained by me to their side. The citizens of the Prudence Kingdom and the Ryugu Kingdom already understand this, while other citizens do not understand about the tax mechanism that exists in the Kingdom of Fortis. It is also a bit of them confused. This department, as you can see, is led by a woman. Her name is Misaka Mikoto. His strength is on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. That woman is as strong as the 7 warlords of the sea? Everyone exclaimed in a surprised tone. Why are you surprised? Aren't there many that have appeared before as well? Even the appearance of those women also looks younger compared to this woman. The drawing is finally resumed and the picture shows a neatly structured departmental chart. The next department is the Business Management Department of the Kingdom. Ars paused and continued, the kingdom itself has 2 types of businesses. Product business and property business. The department that is currently being introduced has the task of managing the royal property business such as residences and so on. Ars paused and then continued. We started with the leader of this department, Shiba Miyuki. She is the younger sister of Shiba Tatsuya and her strength is on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. No one was surprised by the revelation of this power. However, the men who saw Miyuki's photo all fell in love with her beauty. Oh. He's like an angel. My heart is already filled with it right now. Then the person in charge of the mall building is Yukino Shita Yukino. The hotel building will be handled by Yukino Shita Haruno. Yukino and Haruno are a brother and sister pair. Next to the bank who will be in charge is a woman named Sakanagi Rasu. The bank owned by our empire is a bank that will be designed to have a very sophisticated security system and is difficult to break. Anyone can deposit their money in our bank even if they are not citizens of our kingdom. They can do it. Everyone who heard this was very excited. because that way, they can keep their money in a safe place. Especially for the pirates and so on. Then proceed to the person who will later be in charge of building houses and mansions, namely Yokiasuna. The mansion itself, if you don't know, is a high-rise building or building that has many rooms that are used as a house there. For people who have visas, they cannot get the right to buy a house in our kingdom. However, they have the right to rent a mansion room for their residence. Ars paused for a moment and continued, then is the cinema business. I'm sure a lot of people don't know about this. Everyone immediately nodded because it was their first time hearing the term. The cinema itself is a building that can be used by many people to watch a film together. You could say this cinema is almost like the projector screen you see today. However, what you watch in the cinema is a pre-recorded event or a drama, and it is not a real event but just a shot and made scene. In the future, our kingdom will show various kinds of films ranging from fighting type films and so on. Maybe even, you will be able to watch films with epic battles. Like a battle that stakes a world or some other kind. You may also through the films try to imitate the techniques that are there. This information immediately caught the attention of everyone watching, even Whitebeard, Gdu, Red Hair, Sengoku, Garp, as well as the strong people watching were interested in this. Although Ars has said that the film is a made-up scene. However, watching a very epic battle might increase or make them awaken their new abilities. Gorura, an epic battle? I'm interested in watching this. Whitebeard said excitedly. Hey, Sengoku. Garp smirked, if the Fortis Kingdom had opened themselves to the world and there was a battle film. I will take time off. And don't say anything. I will go watch even if you forbid it. I also want to go watch. Aokiji said with a smile, watching an epic battle even if it's just a made-up scene will definitely be very interesting. HMPH. Even though Akainu didn't say anything. However, his gaze looked serious at Sengoku. Meaning he also wanted to go watch whatever was going on. If everyone wants to go, I'll go too. Kizaru said calmly. It wouldn't be fair if you guys leave while I'm not going. Sengoku's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Sengoku could even see the gazes of Tsuru, Jian and all the current higher-ups staring at him. An incident made? Dragon frowned. Is there perhaps a film related to the revolution? There might be, Dragon-san. Karasu said seriously. After all, King Fortis said that there are many genres of films to be shown later. It is possible that a film about the revolution will be shown there. Shall we go watch if there is a movie about it, Dragon-san? Linder asked calmly, compared to watching movies. I am more interested in the matter of this kingdom's technology. We'll go watch. Dragon nodded, if it's related to the Fortis Kingdom. Surely the film they made is something good and worth studying. Dragon paused and continued, we also have to focus on the school built by the Fortis Kingdom. If possible, we should include some of our people in the school and learn all the knowledge that can be obtained there. If the Fortis Kingdom opened that school, it is impossible for the knowledge there to be knowledge that is easy to obtain. If that's the case, Dragon-san. Sabo suddenly said, leave it to me and Koala. We are both still young. We can try to get into that school. Dragon nodded. This part of the cinema will be handled by a woman named Hikage Akamaki. Ars paused and continued, the next part is the battle stadium battle stage. The new introduction immediately attracted the attention of everyone, especially the strong ones. Like the name itself. The battle stadium is a battle arena. For those who don't know about the battle arena, the battle arena is a place for two people to fight. In our kingdom also prepared this place. However, it is different compared to other places. The battle arena is very wide because it uses a very advanced technology from our kingdom. The two people who will be fighting will then be transferred to a pre-arranged location to fight, and the fight will later be broadcast to the audience in the battle area. Even if only watching from the screen. However, the audience will feel the euphoria of the battle. Ars paused and continued, our kingdom will host various tournaments later. Can be tournament for swordsmen or others. The point is that the tournament to be held is related to combat. Prizes for the tournaments themselves vary. It could be cash, it could be a devil fruit and the like. Later, the higher-ups from our kingdom will also participate in the tournament. Hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Because everyone knew how terrifying the power of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom was. However, it is different from several other people who have strong powers such as Whitebeard, Gdu, Big Mom, Shanks, Mihawk, Garp, Akainu, and others. Despite hearing that the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom would be participating in the tournament, they were not scared but very excited. Please don't be afraid and also pessimistic. First Ars suddenly continued, even though they will be participating in the battle. However, if the higher-ups of our kingdom get the highest positions, they will not get the prizes but the person who is in the highest position below our royal officials who will later get the gifts. For example, we will take the example of Dracul Mihawk following the tournament. And at the time of the tournament, Dracul Mihawk only occupied the 4th position. While the higher-ups of our kingdom got the 1st, 2nd, and third positions. The prize for the first position will be obtained by Mihawk. The higher-ups from our kingdom participated simply because they wanted to relieve their boredom and just play around. Also, I'm sure some of you will be interested in coming to them, right? I think it's the best opportunity for you to do that. Everyone was immediately excited to hear this again, while the strong men were all grinning excitedly. Were tournament of strength? This is interesting. I will definitely be the one to occupy the top position and claim to be the strongest, Kdu said excitedly. Gorura, is there also an event like that will be held later? If that's the case, I'll definitely come too. There are a lot of interesting people there. Whitebeard laughed excitedly. Mama, tournament of strength? Of course. I will stand at the top. Big Mom said excitedly, I will definitely get all the gifts offered tournament of strength, huh? I can't wait for it. Shanks also smirked. I wonder, is it possible that Fortis Kingdom will have a gift from one of those swords? That's possible, Ben Beckman said. After all, the Fortis Kingdom is currently looking for the owner of the swords. It's possible that the tournament is also to select who is suitable as the owner of the swords. HMPH. Mihawk's face revealed a very step smile. Hey, Sengoku. Garp looked directly at Sengoku. If the power tournament in Fortis Kingdom has opened, you can't hold me. I'll come along. I want to fight with the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. Even if you hold me down, I won't listen to it. I'm also interested in this, Aokiji said with a smile. Although I won't be fighting, I'm interested in watching live then. I also want to watch too, Kizaru said calmly. It's very unfair to let more people go while I have to stay at the base. HMPH. Even though Akainu didn't say it. However, Akainu's gaze could tell that he wanted to go and join the fight. Especially there are a large number of prizes that will await him. Not only them. However, all the higher-ups from the Marines currently had their gazes fixed on Sengoku pleadingly. Sengoku's face instantly blackened with that gaze. I won't hold you back, Sengoku said seriously. The prize from that tournament must not be a trivial prize, especially the Fortis Kingdom that made the tournament. We have to get the prize and don't let it fall into the hands of the pirates. Especially if the gift that the Fortis Kingdom would later give was a sword of one of those types. If the sword falls into the wrong hands, we will have a headache to take care of this matter. Everyone wants to take part in this tournament because they believe that this tournament can prove who occupies the strongest position in the world. Moreover, every one of them knew that the prize for the tournament that the Fortis Kingdom was about to hold was definitely not a lowly prize. The prize given to first place in the tournament must have been a very exciting prize. Therefore, they all wanted to take part in the tournament. Not only them, however, people with low power levels also had the desire to participate. Even though they knew it would be impossible for them to be able to win a position in the tournament. However, as long as they still have a chance, they will for sure. Tournament of strength? That battle will be a very world-shaking battle, Morgan said excitedly. I think the idea of creating a battle viewing area should be realized soon. Are we going to participate in this tournament too, Dragon-san? Sabo asked seriously. I think we can consider joining, Dragon Klima said seriously. If one of us can get a good position in the tournament, we may have a very great opportunity to speak directly with the King of Fortis. Even if we get rejected, at least we might be able to get some support from the Fortis Kingdom. Yes, Dragon nodded after thinking for a while. I think we can take part in this tournament. Morgans has now come up with a new business idea after listening to the business run by ours. The business that Morgans wanted to run was like the cinema. However, at this time it is still just an idea and still don't know whether it can be realized or not. This part of the battle stadium will be handled by Hokage Hukuman. Hukuman himself is the older brother of Kamaki. The two are siblings. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Next is the swimming pool part. On this business will be handled by Kirigaya Kazuto. Oh yes. Just to remind that in the future every facility of our kingdom will follow the size normally used by normal people, or it can be said to follow the size of the average height of a human. However, don't worry. Currently our research department has started to develop a kind of technology that can adjust the body size of each creature to follow the normal body size. This is also the cause of every time someone wants to enter our kingdom. When they enter, their body size will be adjusted to normal human size, which is 2 meters in size. This information is enough to attract the attention of many parties, especially for those who have a height that exceeds 2 meters. As for the last business, it is a playground. The playground will be handled by a woman named Horikata Sazune. She is Horikata Minabu's younger sister. Ars paused for a moment and continued. We are done with the Royal Business Management Department. We will enter the Department of Animal Husbandry. Chapter 81, The Royal Highnesses of Fortis Kingdom Development Division. Fourth part. Drawing finally restarted with the Department of Animal Husbandry. Seeing the charts of the leaders of the Department of Animal Husbandry and photos of the leaders of the Department of Animal Husbandry immediately made all the men excited because the clothes worn by the leaders of the Department of Animal Husbandry were too revealing. Toheim was even surprised by the appearance of the leader of the Animal Husbandry Department. The Department of Livestock is a department in charge of taking care of the matters of livestock owned by our kingdom. Apart from taking care of livestock matters, they also have the duty to take care of various things such as the matter of our kingdom's meat quantity as well as others. Ars said in a slightly embarrassed tone, "I apologize in advance. However, there is no better photo for the leader of our Department of Animal Husbandry than this. So, I use this no problem, we love it." The majority of the male audience immediately shouted excitedly. Even now Chiden's eyes are full of enthusiasm until he feels a look full of jealousy from beside him, that is Jian. Ars paused for a moment then continued, "This leader of the livestock department is called Mido Ikami. Even though it looks like it. However, she has skills as well as a very broad knowledge of various kinds of animals as well as meat. This is also what caused me to put her in that position despite the way she dresses." Ars paused again and continued, "Next there is a woman named Yoshino Yuki. She will be in charge of handling our cattle. Our kingdom, in addition to later producing high-quality beef. Our kingdom will also produce quality cow's milk at an affordable price. So, I hope you can wait for that time. Then there is a woman named Keiko Yumi. She will be the one to deal with the problems of the chickens raised by our kingdom. Then the last one is a man named Amiya Shiru. She will be in charge of dealing with the goat farming problem in our kingdom." Ars paused and continued, "For those who are wondering about fish and others, our kingdom doesn't take care of that problem. Our kingdom let the Ryugu kingdom take care of this matter because they are the experts. This is also what caused our kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with their kingdom. So, that's the reason behind the Fortis kingdom building a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu kingdom." Tsuru muttered, then he sighed. "The Fortis kingdom chose the very right choice." Yes, Sengoku nodded. "The Ryugu kingdom is a kingdom built by the Fishman race. The Fishman race is a race that has great skills in the ocean. With these skills, they can easily get a large number of fish." Sengoku sighed. "King Fortis is very good at choosing the kingdom he wants to build a cooperative relationship with his kingdom. It seems that the establishment of a cooperative relationship between the Fortis kingdom and the Protons kingdom is also purely because the Fortis kingdom needs the Protons kingdom primarily from the livestock sector as previously stated by King Fortis." Giant said calmly, "As for establishing cooperative relations with the Amazon Lily kingdom, it was due to the location factor of the Amazon Lily kingdom. With the Fortis kingdom establishing a cooperative relationship with the Amazon Lily kingdom, the Fortis kingdom will not only reach the sales of the products they have in the New World but in the Grand Line can also be achieved very easily using the abilities of the Amazon Lily kingdom." "He is a great king," Garb said seriously. "If only our navy had someone like him. Maybe, in the next few years, the number of pirates will be suppressed by him very easily." "That's not all," Aokiji said calmly. "Our economic problems and others might be solved by him very easily. We in the Navy have no shortage of personnel who can fight. It's just that, we currently lack smart people in managing what we have." "I didn't think of this," Dragon muttered with a face full of surprise. "We might be able to establish a separate department to take care of this matter," Dragon-san Koala said calmly. "Currently we have around 50 members from the Fishman race. We can ask Hack to lead the department to be able to provide us with fish meat supplies. That way, the amount of our spending on food will be less than before. We can focus the funds on other areas. My research department needs quite a bit of additional funding. How about being added to my department?" Lindbergh immediately said. "Don't talk nonsense," Lindbergh Belobati suddenly said seriously as she exhaled the smoke. "You just earned quite a bit of extra funds earlier. Instead of giving it to you, it is better to use these funds to strengthen our troops. With the attack made by the Fortis kingdom earlier on the world government, the current level of security held by the world government is getting stronger. Regarding the issue of funds, I might be able to sort it out," Kuma suddenly said seriously. "However, maybe this will be the last time I help you guys." "Last time? What do you mean?" Sabo asked strangely. "Is it time?" Dragon asked seriously. "Yes," Kuma nodded. "If I want to go further into the world government, I have to do this. Dr. Vegapunk has also offered me this. If it works, I can get the data we need and there are also many benefits that we will get later." "What are you going to do, Kuma-san?" Sabo asked again. However, Kuma didn't answer the question and just stared at Dragon. "Don't you want to change your decision?" Dragon said back seriously. "Not. I will not change my choice. This is the plan we have drawn up, Dragon. We have to do this to increase our strength. If we continue like this, we cannot possibly overthrow the world government. Even though we currently have hope in the Fortis kingdom. However, we cannot pin our hopes on them. Especially we've had 2 rejections before even though it wasn't King Fortis who rejected it. However, the ones who rejected us earlier were the two people who were on good terms with King Fortis. Even one of them could be said to be his right-hand man right now. We can't rely on them. Kuma said calmly. Besides, if this plan is successful, in the future we will get a great power addition. I think this is the most appropriate plan to do. Dragon frowned at this. Because if this plan is carried out, Dragon must give up Kuma to surrender himself to the world government in full, or it can be said to be made into their puppet. While Dragon and Kuma were talking, all the top brass of the revolutionary army were confused. They themselves did not know the plan that Kuma wanted to carry out. Finally, our turn, Nezuko said excitedly. I hope your majesty can introduce us well. Ina smiled as she stared at the image of herself. What's the matter with you, Megumi? Shirahoshi asked while looking at Megumi, who crouched down then made a strange move. She's just nervous, Princess Shina said. Megumi is someone who gets nervous very easily, especially when she's introduced in public. Even though at this time she herself was introduced to just a photo. However, she is still nervous. Shina then immediately squatted down next to Megumi. Come on, Megumi. Spirit. You can do it. After all, you will be known by the whole world. Well, maybe we will also get fugitives like Hashirama fugitive? Megumi was immediately taken aback by this. I think we'll really get it, Kaguya added. After all, our kingdom had previously attacked the world government. Surely the high-ranking royals who attacked will get a bounty. Fugitive? Shirahoshi, who heard this, was very surprised. Did you guys do something evil? It's not something evil, Princess Loilmana said with a smile, only, the previous world government was looking for trouble with our kingdom. We only retaliate for what they did to us. It was just a reply. If you want to know who's bad, that bad guy is the world government. So, you better start to stay away from them. Because they are also the ones who made your race discriminated against until now. This. Shirahoshi was hearing this for the first time and her gaze was fixed on Itoheim. Itoheim sighed. I hope you learn this later. However, since you already know, it doesn't matter. What Miss Loilmana and others have told you is true, Shirahoshi. They are bad people, so, in the future, you have to be careful when you are near them. I understand. Shirahoshi nodded and was serious, even though there was still some fear in her heart. We continue to the Department of Agriculture. The Department of Agriculture is a department that has the task of taking care of the agricultural matters of our kingdom. The farms owned by our kingdom include rice farming, tea farming, vegetable farming and fruit farming. This department is in charge of taking care of the matter. Ars paused and continued. This department is led by a woman named Dina Tool. She is a woman who has great skills in management as well as agriculture. While there is Ishiki Satoshi, who holds the position of deputy head of the Rice Territory Department of Agriculture, Komodo Tanjiro, who holds the position of deputy head of the regional head of agriculture department. Komodo? Shirahoshi looked directly at Nezuko. You have the same name as her. That's right, Nezuko nodded. He is my big brother. Right now he couldn't come because he still had business to do. If he comes later, I will introduce you, Princess. He is a very kind and gentle person. Really? I can't wait for it. Shirahoshi said excitedly. Then there is Komodo Nezuko, who is the younger sister of Komodo Tanjiro, who holds the position of deputy head of the Department of Agriculture of the Vegetable Region. And lastly is a woman who has good skills in agriculture and cooking, namely Tadokuro Megumi. Megumi, who had been feeling nervous before, had returned to her nervousness after being mentioned by Ars. Everyone who was with Megumi just smiled at Megumi's attitude. Tadokuro Megumi herself is a woman who holds the position of deputy head of the Department of Fruit Region. Not bad either, Ishiki said with a smile. Hope I can get a good photo for my wanted photo. The Department of Agriculture is finished. We will continue to the Department of Industry and Household Necessities. Ars paused and operated his computer. The Department of Industry and Household Supplies is a department in charge of managing and creating various kinds of household appliances. This department itself has 4 subsections, which include the part in charge of making cosmetics and also equipment that is usually used by women, the part in charge of making coconut oil, the part in charge of making home appliances, and the part in charge of making room equipment. That the image on the projection screen finally brought up an image from the Department of Industry and Home Supplies charts along with photos of the top officials from the department. This department is led by a woman named Misaka Yuzawa. While the person in charge of taking care of the problem of making cosmetics is a woman named Maha. Next, for someone in charge of taking care of the problem of making coconut oil is a woman named Tsukazu Tsukumi. Then proceed with the person in charge of taking care of household appliances problems is a man named Nasa Yozaki. And lastly, the person who handles the bathroom equipment issue is a woman named Hart. Ars paused for a moment and took a deep breath and continued. The Department of Industry and Home Supplies has finished. We will move on to the last department. Well, just a reminder. This department itself is likely to have many benefits to anyone. Even a kingdom that doesn't have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom can benefit from this department. Therefore, please listen carefully. These words from ours immediately caught the interest of everyone watching. World government. Navy. Revolutionary army. Pirate. King of various kingdoms. They were all interested in the last department that ours would introduce, especially considering that they might also be able to benefit. Of course, there was no way they would let this go. Even now, many of the kings watching had already summoned several people to write down what ours would say after this so that they wouldn't forget it. Chapter 82, The End of the First Octagon Gathering. The picture of the department is finally shown along with a picture of the chart of the top brass of the department. Rubbish. Everyone was immediately shocked and confused when they found out that the next department to be introduced was the department related to waste. As you have seen, our last department is the garbage department. Trash department? Doflamingo frowned. How will this department benefit so many people? Hey, Ben, what do you think? Shanks asked confusedly. Ben Beckman thought for a moment and continued, I don't know either. Just you wait, we will soon find out what King Fortis said earlier. The garbage department is a department built by our kingdom to manage the garbage in our kingdom. This department has several subsections consisting of metal parts, wood parts, glass parts, plastic parts, e-wasted parts or electronic equipment, water parts, paper parts, clothing parts and organic parts. Ours paused for a moment and continued, I'm sure you guys must be wondering what I meant earlier, right? Everyone nodded with interest. In the waste department there are sections that manage waste for metal, glass, plastic, electronic equipment, paper, and also clothing. In this piece of trash, you can use it. Currently this department itself is not running. However, it didn't take long for this department to start operations. Later when this department starts operating, our kingdom will buy your trash. Buy? Buying trash? Wait, you mean? Doflamingo was surprised when he found out the meaning of ours earlier words. Not only him but several geniuses also immediately knew what ours meant. Some people must already know what it means. Ours said calmly, yes. As you guys think. Later when this department has been running, we'll buy every piece of trash you have. However, the waste is only waste in the categories of metal waste, glass waste, plastic waste, electronic equipment waste, paper waste, and also clothing waste. Regarding the purchase price itself, it is likely that we will take tons for the purchase. So, happy are the kingdoms who have a large amount of garbage in their kingdom, especially the garbage that is mentioned in the classification. Because we will buy it if you want to sell it to our kingdom. This information then made a person silent. Even the Gorosei were also silent hearing this. Is this serious? One of the spectators asked with a face full of surprise. If that's the case, wouldn't there be a profession for garbage collectors? Muttered Elizabeth II with a face full of surprise. I see. Tsuru nodded and continued, what a magnificent kingdom it is. Do you know the purpose of King Fortis, Tsuru? Sengoku immediately asked while looking at Tsuru. Yes, Tsuru nodded. If we consider the technology currently owned by the Fortis kingdom, their kingdom must have a tool that can recycle trash. Recycling means that waste is processed into something new. They will buy waste in large quantities at low prices. Then the waste is reprocessed into a product and then the product is resold. As a result, they benefit greatly from the process. Tsuru paused and continued, besides, by making an announcement like this, the kingdom of Fortis did not need to make deliveries. However, it is the other party who will later deliver the garbage. That said, the Fortis kingdom just sits quietly managing waste and can earn while they let others do the collecting work. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Well, isn't that a very good thing? Garp said calmly, after all, with them, many kingdoms that have problems with trash will soon disappear. Apart from that, there is also an advantage for them because they can make money from the waste. Garp's hometown is on the island of Don, which is where the kingdom of Goa was built. The kingdom of Goa itself is known as the cleanest kingdom in the world. However, that's only on the inside. On the outside where the place is called Great Terminal has a lot of garbage there. The garbage there has even formed a small mountain and also caused disease outbreaks. What a terrifying kingdom, Shanks muttered, the ability to get things. Hey, Boss Yasup suddenly called out, how about we run this department too? Many of our jurisdictions currently have problems in the waste section. If we collect this trash then it is sold to the Fortis kingdom. We can get a lot of profit that can be used to party. That's a really good idea, Yasup. Even though Shanks was an ocean emperor, Shanks never cared about his face even if people called him a loser. Shanks wouldn't mind it. I think we really have to do that, then Beckman said calmly, even though we currently have quite a bit of finances due to the protection fees we've earned. However, the cost of this protection is not enough if we use it for a full year. We need another way to make things happen. Ben Bachman paused and continued, "This way to make money through selling junk is the best way out for us right now. We just need to ask the citizens who live under the protection of our power to collect the trash and then we sell it to the Fortis Kingdom side. We don't need to make a lot of moves and just have to ask our troops to do it." It wasn't just the red-haired pirates group that thought about this. But Whitebeard's pirate group, Beast's pirate group, and Big Mom's pirate group have also thought of a plan to sell their trash to the Fortis Kingdom. Apart from them, there are also kings from various kingdoms, especially those who have problems in the waste field, are immediately excited to hear this. They would use this opportunity to make a lot of money and also if they could, they hoped, they could benefit from establishing cooperation with the Fortis Kingdom. Fufafu buying trash? His Majesty is truly a very interesting king. Robin, who was currently watching, chuckled softly and continued to watch leisurely along with the rest of the Fortis Kingdom. Regarding this department, the garbage department is led by a man named Lloyd Forger. Then the metal part will be handled by a man named Midorima Shintaro, the wood part will be handled by a man named Tatsumi, the glass part will be handled by a woman named Satsuki Momoi, the exact part will be handled by a man named Azumi Mamura, the electrical equipment part will be handled by a man named Satakazuma, the water part will be handled by a woman named Tirhanable. When they arrived at the water section, the swordsmen who were watching were immediately excited because what appeared at this time was a woman carrying a sword. A female swordsman, Jian muttered excitedly. A female swordsman. What is her strength level? Mihawk asked with his eyes showing a look of interest. Mihawk currently occupies the 6th position as a swordsman in this world. Even though Mihawk had yet to fight the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom who became a swordsman. However, he had claimed himself to be number 6. Not only him but everyone watching now had already established Mihawk as number 6. The paper section will be handled by a woman named Shimizu Kyoko, the clothing section will be handled by a woman named Kiyaki Matsushita, and finally the organic section or leaf litter will be handled by a man named Kohai Katsuragi. The people I mentioned earlier are the higher-ups from our kingdom who are in the trash department. Ars paused for a moment and continued, regarding Tirhanable. As you can see in the photo, he is a swordsman. However, his strength was weaker than that of an Ocean Emperor. However, his strength could be said to be on par with the right hand of an Ocean Emperor. However, even if it wasn't to the strength of an Ocean Emperor, the power of the tier itself is approaching. Giant's interest immediately peaked hearing this while Mihawk's interest immediately waned. Mihawk was only attracted to someone with a power level equivalent to an Ocean Emperor or higher than that. Ars then started operating his computer and immediately pulled back a piece of equipment that was used to display each of his departments. The projector screens and computers that were used before were finally pulled back. The room returned to its previous state. Ars' gaze then stared at the 3 leaders. Those are the departments formed by me. They are the departments that help me in running this kingdom and developing this kingdom. Even though I have high intelligence, without the help of my friends, I will not be able to develop the empire that I want. Ars paused and continued, if you want to follow the division of my department, please. You can follow it and implement it in your kingdom. It will also help to lighten your workload. However, if you want to build a government structure like the one built by me, you have to choose the right and trusted people. So that the department is not damaged or does not run well. We understand. The 3 of them nodded simultaneously. Now then, King of Protons. Are there any other questions you'd like to ask? Or you want to ask for a suggestion? Please, I still own it. Elizabeth II nodded, regarding the territory we own. As King Fortis knows, that with the area expansion currently happening in the Protons Kingdom, we've also obtained an area of vacant land that can be exploited. I have plans to use the region. However, until now there is still no good plan for the development of the area. ICRs nodded, that's the area that was previously used as a battlefield, isn't it? Elizabeth II nodded. Well, the area itself is a very good area because it's right in the middle of the place used to build settlements. My suggestion is that you better use the area to build animal farms and also agriculture. You divide the area into 2 parts. One is special for livestock, the other is special for agriculture. Currently you have quite a lot of money earned from the sale of wood and also there is still a lot of money that you get from the results of the previous war. Use the money as capital to build the place. With you unlock a farm and farm. You will also open job vacancies to the public. Ars paused for a moment and continued, even though right now our kingdom can produce quite a lot of rice and stuff. However, with only our kingdom will not be able to meet the needs and demands. In addition, with you unlock a farm and a farm. If at one time there is a dry season or an event that causes the production of a food ingredient to decrease or the price of food ingredients to increase, you can already produce your own products and you don't have to be afraid about these kinds of problems. Ars paused for a moment and continued, also, if you want to make a policy in your kingdom as well as pay the entrance fee to your kingdom, You have to have a product that people are looking for so that you can attract them to come even if your empire pays. Although your kingdom will eventually charge anyone to enter, as long as you have something they are looking for, of course they will be happy to come even if they have to pay. Instead they had to go to a kingdom that didn't have to pay but had nothing there. Also, you set the selling price of your products at a low price, especially to sell them to the citizens of your kingdom. That way, you can prosper the citizens of your kingdom. If you want, you can copy the prices of the goods from our kingdom. We have adjusted the price. Even though the price is low. However, our kingdom can still earn quite a bit of profit through these sales. This also causes many people to want to buy products from your kingdom. Ours stopped back, however, remember. If there are many people who want to buy things from your kingdom, reserve or save supplies that are specific to the citizens of your kingdom. Do not just because of the many requests and benefits that you forget about the citizens of your kingdom. That is wrong. If you can store supplies of basic necessities needed by the citizens of your kingdom as much as needed for 6-8 months. Because if there are problems with the harvest, the next time there will be problems. At least you still have enough food ingredients to meet the needs of your royal citizens. This is a very good idea. Dagama nodded. We can implement this idea once we return. Yasru nodded. I think His Majesty also agrees with this idea. Elizabeth II was very excited to hear this. He didn't expect to get such a great suggestion. Elizabeth II quickly replied, I will. Ars then looked at Elizabeth II and Hancock. Your kingdom should also have a product that you produce yourself. Ars gaze stared at Hancock, even though later your kingdom will open a shopping center. However, it is better for your kingdom to make a product of your own such as livestock and agriculture. It will also help your kingdom if at some point there will be a period like I explained before. I will. Hancock replied calmly. The lady who heard Hancock's answer was relieved and also very happy. Ars gaze then looked at Neptune. That goes for you too. Even though the Hyuga kingdom was located underwater. However, there are areas that you can use to build farms and also farms. Also, if you want to make products of your own empire, I suggest you guys make a piece of jewelry. Neptune asked with great interest. Jewelry itself is a very beautiful object that is usually used by women. Jewelry is an object made of a precious metal such as gold, diamonds, and so on. This also causes the price of jewelry to be very high. The ocean itself is an area that has abundant natural resources, especially in terms of precious metals. In the sea there is a lot of gold, diamonds, and also various other gems. If you sell the metals before processing them, the market price of the metals is only the current market price. However, it is different if you sell it when you have processed it. As was the beef earlier I said. There will be a very striking price difference between unprocessed and processed beef. Same with gems. Before the gem was processed, the gem only had its cost. For example, gold, the cost of gold itself for 1 kilogram is only around 9 million berries. Well, if this 1 kilogram of gold is processed into a beautiful ring, glass, or necklace, the 1 kilogram gold will increase its market price, maybe 20 to 50 million berries. It depends on the quality of the processed gems. Everyone is quite surprised to hear this, especially Neptune. I told you before, didn't I? Your kingdom is an empire with the most terrifying potential among all the kingdoms in this world. It's just that your kingdom doesn't know how to take advantage of that potential. Ars paused for a moment and continued, well, now you know the potential. I hope you can take advantage of that potential to increase the prosperity of the citizens of your kingdom. I see. Neptune nodded seriously. Alright, Ars looked at the 3 leaders. Is there anything else you want to discuss? Ars looked at the clock on the wall. It's almost 12 o'clock now. It's time for lunch. If there is no further discussion, we can close this meeting and we go straight to the banquet hall in the royal palace. There have been prepared various dishes that we can eat to prepare this. Elizabeth II, Hancock, and Neptune who heard this were instantly excited. They thought for a moment then shook their heads. My part is done. There is nothing more to discuss. Elizabeth II said calmly. Same with me. That's enough for me. Hancock replied again. Me, too. I have nothing left to discuss anymore, Neptune said. Really? Ars raised his brow. Don't just because of your food finish this meeting. The faces of Elizabeth II and the others were instantly embarrassed. Really? Is the food prepared by the Fortis Kingdom really that good? Garp asked with a face full of disbelief, especially seeing the faces of Elizabeth II and others at this time very embarrassed to say such a thing. I want more and more to try the dishes made in that kingdom, Okiji muttered with interest. Well, I guess it doesn't exist anymore. Well, then. Let's close this Octagon's first meeting, Ars said as he tapped his microphone 3 times and at the same time. With that beat made by Ars, the first meeting of the Octagon is finally over. The screen showing the meeting instantly darkened. Everyone sighed and slowly began to digest the information they had just gotten. After finishing digesting the information, Everyone started doing their own thing. Fufafu, it's time to make preparations, Doflamingo muttered as he flew away from the Prince Kingdom. Mihawk has also sailed back to do a search for the sword that Ars asked him to look for. The current ocean emperors have also started to move back to look for the swords. The Navy is currently discussing something. While there are many citizens currently preparing themselves for the recruitment of the Fortis Kingdom later. Chapter 83, New Cooperation Signing. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Banquet Hall. This is delicious, Shirahazi said excitedly after tasting the dish in front of her, Juichiru-sama, Jin-sama, and Kojiro-sama. The dishes they make are really very good. This dish is even better than the one made by the chef at home. The women who were currently with Shirahoshi smiled happily listening to Shirahoshi's praise. Take it easy, Princess Loilmana said with a smile, there are still plenty of dishes to taste. Don't be too fast, you'll end up choking on your food. Shirahazi nodded and immediately ate the dish slowly. Wonderful food. Sandersonia said with an excited face. Yes. Marigold nodded, this dish is even several times better than the dishes made by the chefs in the kingdom. If only our royal palace chef had at least half of the abilities of Juichiru-san and the others. We can always eat delicious food every day, Dagama said while eating the food in front of him excitedly. Umru also nodded and his eating speed was also no less than Dagama's. Currently the banquet hall was filled with various dishes. This dish was a dish that Juichiru and Kojiro had prepared beforehand. After the second department was introduced, after some time the two immediately rushed back to prepare the dishes. With the cooking skills of the two of them were able to finish these dishes very quickly. Meanwhile, in a special chair for the leaders, the four leaders sat together while eating the food in front of them gracefully. Even though the food was delicious. However, they must be their status as a leader. Oh yes. Hancock Ars immediately stopped eating and looked at Hancock. The house that will be given to your kingdom will probably be finished tomorrow. You can come tomorrow or any time to pick up the house keys. Really? Hancock asked excitedly. Then I will wait. Ars raised his brow. Rather than waiting, you better come back tomorrow. Take care of your shopping center construction business. You still have enough time today to search for territory that you will use later. No need, Hancock said proudly, I already know the territory that will be used later. I can do it tomorrow after getting the house. Even though you say so. However, the house will only be completed around noon or afternoon. Instead you have to wait here. You better go finish your business first. You can prepare your people later on say Bounty Island and instruct them to monitor the development of the shopping center construction there. The next day, you can come here again. You seem to really dislike having me here, Ars. Hancock pursed her lips. It's not that I don't like your existence. However, you have responsibilities to fulfill. Finish your responsibilities first then do whatever you want, Ars said calmly. HMPH. Hancock sniffed discontentedly. You two look really close, Neptune suddenly said. Have you two known each other for a long time? No, Ars shook his head, we just met a while ago. It's just that, I think it's quite troublesome to call Hancock with her honorifics, especially calling her an empress is quite troublesome. So, I asked her to be able to call her name if it was not official business. She can also call my name if it's not official business. Ars paused and continued, if you want, you can also call my name directly. Honestly, it's quite troublesome if it's not official business we have to call each other's honorifics. It was quite troublesome, I agree with this. Elizabeth II nodded, you can also call me by my name directly. I feel more comfortable being called that. Me too, Neptune added, if it's a non-official business. I don't think it's a problem. Ars nodded and his gaze fell on Neptune. Neptune, Princess Shirahoshi, is she the heir to the Ryugu kingdom? Neptune nodded, yes. She is an heir. Even though I have a son older than Shirahoshi. However, I have established him as the heir of the Ryugu kingdom. He will be the leader later. Well, if so. If later our kingdom has created a tool that can regulate the problem of body size. Let Shirahoshi stay here for a while. Hancock, who heard this, was shocked. This is so that Shirahoshi can learn here about the matter of managing a kingdom. I've told you before and you still remember, don't you? Your kingdom has enormous potential but you don't use that potential well. It's also because the way of governing the kingdom is very bad. Ars paused and continued, I apologize for this comment. However, I think I should say so in order to improve the development of your empire. No need to apologize, Ars. Neptune said shaking his head, I know about it. I also realize that my knowledge of kingdom development is very poor. Neptune sighed then looked at Shirahoshi who was currently smiling excitedly and talking to the female higher-ups from Fortis Kingdom and Amazon Lily Kingdom. I don't think it's bad to let her stay here either. Besides, she is also very happy here. Because you have already decided. You also have to prepare several people who will later help Shirahoshi while living here. For example, a chef and others. She needs it to live here, especially he will live alone in the house that has been prepared. I will definitely prepare it. Neptune nodded. Hey, Ars, Hancock said again, why don't you ask me to stay here? Ars sighed. Hancock, you are the leader of the country. If you are the heir, I will let you stay here to learn how to rule the kingdom. However, how about now? You are the leader. You have responsibilities that you have to finish. Ars paused for a moment and continued, well, let's put it this way. If you really like my kingdom and want to stay and play here, you can do it. However? Hancock raised her eyebrows. The first thing you have to do is organize the building of the departments that will help you later. If you have people who can help you govern your kingdom as I do, you will have very few jobs. Just like me right now. I myself usually only do a review and also do an inspection. Tasks done by my friends. Well, if there really is a big mistake or whatever, only later will it move. However, if it's not a big deal and it can still be handled by my friends, they will be in charge of doing it. Ars paused for a moment and continued, if you can build departments that help you manage your empire and also each department run well, it's not impossible that you can have fun. You may just need to do some review and also a meeting of the various things that have happened before. Hancock immediately felt very happy to hear this. So if I can build departments with great people handling those departments, can I stay here a little longer? Well, as long as the department you set up goes well and also no problems happen with your kingdom, you can do whatever you want. HMPH. Alright. Hancock sniffed with satisfaction and started to think about the plans for the development of the departments. Elizabeth II and Neptune's plans for the construction of a department that deals with the matter of empire building are also currently being considered by Elizabeth II and Neptune. Ars' gaze then turned to Elizabeth II. By the way, Elizabeth II, when are you getting married? Elizabeth II instantly woke up in his thoughts. Right now you have to think about the heir of your kingdom. If you don't have someone who will inherit your kingdom, it will be difficult to determine who will be the leader of your kingdom when you die, Ars said calmly. I think so. Elizabeth II nodded, then his gaze turned to Ars. Will you come to my kingdom if I have a wedding? Sure, Ars nodded. Not only me, but every higher-up from our kingdom present will come together to enliven it. Elizabeth II was very excited to hear this. This topic of conversation backfired for Ars. What about me, Ars? Hancock asked with a sullen face. When are you going to visit my kingdom? Me too, Neptune said. When will you come to my kingdom? We will definitely welcome your arrival. Well, I'll try to rearrange the timing. If possible, I would like to travel at a time when all the higher-ups of my kingdom come. I don't want when I go to visit, my friends come. I don't want to make them sad. Neptune and Elizabeth II nodded at this. Ars' gaze then turned to Hancock. Doesn't Amazon Lily Island not allow a man to enter? You also said it at the previous meeting. Those rules are even rules that the empresses have laid down before you. HMPH. I am the current empress. I can change the rules. Who would dare to violate it? Hancock said proudly. Besides, no one dares to forbid you from coming to our kingdom. However, you are the only exception. What about your ek? He is my guardian. He must be by my side all the time. He can wait outside the island, Hancock said calmly. Why, Ars? Are you not sure about the safety of my kingdom? Hancock asked with a sullen face. It's not that I'm not sure. However, he has such a duty and must always be by my side, Ars said calmly. In that case, will the woman named Ninam before always be by your side too? Hancock asked with a face full of jealousy. Oh, I think the Royal Empress of Amazon Lily has put her heart to Ars, Elizabeth II muttered with a look full of jealousy at Ars. Too bad Hancock had to fight so hard. Because Elizabeth II's gaze fell on Loelmina and the others. He will always be by my side. However, during working hours. If it's not working time, Ninam can do whatever she wants, Ars said calmly. Is that true? Hancock asked while frowning. Of course, Ars said. Do you think if he was my assistant he would have to accompany me 24 hours? Hancock nodded seriously. Where did you learn that knowledge from? Ars asked with a flat look. Ars then remembered something and his gaze turned to Neptune. Neptune. Regarding the matter of purchasing groceries from our kingdom, please add the amount. At least 2 times more than before. Due to the increase in the number of workers in the future. We need more food ingredients, I see. I will definitely arrange it. Neptune nodded. The banquet finally resumed. After the banquet was over, Ars and the others signed a new cooperation relationship. Finished with the signing, Ars also distributed crystal balls that were promised to them. Each person got 1 unit. After the distribution was completed, Hancock immediately handed over the money he got from the transaction with the Navy for 8 billion berries. Meanwhile, Elizabeth II also gave Ars 25 billion berries as the latest wood purchase. Done with the cash gift. Kingdom of Prudence, Ryugu Kingdom, Amazon Lily Kingdom. They all ended up sailing back to their kingdom with the Ryugu Kingdom accompanied by Hashirama for making a shipment of the previously purchased wood. Shirahoshi, when she found out that she would be back soon, was very sad because she was finally having fun and making lots of friends. However, after receiving a reminder that he will return to study in the Fortis Kingdom and will likely stay here for a long time, Shirahoshi finally became very excited and couldn't wait for that day. They finally left quietly. Hancock was finally willing to go, and right now in Hancock's mind was finishing her previous plan so that she could do what she wanted to do. Chapter 84, The Bounty of All the Fortis Kingdom's Higher-Ups. New World, Proton's Royal Ship. Your Highness. Dagama suddenly approached Elizabeth II and asked excitedly, "Is it true that you will soon start looking for a partner?" Elizabeth II, who heard this question, fell silent. "I'm also listening to this." Ru nodded and continued, "Your Majesty, if you really want to find a partner, I think the former princess of one of the previous kingdoms has sufficient requirements. In addition, during the previous takeover of power, he has a good attitude and does not rebel. I think he deserves to be your life partner." Wow, Hashirama was excited to hear this topic of conversation. "Are you really getting married soon, King of Prudence?" "That was just a plan," Elizabeth II said without hiding it. "King of Fortis suggested me to do it. He asked me to get married soon, especially considering my age problem, and also I have to have a descendant to run the kingdom after myself. The advice given by King Fortis is good advice, Your Majesty." Ru said. "You will now be 40 years old. The kingdom must have an heir to lead the kingdom. If there is no legal heir, it will be difficult for us later to determine who will occupy the position of king after you." "That's right," Dagama nodded. "Also, if His Majesty married at an advanced age, it would be difficult for His Majesty to have a child. I think Your Majesty can consider this carefully. After all, right now our kingdom doesn't have a war problem anymore. We have entered peacetime and started construction. It is fine for you to get married at this time, Your Majesty." "I think so." Elizabeth II thought for a moment, then nodded. At the same time, suddenly a newsbird stopped at the Royal Prudence ship. "Newsbird?" Dagama asked in confusion. There is a possibility that the news covered is news regarding today's meeting. There was a lot of interesting information that emerged in today's meeting. Morgans definitely won't let go of this opportunity to gain an advantage, Elizabeth II said calmly. Hashirama immediately went to the newsbird and asked, "How much?" The newsbird immediately took out a 500 berries coin. 500 berries? Isn't it usually only 100 berries? Ru asked strangely. The newsbird shook its head and put the coin back down. "This price increase is due to the content of the news," Hashirama said calmly. "Information about the meeting, the content of the meeting, information about the higher-ups of our kingdom, and various other things. Surely there will be a significant increase in the price of the newspaper." Hashirama immediately took out 2,000 berries from his pocket and handed it to the bird. The bird then immediately handed over 4 newspapers to Hashirama. "This is for you guys," Hashirama said as he handed the remaining 3 newspapers to Elizabeth II and the others. "Thank you." They immediately took the newspapers and made no attempt to refuse them. "This newspaper is thicker than usual." Simultaneously a pile of paper fell. The pile of papers was quite a number of wanted posters. The wanted poster? Everyone's gaze was drawn to the wanted poster as Ru picked it up. Meanwhile Hashirama and the others took out their own wanted posters. The world government is moving really fast," Hashirama said with a smile. "All of my friends are currently getting a bounty. Even the lowest in existence is 250 million berries. King Fortis' estimate is correct." Elizabeth II nodded. "You guys really got a bounty. I guess. The world government is really afraid of your kingdom. Even to give a bounty as high as this, well. The world government is really scared. Even the bounties of Mr. Arihan and Mr. Yurak Mazino reached more than 5 billion berries." Dagama paused and continued. "This makes the two of them one of the highest bounty owners, even surpassing Whitebeard, but..." Ru suddenly paused and continued, "Even if the world government sets a bounty price like this, I'm sure not a single bounty hunter would dare to do or try to capture the people of the Fortis Kingdom." Ru chuckled, "Because they must know. Looking for trouble with the Fortis Kingdom will only have bad results. I wonder if anyone would dare to do something like that." Hashirama nodded and his smile got a little better. Because right now, Hashirama's bounty has touched 5.2 billion berries. That meant his current bounty had exceeded Whitebeard's bounty. King Fortis even got a very significant bounty increase, Elizabeth II said in a tone full of surprise. "Right now, there's no way anyone would be able to surpass King Fortis' bounty. 7,500 million billion berries." Dagama mumbled, "This is a fantastic number. Even the Gold Roger Pirate King back then only reached 5.5 billion berries. Besides them, the other higher-ups who hold positions as leaders of the military department have their bounties directly hit the 5 billion berries mark. In total, Almost hundreds of billions of berries are all total fugitives from the Fortis Kingdom, Ru said calmly. Surprisingly enough, it's not Mr. Rarihan and Mr. Urek Mazino who hold the second position of your royal fugitives, Elizabeth II said calmly. I don't think it's anything strange, Dagama said. After all, Mr. Uraraka, apart from having excellent fighting skills, he has a very great genius. Surely the world government will prioritize it more. Dagama paused for a moment and continued. They even made him have to be searched for alive because his value is very high. The bounty of the Fortis Kingdom is as follows. King Fortis Rs, death or alive, 7,500,000,000 berries. White Princess, 9 Emerald, death or alive, 987,000,000 berries. Guardian, Urek Mazino, death or alive, 5,875,600,000 berries. White Sword, Arihan, death or alive, 5,789.9 million berries. Hunter, Pilavan, death or alive, 4,987,899,000 berries. Queen of Destruction, Yori Ha, death or alive, 4,756,000,000 berries. King of Vanity, Iskander, death or alive, 4,769,000,000 berries. Sword of Fire, Yamamoto Genryusai, death or alive, 4,805,000,000 berries. The Crownless Emperor, Hashirama Senju, death or alive, 5,259,000,000 berries. White Intelligence, Tobi Rama Senju, death or alive, 4,067,000,000 berries. Yellow Lightning, Namikaze Minato, death or alive, 3,476,000,000 berries. 1,000 abilities, Hatake Kakashi, death or alive, 2,076,000,000 berries. Half-face wound, Obito Uchiha, death or alive, 2,659,000,000 berries. Dark Crow, Itachi Uchiha, death or alive, 2,587,900,000 berries. Smiling, Shishui Uchiha, death or alive, 2,451,000,000 berries. Admiral, Tatsumaki, death or alive, 5,342,980,000 berries. Black Hair, Madara Uchiha, death or alive, 5,201,000,000 berries. Beast, Acnologia, death or alive, 5,243,950,000 berries. The Void, Ulquiorra Chiffer, death or alive, 4,689,065,000 berries. Ice Queen, Asdeath, death or alive, 3,210,845,000 berries. Holy Sword, Arteria Pendragon, death or alive, 4,798,000,000 berries. Spear of Death, Chuchilane, death or alive, 4,235,870,000 berries. Strongest Defense, Maple, death or alive, 4,530,780,000 berries. Connector, Loelmina, death or alive, 798,000,000 berries. Empress of Finance, Shinigami Kaguya, death or alive, 703,000,000 berries. Butler, Franken's Tale, death or alive, 3,876,000,000 berries. Blue Twin, Breaks, On and Off, 356,960,000 berries. Red Twin, Ram, death or alive, 356,960,000 berries. Green Servant, Relion, death or alive, 467,986,000 berries. White Maid, Sella, death or alive, 501,000,000 berries. Head Chef, Dojima Jin, death or alive, 654,000,000 berries. Devil Chef, Juachiruspa, death or alive, 610,876,000 berries. Intellectual Chef, Shinigami Kojiro, death or alive, 605,000,000 berries. Grey Chef, Nakamura Azami, death or alive, 601,000,000 berries. Cooking Queen, Nakiri Arena, death or alive, 298,000,000 berries. Golden Eyes, Yukihira Soma, death or alive, 297,000,000 berries. Chef's Twin, Takami Aldini, death or alive, 289,000,000 berries. Chef's Twin, Isami Aldini, death or alive, 289,000,000 berries. Black Chef, Kurokai Barrio, death or alive, 296,000,000 berries. White Chef, Nakiri Alice, death or alive, 293,000,000 berries. Kisser, Hayama Akira, death or alive, 295,000,000 berries. Red Hair Chef, Arato Hisako, death or alive, 291,000,000 berries. Chef Doll, Momo Akangakubo, death or alive, 292,000,000 berries. White Man, Tsukasa Issei, death or alive, 297,500,000 berries. The Master, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka, death or alive, 732,789,000 berries. Demon Sword Doctor, Anohana Retsu, death or alive, 4,965,000,000 berries. Medical Queen, Tsunade Senju, death or alive, 2,348,000,000 berries. Pharmacology, Ihibara, death or alive, 925 million berries. White Librarian, Shinahori, Death or Alive, 798 million berries. Maker, Kajin, Death or Alive, 825 million berries. Originator, Mired, Death or Alive, 783,900,000 berries. Construction, Garm, Death or Alive, 823 million berries. Equipment, Dord, Death or Alive, 745 million berries. Archer, Emiya, Death or Alive, 5,102,000,000 berries. Scientist Swordsman, Gisukura, Life, 6,134,000,000 berries. Voltage, Mainabu Horikata, On and Off, 534 million berries. Transporter, Tatsuya Shiba, Death or Alive, 2,469,000,000 berries. Woodman, Yamato, Death or Alive, 1,245,098,000 berries. Materialistic, Yuki Himeno, Death or Alive, 654 million berries. Manager, Ihai Asaka, Death or Alive, 761 million berries. Water Girl, Shishabashira, Death or Alive, 633 million berries. Flower Girl, Alice, Death or Alive, 520 million berries. Pink Hair Girl, Akino's Hanami, Death or Alive, 601,234,000 berries. Witch, Rin Tasaka, Death or Alive, 982 million berries. Elemental, Todoroki Shido, Death or Alive, 2,254,000,000 berries. White Swordsman, Toshiro Hitsugaya, Death or Alive, 3,786,000,000 berries. Queen of Pride, Misaka Mikoto, Death or Alive, 2,334,000,000 berries. Business Queen, Miyuki Shiba, Death or Alive, 1,976,000,000 berries. Plaza Girl, Yukino Shita Yukino, Death or Alive, 476 million berries. And Girl, Yukino Shita Haruno, Death or Alive, 479 million berries. Finance Girl, Sakinagi Risu, Death or Alive, 259 million berries. Property Girl, Yuki Asuna, Death or Alive, 432 million berries. Movie Girl, Hikage Akamaki, Death or Alive, 466 million berries. Battlemaker, Hikage Akakuman, Death or Alive, 1,435,000,000 berries. Water Guardian, Kirige Akazudo, Death or Alive, 455 million berries. Playground Manager, Horikata Sazun, Death or Alive, 402 million berries. Ranch Supervisor, Mito Ekami, Death or Alive, 833 million berries. Red Riding Hood Girl, Yoshino Yuki, Death or Alive, 546 million berries. Taming Girl, Keiko Yumi, Death or Alive, 456 million berries. Animal Hunter, Emiya Shiru, Death or Alive, 699 million berries. Farm Supervisor, Inatul, Death or Alive, 719 million berries. The Smile Slayer, Ishiki Satoshi, Death or Alive, 654,098,000 berries. Firemark, Kamidu Tanjiro, Death or Alive, 923 million berries. Little Girl, Kamidu Nezuko, Death or Alive, 458 million berries. Shy Fruit Woman, Todokuro Megumi, Death or Alive, 501 million berries. Industrial Girl, Misaka Yuzawa, Death or Alive, 765,870 berries. Cosmetic Girl, Supreme, Death or Alive, 654 million berries. Pink Hair Woman, Tsukazu Tsukumi, Death or Alive, 523 million berries. Equipment Manager, Nasa Yuzaki, Death or Alive, 654 million berries. Hygiene Girl, Tart, Death or Alive, 368,760 berries. King of Cleanliness, Lloyd Forger, Death or Alive, 765 million berries. Glasses, Madrama Shintaro, Death or Alive, 543 million berries. Brown Hair, Tatsumi, Death or Alive, 656 million berries. Glass Girl, Momoi Satsuki, Death or Alive, 467 million berries. Tool Man, Satukazuma, Death or Alive, 250 million berries. Water Emperor, Hannibal Tier, Death or Alive, 3,127 million berries. Paper Girl, Shimizu Kyoko, Death or Alive, 436 million berries. The Designer, Kiyaki Matsushita, Death or Alive, 427 million berries. Organic Bald, Kohai Katsuragi, Death or Alive, 534,000,000 berries. News of the meeting held by the Fortis Kingdom and the others quickly spread. Many people were shocked by the contents of the news, especially regarding the bounty held by all the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom and also the change in the strongest swordsman in the world today. However, for people who have watched the contents of the meeting live, the news that Morgan spread was appropriate news. Even in the case of the bounty issued by the world government itself, that value is worth it. While in the case of the strongest swordsman being replaced, the only people who didn't watch the live broadcast were shocked by the information. One of them was a novice swordsman residing in East Blue. Although the news was quite shocking to everyone in this world. However, Nowadays many people don't really care about the news, especially those who watch the fighting being carried out. Their current focus was on reaching the Proton's kingdom to prepare themselves to become workers in the Fortis kingdom. Even now there are quite a number of people who quit their jobs, ask for permission, and so on to be able to immediately go to the Proton's kingdom to prepare themselves for recruitment. In fact, there are many troops from the Navy who have asked for leave to be able to go there, one of which is Garp, who wants to go watch or even meet one of the higher-ups of the Fortis kingdom in person. Chapter 85, The World's Strongest Swordsman is Replaced. Mihawk 6th place? East Blue, Lobetown Island. What? Tashigi, who had just read the newspaper that had just been published by Morgans, immediately shouted in surprise. Shut up, Tashigi. Smoker said angrily, your screams only hurt my eardrums, But Smoker-san. This news. Tashigi paid no heed to Smoker's anger towards him because it had become normal for me, and Tashigi's gaze spoke in a stuttering tone to Smoker, who was beside him at this time. You don't need to say it, Smoker said with seriousness. There are a lot of things that are currently happening in the New World, however, whatever happened there, nothing has any impact here. Tashigi nodded, then her gaze then looked back at the newspaper and muttered, This is very shocking news. The position of the strongest swordsman in the world has finally changed. Even Dracul Mihawk have fallen from the top 5 of the best swordsmen in the world, Tashigi said with a face full of surprise. Tashigi then looked at Smoker. Smoker-san. What? Did you hit these swordsmen? No, Smoker said calmly, even though I've been at headquarters. I don't have any information about them, not even the information about the Fortis kingdom is known to me. This kingdom is almost as if it just appeared. Tashigi was silent hearing this, and then her gaze turned to the wanted posters of the Fortis kingdom officials, especially Arihan's wanted posters. This sword. I've never seen this sword before. Even this sword isn't classified as one of them goes. Is it possible that it's a low-grade sword? Are you stupid, Tashigi? Smoker asked with a strange face. Do you think people with a bounty exceeding 5 billion berries would use such a high-quality sword? It was possible that the sword used was a sword that had disappeared or whatever. The point is that the world is very wide. There are many things we might not know about that world. Smoker paused and continued, especially regarding the spiritual energy control techniques possessed by the Fortis kingdom. The Navy doesn't even know about it. Tashigi fell silent again hearing this, and then continued to ask, what about the response from headquarters? For example, if one of the higher-ups from the Fortis kingdom came to the East Blue region? The Navy will not interfere in this matter, Smoker said calmly, even though the higher-ups of the Fortis kingdom are fugitives. However, they did not do anything against the rules set by the Navy. They are not pirates either. They only have a dispute with the world government side and not us. Smoker paused and continued, besides, headquarters has also given orders. Never do anything or try to capture the higher-ups of the Fortis kingdom. As long as someone dares to do it, that person will be immediately expelled from the Navy. This. Tashigi fell silent hearing this, but don't just have small thoughts, Tashigi. Smoker said back in a serious tone, we Marines only have a duty to deal with pirates and not take care of the affairs of a kingdom. Also, as long as they don't do something pirates do, we don't have to worry about it. Smoker paused and looked at Tashigi. Also, forget about your desire to collect all the swords as you wish. With your current strength, it's impossible to do so. It is impossible. Tashigi immediately said with a sullen tone, I will definitely collect it. I will take all the famous swords from those pirates. Those swords cannot be used by them. If that's the case, Smoker exhaled the smoke and continued, train hard. Your current strength, even just in this sea area, you already have difficulty in defeating the enemy. What about the Grand Line area? How can you defeat the sea emperors who have swords that are your target? Of course. Tashigi nodded seriously. East Blue, small marine ship. Ah, if only I could marry King Fortis. Nami, who is currently adrift in the ocean, can only get her entertainment through the newspapers under the news birds. Nami has just sailed from an island and is currently sailing aimlessly, or in another sense, Nami is looking for her target to take her treasure. I can definitely liberate my village and also become a queen of a very powerful kingdom, Nami said with a sad face. Of course, Fortis kingdom must be a very rich kingdom, right? Even just one transaction can generate more than billions of berries. Nami's face was full of jealousy reading the news. Is it possible that I should try sailing towards the Grand Line? Nami muttered, then she shook her head. Impossible. It's impossible, Nami quickly said. The Grand Line is a very dangerous ocean for me. Besides, until now no one except a few parties knew about the location of the Fortis kingdom. I went to the Grand Line almost like killing myself, however. Nami paused and continued, what if I have a friend to sail with? Friend? Nami muttered sadly, is it possible I can get it? Is it possible that I can find a friend who can help me sail to achieve my dream? Belmir. Nami again shook her head and erased all the sadness she was currently experiencing. Then her gaze turned to R's wanted poster, King Fortis. R's. A king with natural charm who can recruit many great people stands with him. If she meets him. What? Is it possible that she can be charmed by my charms? Nami mumbled as her gaze stared at the various posters belonging to women. It's going to be hard to seduce him, Nami muttered while frowning. While it's possible, I can use my charms to come to Fortis Kingdom. It would be difficult to seduce King Fortis with various women of such beauty beside him. I guess. The idea of being a queen is hard to come up with. Ah! Nami shouted loudly, forget about that stupid thought, Nami. Nami said to herself, right now it's better for you to focus on the task at hand. You must be able to collect 100 million berries to be able to liberate the village. It only takes a little more so that the money collected will soon reach 100 million berries. Yes, just a little more, the village will be free soon, Nami said confidently. East Blue, Verity. Ah, Miss Yuri. You are so beautiful with your appearance. Sanji, who just got the newspaper he bought, immediately forgot about the newspaper when he saw the wanted posters of every female high-ranking officer from the Fortis Kingdom. You too, Miss Asdeath. Ah, Miss Asdeath, your beauty is like an angel who pierced my heart right away. Ah, this heart is currently filled by you. Oh no. Sanji's gaze then looked at one of the wanted posters, an innocent beauty, and also has beautiful white hair. Miss Sheena, I hope you came to this place to taste the dish for me. Sanji, a female knight will serve you with utmost sincerity. Sanji's gaze then stared at Loelmina's wanted poster. Miss Loelmina, beauty is like an angel, beauty that blooms without time limit. If only I wasn't attached to this place. Of course, I definitely. Stupid boy, what are you doing here? Zeph asked, who suddenly appeared behind Sanji. Zeph's gaze then looked at the newspaper on the floor and the various wanted posters there too. New newspaper? Zeph's gaze then looked at the wanted poster currently holding Sanji. Stupid brat. Are you here just to relax? Go and solve kitchen problems. There are many orders currently waiting. Old man Sanji immediately woke up and immediately collected all the female wanted posters and immediately entered the room to carry out the order. Watching the departure of Sanji, Zeph then took the newspaper that was there, then immediately read the newspaper. Zeph's expression immediately changed as he read the newspaper. The information in the newspaper was quite surprising to him. After finishing reading the newspaper, Zeph then took the wanted posters left by Sanji and looked one by one. Zeph's expression showed surprise at the amount of bounty on each of the wanted posters. Because everyone in the wanted poster had a higher bounty than him when he was a pirate. Not only him, but someone with the lowest bounty for a higher-up from the Fortis Kingdom was 250 million berries. The value itself is even within the grade of the Grand Line region. It was classified as very high, and the person who had the fugitive could be said to be a supernova. The Fortis Kingdom. Zeph muttered seriously, as well as his eyes showed interest, especially regarding the chefs from the Fortis Kingdom. Zeph's own interest was due to his curiosity about the taste of the dishes made by the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom who served as a chef. Especially in the news explained that even Elizabeth II, Neptune, and Hancock were fascinated and captivated by the delicacy of the dishes prepared there. Maybe there's time for me to meet them, Zeph muttered as he stepped back into the restaurant carrying the newspaper along with the wanted poster. The wanted poster would be kept by him while the newspaper would be placed in the vestibule to be accessed by every guest present. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village, Dojo. What are you calling me for, sensei? Zoro asked calmly. Zoro was previously doing exercises to increase his strength. Zoro has plans to go on a voyage this year to improve his skills along with finding Mihawk to take the title as the best swordsman in the world. However, during the training process, Koshiro asked someone to call him to come see him. Although Zoro is someone who is difficult to manage. However, if it had to do with his master, Zoro would still follow orders. Especially Koshiro himself is already considered by Zoro as his family. You can read this. Koshiro didn't say anything and just handed the newspaper he just got to Zoro. Newspaper? Zoro was confused by this. However, he still took the newspaper and then looked at the part that Koshiro pointed out. His gaze immediately changed seeing this. What? Zoro shouted very loudly, this. Is it true? Is it true that Mihawk has been removed from the position of the strongest swordsman in the world? Zoro asked with a face full of surprise. Yeah, Koshiro nodded then sighed, this is unbelievable. However, the content of the news says so. Mihawk currently no longer holds the title of the best swordsman in the world. He is currently in 6th place as the best swordsman in the world. 6th? Zoro said with a face full of surprise. Koshiro then immediately took out 6 wanted posters and handed them to Zoro. These are people who surpass Mihawk. Zoro quickly let go of the newspaper and took the wanted poster. Currently the position of the best swordsman in the world is occupied by Arihan the White Sword with a bounty of 5,789 billion berries. Then the second position of the swordsman was occupied by Yamamoto Jinryu's the flame sword with a bounty of 4,805 billion berries. The third position is occupied by Ulquiorra Chiffer the Void with a bounty of 4,689,065,000 berries. The fourth position is occupied by a woman archery up in Dragon Sand Sacred Sword with a bounty of 4.789 billion berries. A woman. Zoro mumbled with a face full of surprise as his gaze stared at Archeria's wanted poster looking really cool. It's hard to believe, Koshiro said with a surprised face, however, that's the truth. A woman could occupy a higher ranking position compared to Dracul Mihawk. I guess. I was wrong in my ideology, Koshiro then sighed and continued. While the fifth place is occupied by Anohana Retsu the Demon Sword Doctor with a bounty of 4,965 billion berries. Koshiro paused for a moment and his face grew even more ugly. There are even two women whose strength surpasses the eagle's eyes. Zoro is currently filled with surprise because he did not expect the person who had been his target, namely Mihawk, had been bounced from the top 5 positions. Zoro then clenched one of his hands, then looked back at the wanted poster in front of him, namely the poster of Arihan. So, is this the person who occupies the position of the strongest swordsman in the world? Yes, Koshiro nodded and continued. You know about the Fortis Kingdom, don't you? Fortis Kingdom? Zoro nodded. I have a little information about the kingdom. Good, if you know it. Koshiro then sighed. The 5 swordsmen who currently hold positions 1 to 5 as the best swordsmen are in that kingdom. What? This information surprised Zoro again. Sensei. Is that true? They all. Yes, Koshiro nodded. Everyone is there. Apart from them, there are even many powerful people currently in the kingdom. Koshiro took out all the wanted posters he had just gotten and then gave them to Zoro. The wanted poster that Koshiro gave was only a wanted poster that had a bounty of over 1 billion berries. This is them. These are people who have very strong power. Especially for Arihan the White Sword and Urek Mazino as guardians, who are the strongest people in the kingdom, Koshiro said calmly. The strongest person, Zoro muttered with seriousness, and his gaze instantly became firm. I've made up my mind. From the start my goal was to become the best swordsman in the world. That was also the promise I made with Kushina. I will not break that promise. Because the best swordsman in the world has changed. That means I just need to change my target to someone who holds the title of the current strongest swordsman. Zoro paused and continued, however. I also want to defeat Dracul Mihawk first. He should be on the list of people defeated by me. That's good. Koshiro nodded and smiled. Koshiro is very happy that Zoro's goal has not changed and has maintained his previous goal. Koshiro believes that Zoro is able to realize his dreams. Because Zoro's own sword talent is very good and quite high. Chapter 86, The Conversation of the Fortis Kingdom's Higher-Ups. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Meeting Room. How could my bounty be lower than that woman? Juichiru said with a face full of pressure upon seeing his current bounty being lower than Rin and the others. Unlucky. Kojiro, who was beside him, also muttered under his breath, how could my bounty be lower than this loser? The loser intent of Kojiro was Juichiru. Kojiro was very upset when he found out that his bounty was lower than Juichiru's. While in other cases, he didn't really care about his lower bounty compared to Rin. Empress of Finance? Kaguya muttered as she stared at her wanted poster. I like it, Kaguya said with an excited smile. Connector? Loelmina asked confusedly. My title. Is it possible that this title means that I am the liaison of every kingdom that wants to establish a relationship with our kingdom? That might be so, Kaguya, who was right beside him, said. After all, any kingdom that wants to establish a cooperative relationship with us has to go through you first. This is probably the reason why the Navy gave you that title. Unlucky. Rin suddenly shouted angrily, how could the world government give me the title of mage? That's probably because of the policy you issued, Rinjin said calmly. The reason for changing the visa policy was your suggestion. Maybe that's why world government gave you that title. A magician white librarian? Shina muttered innocently, could it be because of my characteristics? Shy fruit woman? Megami muttered blankly, how could the title given to me be so ugly? You're still good, Megami. But. Meanwhile Nezuko, who was beside her, also slowly shed tears. How could world government give me the title as a little girl? Tears immediately came out of Nezuko. Enough, already. Ina, who was with them, immediately slowly coaxed her. After all, we were only introduced through photos at that time and not seen as possible. We might be able to improve our status when they find out about us. Is it true? Nezuko asked with a hopeful face. Ina fell silent hearing this, then glanced sideways slightly. Maybe? Nezuko's face immediately turned sad again and immediately heard her cry again. Do you mind the title given to you? Hashirama asked with great interest. No, Ishiki smiled and continued. After all, it suits my personality, ha ha ha. Kajin laughed excitedly. Maker? Looks like world government still has people who are good at awarding a title. Kajin is very happy with the title he has. Therefore, his face was currently filled with an expression full of excitement. I like it too, Garm nodded. Garm, the construction sought death or alive 823 million berries. This is really cool, Garm said excitedly. My title is really cool too, Myard said excitedly. Only Dord had a look of disappointment on his face. Isn't there another title that can be given to me? Equipment? Dord, the equipment? It's a very bad title. Even though the bounty isn't bad. Ha 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 ha. Kajin laughed excitedly at Dord's chirping. Be happy, Dord. At least you have a higher bounty than Juichiru, damn it. Juichiru, who listened to Kajin's taunt, immediately shouted angrily, Are you mocking me, Kajin? I'll make a very special meal for your dinner later. Kajin was silent for a moment hearing this, while everyone looked at Kajin with pitying eyes. Everyone knew the meaning of the word special that came out of Juichiru's mouth. The special means the food is very, very bad, not even worth eating. HMPH. Rin sniffed discontentedly, then looked at Ars. How could you have such a high bounty, Ars? Ars just shrugged his shoulders. I am a leader. It's only fitting that I have a higher bounty than you guys. Ars paused and looked at Juichiru. Also, Juichiru, I guess you should be happy with your current bounty. If you are on the Grand Line, you are one of the highest fugitives. Don't you equate with Rin? Especially regarding strength. You and him, he's stronger than you. It turns out that you can still say something nice, Ars, Rin said, especially after you vilified my name in the eyes of the world. It's your fault. Because of you, I got such a stupid title. Which? It's a stupid title. What was my fault? Ars asked while raising his brow. After all, everything I said was the truth. You asked me to set such a policy. I have to convey it to the public. HMPH. Rin just sniffed in a dissatisfied tone. Ars' gaze then looked at Kajin. Kajin, who heard Ars calling him, immediately took down his wanted poster. The second wave for the first type house will be able to finish tomorrow, right? I think so. Kajin nodded. We just need to make arrangements in a few places to get it done. At least, during the day the house can be finished and only need to put the furniture for use. Ars nodded, then said, well, that one unit of the house will later be given to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. I'm already quite annoyed listening to Hancock, who always asks about when her house will be given away. While the other 4 houses, the 4 of you will get the house. Ars' gaze then glanced over at everyone. No one has a problem with this, right? No. Everyone shook their heads. No problem. Kojiro shook his head and continued, besides, I'm still comfortable living in the royal palace. Who? What did you say, Kojiro? You don't want the house? Juichiru shouted while grinning. Kojiro's face immediately changed upon hearing this, and his gaze became very irritated, and a debate between the two started again. By the way, Rin, Shina, Kaguya, and Iowa Nezuko suddenly called the 4 of them and continued, did you guys stay at Ars' house last night? The 4 mentioned women instantly froze when they heard Nezuko ask that question. Staying at Ars' house? Ina asked as she raised her brow and looked at the 4 women. I think it might happen. Besides, this morning I didn't see any of them coming out of their room, and also when they came to eat together in the morning. They come from different directions. Do they really live in your house, Ars? Megumi asked curiously. Yes, Ars nodded. They asked me to stay at my house. Juichiru, who heard this, immediately stopped arguing with Kojiro, and his gaze sneered at the 4 women. I didn't expect that the 4 of you actually dared to take such an aggressive move like that. Asking to stay? Extraordinary. HMPH. Rin, who had high self-esteem, suddenly sniffed and said, who asked to stay? Ars himself invited us to come to his house to try out the new house. Rin's gaze then looked at Ars. Isn't that right, Ars? Yes. That's right, Kaguya nodded. It was Ars who asked us to come try the house. Are we comfortable or not? Shina and Luelmina quickly nodded immediately. Is that true? Hashirama asked while raising his brow. But last night. Shut up, Hashirama. The 4 women immediately shouted loudly while looking at Hashirama with serious eyes. Although Hashirama has very strong strength. However, he is still afraid of a woman, especially an angry woman, especially that woman is his friend. Hashirama broke out in a cold sweat and immediately covered his mouth. Ars Luelmina smiled and looked at Ars. Weren't you the one who invited us to come to your house? Ars sighed and felt that if this continued there would be a very complicated problem. Yes. I invited them to come. Who you invited them? Don't go on, Juichiru, Ars said with a flat look. Otherwise, I won't give you permission to go on an adventure. Juichiru's comment stopped immediately. Hey, Ars Nezuko excitedly called out and continued, can I also come live with you? I also want to try the house. Want to stay? Ars raised his brow. No problem. You can come to live at my house if you wish. Then can I too? Ina asked with great interest. Me too, Megumi asked excitedly. Megumi also wanted to experience living in that house. The three of you can come. Ars nodded and continued. However, there are only 3 rooms left. The 3 rooms are special-made rooms. As for the other 5 rooms already used by me, Kaguya, Iowa, Shina, and Rin. Ars paused and continued. If you 3 want to try the thrill of living in that house, you can borrow Hashirama's house or Juichiru's. Their house currently has a lot of vacant rooms, especially Hashirama's house, which he hasn't occupied yet. If the 3 of you want to try staying, Hashirama smiled cheerfully, you can use my house. Anyway, I won't be using the house for now. I am still comfortable living in the royal palace. Really? Ina smiled hearing this, then looked at Nezuko and Megumi. What do you think? No problem. Nezuko nodded. I don't mind living anywhere as long as I can try the house. Me too. Megumi nodded. Alright. Ina nodded and her gaze fell on Hashirama. Well, Hashirama, in that case, we will borrow your house for now. Okay. Hashirama nodded and continued. I'll hand over the house keys later. I didn't bring it with me right now and it's in my room. Arzashiki suddenly called out, regarding the recruitment that will take place 3 days from now. Who will go? All the agriculture departments are leaving. Ars said calmly. It's your recruiting time. You all have to go to do the recruiting. Later you will also be accompanied by Hashirama to assist in maintaining and operating the ship that will be used, and also Iowa as a liaison. Ars gaze then turned to Hashirama and Loomana. You two can do it, can't you? Sure. Hashirama and Loomana nodded. Ars, how about my adventure? Juichiru asked excitedly. Your adventure will take place later after the recruitment of new workers. You are free to go together with Hashirama. Good. Juichiru nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Kaguya. Prepare travel funds for the 6 of them. Travel funds for 2 days. Then also prepare funds to make payments to 225 contract employees. We don't know how many contract employees we'll be hiring. I see. Kaguya nodded. Hey, Ars. Rin suddenly called out, can I come on this trip? Follow? Ars raised his brow. What's your reason for coming? I want to go see the Protons Kingdom as well as go shopping. Shopping? Ars raised his brow. I know your desire to see the Protons Kingdom. However, shopping? Don't you have any money right now? Rin was silent for a moment hearing this. How about you borrow money from me, Rin? Hashirama asked with a smile. It just so happened during my assignment to the Kingdom of Alabasta, I won quite a lot of money from the casino. If you want, I can lend you the money. Rin suddenly regained consciousness and looked at Hashirama with a look full of joy. Rin immediately walked over to Hashirama and asked, how much did you get, Hashirama? How many? Well, about 500 million berries. 500 million. Excited everyone who was there. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama laughed cheerfully. Hashirama. Rin's gaze smiled charmingly as she said softly, compared to you lending it to me. Wouldn't it be better if you gave it to me a little? After all, you get a lot of advantages. Giving it a little won't reduce the money you have, will it? Also, at the moment you don't know what the money is used for. Wouldn't it be better to give it to the others? The men who saw this immediately made goosebumps. Even Ars, his body immediately trembled from hearing Rin's words. I guess it's not good to be around Rin. Especially when I'm just getting my salary, Jin muttered with a frightened look looking at Rin. Give it some? Hashirama thought for a moment and nodded. I guess it's fine. I can't leave it to you. Really? Rin asked excitedly. You innocent man, replied all the men who were there. Yes. Hashirama nodded and continued. How much do you want, Rin? 5 million. Not 10 million. 10 million, Hashirama. Rin said without showing the slightest shame. Which Juichiru muttered softly. Deserves the title, Ishiki muttered. 10 million? Hashirama asked a little then nodded. Okay. I'll give it to you later. Good, Rin said excitedly while clenching her fists. Rin's gaze then immediately looked at Ars with a look full of pride. Now, how? I've got the money to use. You're not going to stop me from going, are you? Ars sighed. Alright. You are free to go. Ars then looked at the women. If you want to come too, you are welcome. However, you will not get any travel funds. Use your own funds. Really? Is it okay for us to go too? Sheena asked excitedly. Sure. Ars nodded. You guys are free to go. However, complete the tasks you have before leaving, so that it doesn't become a burden in the future. We understand. The women nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Jin. You can also come with them if you want, Jin. After all, you took on the task of preparing food during the previous meeting. At least you can get your leisure time. Thank you very much. Jin nodded while smiling happily hearing this. Ars gaze then looked at everyone. In a moment Nakamura Azami will be here soon. So, I hope you can welcome him here. Oh? Is he coming soon? I can't wait for it, Juichiru said excitedly. Okay. I think there's nothing more we need to material. You can come back. It's also up to you to bring your wanted poster with you. You are free to do anything to him. Ars then looked at Sheena. Sheena, please bring this wanted poster in my study and keep it in the cupboard on my desk. I understand. Sheena nodded. Chapter 87, The Dark King, Silver Rayleigh. The next day. Grand Line, Say Bounty Island Archipelago, Area 13, Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. So, do you want to ask me to help you get in touch with Ars so I can ask for a quota so Rayleigh can work as a worker there? Hancock asked Shaki strangely, who is currently sitting with him on the sofa. At this time there are Shaki, Rayleigh, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold in the bar. Hancock had made quick moves to start the construction of the shopping center according to Ars' earlier suggestion. After leaving the Fortis Kingdom yesterday, Hancock immediately rushed back to the Amazon Lily Kingdom and began to gather a number of troops to go to Amazon Lily Island to help her solve the problem of building a shopping center. Luckily yesterday Ars had given himself a blueprint for the shopping center, and currently Hancock only needs to find craftsmen, materials and others to start the construction of the shopping center. Hancock has 13 areas to serve as a construction site. Because this area is an area that is very familiar to him. Yes, Shaki nodded. In the future, Fortis Kingdom will become the center of the world. There must be a lot of benefits to be able to open a business there. Shaki paused and continued, besides, I like the house that King Fortis gave to the residents. I want one. Hancock really suddenly said, is it true that Ars will give the house away? Of course. Hancock nodded. There are currently several houses occupied by the residents of the Fortis Kingdom. Besides that, I will also get a special house for me today, Hancock said with a tone full of pride. Especially for you. Shaki was quite intrigued by this. Well, I heard it too that each of you will get a special house. Is the house given really worth it? The special house that will be given to us is a very luxurious and very big house, Shaki. Sandersonia immediately replied. That house, at least even the Tenri Obito's house, is far less than that house. I'm interested to see it, Shaki said calmly, then continued. Well, it's fine for me to come visit when you guys get the house, right? No problem. Hancock nodded. Speaking of the Fortis Kingdom, Rayleigh suddenly said back, I'm quite interested in the spiritual energy control that was discussed at the previous meeting. Does that technique have anything to do with hockey? Rayleigh is a very powerful hockey user. Rayleigh also knows about the theory of hockey that comes from everyone's spiritual energy. Therefore, when listening to spiritual energy control abilities, Rayleigh could immediately conclude something even though he himself still doubted the answer. It does have something to do with hockey. Hancock nodded and started explaining to Rayleigh about spiritual energy control techniques. Rayleigh and Shaki, who first heard about the technique, were quite surprised. Amazing, Rayleigh muttered. Can armament hockey still be raised to such a degree? This is indeed something very extraordinary, Shaki said calmly, even though nowadays there are many people who can use hockey abilities. However, each and every one of them can only use basic hockey abilities. While there are only a few people who can use it to an advanced level. Even then that person has to go through very hard training. However, it's really hard to believe that the Fortis Kingdom has such skills. Rayleigh then frowned and asked, well, Hancock, can you tell us about the previous topic that you guys didn't talk about? The reason for the movement of the Sea Emperors? I'm quite interested in this too, Shaki said seriously. My people don't even get any information about this. Hancock was a little speechless hearing this. The information is about weapons. Hancock, after thinking for a bit, then said it. Weapon? Shaki and Rayleigh raised their eyebrows. Yes. It's about weapons. A weapon that has power equal to or even stronger than the three ancient weapons. What? Rayleigh and Shaki were shocked by the information. Hancock then immediately explained to the two of them about the information. Rayleigh's and Shaki's faces immediately changed upon hearing that information. Is this true? Shaki asked back with a face full of surprise. I got this information directly from Ars. Hancock nodded and continued. Yesterday, we were also shown a book about the description of these weapons. There are more than hundreds of these weapons. However, currently only a few have been discovered. The weapons that were found were the ones used by the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom at this time. For example, Arihan, who holds an ignition-type weapon called White Hour. That sword is the highest grade of the ignition sword type. There is also Yamamoto Genri Uzai, who currently wields a Zanpakuto-type sword called Zenkai no Toki, which has the power to release fire abilities that are as hot as the heat of the sun and alike. Hancock paused for a moment and continued. Right now, the higher-ups, especially in the Fortis Kingdom's combat division, who are mainly swordsmen, have been assigned the task of Ars to track the swords. Ars didn't want the swords to fall into the wrong hands. It would be very dangerous for that sword to fall into the hands of the wrong person or group like the world government. That would be terrifying indeed, Rayleigh said seriously. If those swords ever fall into the hands of the world government, this world will be completely ruled by them and there will be no more freedom for the citizens. Compared to those weapons, Shaki said calmly, I am quite interested in more than 1,000 years ago. Do you know about this too, Hancock? No, Hancock shook her head. I have no interest in that. I didn't ask him either. If I work there, is it possible to access things like this? Really asked seriously. I didn't know about that. Hancock shook her head. However, I think it's possible. However, you need to get permission. As long as you get permission, you can access it. Is it difficult to get permission from ours? Really asked with great interest. Difficult? Hancock thought for a moment. I don't think so. As long as you're a citizen of his kingdom, it's not difficult to access it. Because when we visited the library, there was also seen an ordinary citizen and not a high-ranking official from the kingdom. As long as you're a citizen of that kingdom and get permission, you can access things like this. Well, this is interesting, Shaki said calmly, then looked at Rayleigh. I'm sure you have no more reason to object to this, do you? Being a worker, especially working in the agricultural department, for you is not a difficult thing. I think so too, Rayleigh said with a smirk. There is something interesting waiting for you. It's fine for me to be that kind of thing. So, do you really want to apply to be a worker there? Hancock asked strangely. I'm interested how people know if Dark Lord Silver Rayleigh, who was previously the right hand of the Pirate King, became a construction worker. I don't want that either. Rayleigh pursed his lips. As long as there's other work to do, better take the job. Dream. Hancock sniffed, then took out her Den Mushi and immediately contacted Ars. The communication connection was not long connected. Hello, Ars here. Ars, it's me. Hancock. Hancock? What did you call me, Hancock? You don't seem to like me calling you, Ars. Hancock's face contorted, then asked, am I bothering you right now? Are you with a woman? I am currently reviewing the documents that Kaguya just gave me. And, yes, I'm with a woman right now because it's my duty time, Ars said calmly, then continued again. What is your purpose in contacting me, Hancock? If it's not important, I'll turn it off. You focus on your current job. Hancock's face immediately blackened hearing this. This is a move, Shaki said as she exhaled the smoke. Yes, Rayleigh chuckled. As far as I know, only a few people can resist charm, Hancock. Hancock took a deep breath and said, take it easy about it. It is currently in the development process. That's great news, Ars said. Well, say it. What's the point of contacting me? Should I have a purpose in contacting you, Ars? Asked Hancock with a dark face. If you call me at night or during breaks, it's fine for you to call me aimlessly. However, now is my working time. You can't call me aimlessly at times like this. I have a lot of work to do. Well, hurry up. What do you want to talk to you about? This man. Hancock gritted her teeth furiously as she slowly took a breath to calm herself, then said, I have a friend who wants to work in your kingdom. Can he enter the quota first? A friend? You have a friend? Well, this is interesting. Hancock, when did you have a friend? A proud woman like you rarely has a friend. Bastard. Hancock shouted in annoyance. Do you think I don't have a friend, Ars? You stupid man. Elder sister Sandersonia and Marigold immediately tried to calm Hancock down immediately. Well, I guess I'm joking too much, Ars said calmly without any guilt, then continued. Well, Hancock. Which friend do you mean? Rayleigh or Shaki? Rayleigh and Shaki were quite surprised to hear their names being mentioned. How did you find out? Hancock was quite surprised to hear this. Her previous angry emotion disappeared instantly. It's pretty easy to figure that out. I know a lot about you. Know a lot about me? Hancock muttered with a slightly blushed face. Could it be that Ars has been spying on me before? He even found out about the scar I had on my back earlier. What? Could it be? Ars likes me? Hancock thought. Stop your stupid thoughts, Hancock, Ars said, which made Hancock come back to her senses. Well, tell me, who wants to get the quota? Hancock, give it to me, Rayleigh said with a smile. Hancock raised her brow, then, HMP. Take this. This stupid man doesn't appreciate that a beautiful woman is talking to him. I want to get that quota, Rayleigh suddenly said, which woke Ars back to his senses. This voice? Wow, I didn't expect that the Dark Lord, Silver Rayleigh, wanted a quota. Do you really want it? You know, if the world knows that you work as a worker here, your dignity will disappear, you know. Why are you almost like Hancock? Rayleigh asked with a blackened face hearing this. Hancock said that too? This is quite interesting, Ars said calmly and continued. Tell you what, Rayleigh. Do you really want to work in our kingdom? What do you mean? Rayleigh asked with great interest. If you really want to work in our kingdom, there is no need to be a worker in the construction or agriculture department. I have a better job. How? A better job? Rayleigh was quite intrigued by this. What is his job? Coach, Ars said calmly. Trainer? Rayleigh asked in confusion. Yes. You can work as a coach in our kingdom. You will train the Marines of our kingdom, especially regarding skills using hockey abilities. Rayleigh was quite interested in this. Don't you guys have a technique to control spiritual energy? We do have it. Even though we have it, However, we need someone who is smart to be able to teach those skills to our troops. Ars paused and continued, our higher-ups themselves are people who are not good at teaching skills. Therefore, I am currently looking for someone who has good teaching talent as well as sufficient strength. Ars paused and continued, I didn't expect that you would want to apply for a job in our kingdom. As long as you are willing to be a coach in our kingdom, you will later receive treatment like the higher-ups of our kingdom. What do you think? The care of your royal higher-ups? So, what are the treatments? Does that include being able to access your royal secrets? For example, the weapon the Sea Emperors are currently looking for? Really asked seriously. Yes. That is one of them. You can access it. In addition, you can also learn these spiritual energy control techniques. Also, later you will get a salary of 4 million berries complete with bonuses that you will get as much as 500,000 berries. In addition, you will also get a house that is used by higher-ups. Meanwhile, there are some other treatments that you can't get, such as participating in high-level meetings and others. What do you think? Shaki was immediately excited to hear this. I just need to train, right? Really asked again. Of course Ars nodded, you just need to train our royal troops. Currently the Navy Department is still not running. You still don't have any assignments at all. However, you will still be given a salary by our kingdom with no bonuses at all. The bonus will be calculated when you have carried out your duties as a trainer. In that case, am I obligated to come to your kingdom at this time? Really asked again. You are free to choose. If you want to come, that's fine, and if you don't want to come, that's fine. After all, there is nothing interesting here and only a few interesting things. I can ask Hashirama to send you a note on spiritual energy control techniques on Say Bounty Island for you to study. You can come to work when the Navy Department has troops. Ars paused and continued, also, I hope by the time you get the notes on spiritual energy control, when you memorize it, you immediately destroy it so that no one can find out. Not. I'll come straight away, Rayleigh said calmly, I'm quite interested in your kingdom. An empire that even the world government is afraid to fight back. Rayleigh smirked. You want to come? Well, if you want to come, you can come along with Hancock. Hancock will probably come today to pick up her house keys as well as see her own house. You can come, and if you want to stay, please bring clothes and other things. We will prepare a special guest room for you in the Royal Palace. Special guest room? This is truly a very luxurious service. It's a natural thing, Ars said calmly. You are the top brass of our kingdom. Even if it doesn't reach a high level. However, at least you meet the requirements to be able to get this service. Well, just come along with Hancock. If Shaki wants to come along, he is also welcome to come. Okay. I'll come there later. Okay. If so, I'll close it first. I need to continue with the work I have to do. Wait. Before Hancock could speak, the Den Mushi was immediately closed by Ars. Damn it. Hancock muttered angrily, this man. He really is an asshole. Just wait. You will definitely be mesmerized by me. Elder sister Sandersonia and Marigold were quite worried about Hancock at the moment. Are you coming, Shaki? Rayleigh asked with great interest. Of course. Shaki nodded while exhaling his cigarette smoke. After all, I got an invitation to come, didn't I? Also, I am quite interested in this kingdom. I had to come to see it in person. Chapter 88, The Five Commandments. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace. Charlotte Kitakuri. Elizabeth II looked seriously at the front where in front of him was one of Big Mom's children, namely Kitakuri. Why would a sweet general like you come to this place? I don't want to say anything much, Kitakuri said calmly. I'm here on Mama's orders. I was asked to came to you to speak with King Fortis. You can definitely do it, right? Talk to King Fortis? Elizabeth II asked, what is your reason for wanting to talk to him? Our kingdom wants to establish a cooperative relationship with their kingdom, Kitakuri replied calmly. Cooperation? Elizabeth II was quite surprised to hear this. Suddenly a troop immediately walked in and immediately reported, Report. Your Majesty, the King of Dressrosa Don Quixote Doflamingo would like to ask to see you. Doflamingo? Elizabeth II and Kitakuri were quite surprised to hear this. Why did Doflamingo come back? Elizabeth II frowned while muttering, let him come, I see. The soldiers immediately walked back out of the room to pick up Doflamingo. Footsteps were heard walking leisurely towards the room. Kitakuri through his observation hockey had noticed Doflamingo's arrival while a voice sounded from behind him. Foo, I didn't expect to see someone so hard to see, Doflamingo commented as he added, I wonder, what business is there for a sweet general like you to come to the Prudence Kingdom? Do the Big Mom pirates want to declare war on the Fortis Kingdom? Watch your mouth, Doflamingo, Kitakuri said seriously. Do you want today to be the day you die? Stop it. Dagama suddenly shouted. This is not the place for you to fight. Kitakuri and Doflamingo fell silent for a moment. They knew that they couldn't do anything in this kingdom, especially the Province Kingdom, which was under the protection of the Fortis Kingdom. What is your purpose in coming here again, Doflamingo? Elizabeth II asked with a serious and cold face. Elizabeth II is still very angry with Doflamingo, especially when he learns of what Doflamingo did earlier. Don't be so angry, King of Province, Doflamingo said calmly. I came here because I just wanted to try to talk to King Fortis about a cooperative relationship. Haven't you been rejected before? Dagamahu said calmly. Why are you trying if the result is still the same? Fufafu, that was indeed before. However, right now, I have faith that he will definitely accept me, Doflamingo smirked. Besides, it's hard to believe that King Fortis accepted Hancock when he is just like me. A pirate Hancock is different from you, Doflamingo, Elizabeth II said seriously, even though he is a pirate. However, he was not someone who took advantage of the wars that took place in a kingdom to gain an advantage. Also, he's not someone with vile actions like you. Doflamingo fell silent hearing this and then asked quietly, did King Fortis tell you this? He said it after you two talked earlier, I see. Doflamingo then smiled. Well, what can I do now? Doflamingo spread his arms and said, back then, I just thought that was the fastest way to make money to increase the development of my kingdom. By now, I've realized that there are many other ways to make money. I did all that for the citizens of my kingdom. Wouldn't that be the same for you as well? You will definitely do everything you can to prosper the citizens of your kingdom as well as me. Our ways are different from yours, Dagama said. We follow the ways of the Fortis Kingdom. Their ways are not as vile as yours. Their ways are even very human. Fufufafu, Doflamingo just laughed. Don't be like that. We as humans will certainly have one and two faults. Everyone is obliged to receive forgiveness, right? Elizabeth II and Dagama fell silent hearing this. Elizabeth II then looked back at the two and sighed. I'll let you two talk to King Fortis. Regarding the decisions made by him. That is his right. He wants to build a cooperative relationship or not. It has nothing to do with me. He has the decisions. Fufafu sounds good, Doflamingo smirked. Kitakuri nodded. Elizabeth II immediately took his denden mushi and then contacted Ars. The communication was quickly connected. Hello, Ars here. Kitakuri and Doflamingo's faces immediately turned serious upon hearing that voice. This King of Fortis, I. Elizabeth II. Oh? Elizabeth II, why are you calling me at this time? Ars asked with great interest. King Fortis, Charlotte Kitakuri and Don Quixote Doflamingo are currently with me and they wish to have a conversation with you regarding establishing a cooperative relationship. Kitakuri? Doflamingo? Why is Doflamingo there? Haven't I rejected it before? Ars asked in confusion. Doflamingo, who heard this, his face immediately became slightly ugly and also broke out in cold sweat for fear of getting rejected before he could speak. He said that there was still a second chance and also he wanted to try it one more time. Second chance? Alright, Ars said calmly and continued, well, just tell Kitakuri that our kingdom has no desire to establish cooperative relations with their kingdom. Kitakuri immediately frowned upon hearing this. Can I speak to him? Kitakuri asked. Elizabeth II nodded and immediately gave his denden mushi to Kitakuri. Hello, King Fortis, it's me, Kitakuri. Kitakuri? Well, what do you want to talk to me about? Haven't you heard the answer already? Can you give me a reason why you don't want to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom? Kitakuri asked seriously. There are many reasons why I don't want to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom. One of the reasons is because our kingdom does not have anything that is required of your kingdom. That's all. Ars paused for a moment and continued. The reason why our kingdom is establishing a cooperative relationship is because we need something from a kingdom. In your kingdom you don't have anything we need. Because of that, we can't build a cooperative relationship. That's just one reason and there are many more. This means that our kingdom cannot establish a cooperative relationship. Kitakuri fell silent listening to this and then said, alright. Kitakuri didn't say much because he knew it was impossible for him to change a decision that had been made by King Fortis. But suddenly Ars said back. This immediately caught the attention of everyone present. It's different if you are the leader of that kingdom. Kitakuri, what do you mean? Kitakuri asked in confusion while frowning. Just say, I respect you, Ars said calmly, if you are the leader in Whole Cake Island Kingdom. Even though our kingdom doesn't have any need from there. Our kingdom has no problem establishing cooperative relations with your kingdom. However, with a note that you are the leader and not Big Mom. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Okay. You can return this denden mushi to the King of Province or you can hand it over to Doflamingo. Kitakuri nodded and immediately handed the denden mushi to Doflamingo. Even though Kitakuri already got the answer, however, Kitakuri wanted to listen to the conversation that was going on between Doflamingo and Ars. Fufafu, nice to talk to you again, King Fortis, Doflamingo said politely and humbly. Nice to talk to you again, Doflamingo Ars said calmly. Well, say it. What do you mean by second chance? I wish King Fortis could give me a second chance for my kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom, Doflamingo said seriously. I will do whatever it takes to get that chance. Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Kitakuri were quite surprised to hear Doflamingo's words. Do anything? Ars asked calmly. Yes. Whatever. As long as I can do it. I will definitely do it in order to get a chance to build a cooperative relationship, Doflamingo said seriously. Ars sighed then continued, alright. I can give you a chance. Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Kitakuri were very surprised to hear this. While Doflamingo was very excited to hear this. Don't get too excited just yet, Doflamingo Ars said seriously. I'll give you a chance on the condition that you have to do the things I'm told. As long as these things can be achieved. It doesn't matter if the Dressrosa kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Please say, King Fortis, Doflamingo said earnestly, I will definitely do it. The first thing is to dissolve or not to destroy all forms of human trafficking business that you have. I don't want to see things like that again. I will. Doflamingo nodded seriously. The second thing is, I want you to release all the taunted races you captured and have them work forcefully on you. If you want to hire them, make it worth it. Don't do it by force. Ars said calmly. I will. Doflamingo nodded seriously. The third thing is that I want you to kill Caesar. Stop the process of making the artificial devil fruit that you are currently living. I don't want such things to exist in this world anymore. Doflamingo was silent for a moment hearing this. Because he didn't expect that Ars would know about this. You don't have to worry about Du's problems or anyone else's. As long as you do what I say. Even though you don't officially have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom yet. As long as you do it on my orders. I will protect you and your kingdom. Are you really going to do it? Doflamingo asked seriously as this was between his survivals. Of course. Later you will ask for the Denden Mushi number belonging to our royal officials to the King of Protons. So that if at any time you get an attack from Kdu, we can send people to help solve this problem. I see, Doflamingo said excitedly. The fourth thing is to stop all the arms circulation that you do in every kingdom that is currently in conflict. Ars said calmly. Stop the circulation of these weapons. I have no problem if you still want to sell those weapons. However, don't sell those weapons to kingdoms that have a purpose for war. Sell those weapons to the kingdom in order to protect themselves. I understand. Doflamingo nodded again. The last thing is to free a person who was turned by you into a puppet. Ars said calmly. It is also the same. I don't mind too much of this with the record that the people you turn into puppets are people who have committed crimes before. Like people from the world government or cruel pirates. You are free to do it. However, never ever turn the civilians or the navy into puppets. Because that's something I'm strictly forbidden to do. Doll? Kitakuri frowned and felt that something big was actually going on. You don't need to be afraid of the citizens who will try to fight you later. Ars said calmly. The citizens of your kingdom will surely forgive all the actions you have done back then, especially now that the citizens of your kingdom have had a more decent life than the people of your kingdom. Previously during the reign of King Riku III. I'm even quite amazed by the process of developing the kingdom that you are doing. You are a worthy king. It's just that your own attitude is quite distorted and that needs to be straightened out. Fufafu, it's an honor to get compliments from you. Doflamingo grinned with excitement. Well, as long as you do those 5 things I'm told. Your kingdom can build a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. However, if you can't do it, I won't give you a third chance. Ars paused and continued. I'll give you 1 month to complete these 4 things I've ordered. Later someone from my kingdom will come to do an inspection. If I get a report that all my orders have been carried out by you, I will call you right back regarding the changes to the previous doll. What about the people from the world government? Doflamingo asked again. Should I change them back to human form? World government? Ars asked back. Well, you are free for them. You want to do anything to them, it's up to you. Those people can no longer be invited to return. Even if they were changed back, they would only be a killing tool for the world government. However, it's different from the pirates you changed. Turn them back into human form. Those pirates can still turn out to be good people. Well, I will. Doflamingo grinned excitedly. Doflamingo immediately handed the Denden Mushi over to Elizabeth II. Before leaving the room, Doflamingo first asked for the Denden Mushi number of the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom and then left the room. Meanwhile, Kitakuri also did the same with Doflamingo. Ars, is your decision not wrong? Elizabeth II asked seriously. It's fine, Ars said calmly. After all, as long as Doflamingo no longer commits malicious acts. He is actually a very nice person to work with. Doflamingo has a very large business network. He also has good ingenuity. You can also see the process of building the Dressrosa kingdom during Doflamingo's reign, right? During the reign of King Riku III, the kingdom of Dressrosa was a very poor kingdom. However, after the reign of Doflamingo, the kingdom has turned into a rich and prosperous kingdom. We just need to remove the negative sides of the kingdom and build on the positives. Yes, Dagama nodded beside him. The Dressrosa kingdom did go through a huge change during Doflamingo's reign. Dagama paused and continued, but, isn't that because of his weapons business? Of course, Ars nodded. However, that's the past. How about now? There are many ways that can be done by Doflamingo. For example, selling weapons to countries or kingdoms with the aim of protecting their empire? Or also sell other things? Or not making policies like our kingdom's royal policy. The kingdom of Dressrosa is a kingdom of craftsmen. Many crafts made by the kingdom. For example, clothes and others. It could be used as the main source of income from their kingdom and others. Doflamingo is a clever person. He will definitely know the potential of it and will immediately use it. Elizabeth II sighed. Well, if that's your decision. I believe it must be the right decision. Elizabeth II paused and continued, if the kingdom of Dressrosa succeeds in establishing a cooperative relationship with your kingdom, will there be another octagon encounter? Sure, Ars nodded, to introduce to the world related to the connected cooperative relationship. At the same time, you can talk about cooperative relations with him. Ars paused and continued, you can try to talk about cooperative relations regarding arms sales. Your kingdom needs it to protect itself even though your kingdom gets protection from our kingdom. However, it's a good idea to always be vigilant, especially if there are enemies hiding behind the covers. Also, as I said, the Dressrosa kingdom is a craftsman's kingdom. You can build cooperative relationships in the field of exporting and importing goods with more other cooperative relationships. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. Chapter 89, Kdu's Rage. Rayleigh and Shaki arrival in Fortis Kingdom Grand Line, connecting line. Amazing, Rayleigh exclaimed upon seeing a connecting channel belonging to the Fortis Kingdom. How could this place be here? Even my observation Haki can't sense the existence of this place, Shaki said in a tone full of surprise. HMPH. Even though Hancock is not the owner of the channel, Hancock feels a sense of pride. This is a connecting channel owned by the Kingdom of Fortis. To access this place can only use the special eternal pose that belongs to the Fortis Kingdom. Fortis Kingdom? Rayleigh and Shaki were shocked to hear this. The reason the two of you can't sense the existence of this place is because these connecting channels at the two entrances have a very strong illusion attached. Hancock said calmly, even though you two can use observation Haki at an advanced level. However, the illusion can cover this place and cannot be known by anyone as long as the person does not know it or has the tools to build a search for it. Illusion? Rayleigh was quite intrigued by this and asked, are there any higher-ups in the Fortis Kingdom who eat devil fruits to use illusion abilities? The illusion ability they have does not come from the power of the devil fruit, said Hancock. No? Shaki raised her eyebrows. Yes. In the Kingdom of Fortis itself has a new source of power that is quite different that is used by the current majority. The new source of power is called Chakra. New World, Wano Kuni Kingdom, Onigashima Island. Stop kidding, Joker. Kdu shouted angrily at Doflamingo who was currently contacting him. Do you know the result of you breaking our agreement? Foo, I know, Doflamingo said without any fear at all. However, right now, I really can no longer continue transactions with you, or to say, I don't want to do those transactions. Kdu laughed, but the laughter he gave off was not a laugh full of happiness but a laugh full of anger. Do you know the consequences? I will go destroy the entire Dressrosa kingdom, even destroy you. I know, Doflamingo replied calmly. However, can you do it? Huh? Kdu was quite surprised to hear this, then laughed happily. You're asking if I can do it? This is the stupidest joke I've heard this year. Kdu's gaze immediately narrowed fiercely. The only question is you, Joker. Can you withstand my attacks or not? That is indeed an interesting question. Doflamingo smirked and this made Kdu even more angry. I really can't do it. However, someone can do it. Somebody? Kdu asked coldly. Who can go against me? That's a stupid joke, Joker. Stop joking and make me smile more. I want to immediately start the greatest war of the century. I already said, Kdu, Doflamingo said again, I won't do that anymore. I am out of this transaction. I won't make that stuff again. God damn it. Jokers. Are you really going to betray me? I hope you are ready. I will immediately flatten your place until it disappears in this world, Kdu shouted again angrily. Oh? Scary, Doflamingo said without any fear at all, and that made Kdu even more irritated. I want to know. What will the Fortis Kingdom do if they find out that you are going to attack my kingdom? Huh? Fortis Kingdom? Kdu was immediately surprised to hear the name of the Fortis Kingdom appear. Wuro, why did you bring up the name of the Fortis Kingdom, Joker? Do you think I'm afraid you're bringing up the name of the Fortis Kingdom? There's no way a kingdom like you can build a cooperative relationship with them. Then you can do it, Kdu Doflamingo said mockingly. I wonder, are you really going to do it? If you're really going to do it. I also want to know, how long will your group last against the onslaught of troops from the Fortis Kingdom? Especially the higher-ups of his kingdom like Urek Mazino, and the others. Doflamingo smirked. Kdu suddenly fell silent hearing this and asked again, Joker, did you really manage to do it? Fu, of course Doflamingo smirked excitedly. Do you think I'm stupid enough to provoke you without anyone guarding me from behind? Impossible. Well, Kdu, I've said the thing I wanted. I will sever all of our cooperative relations. Currently I do not have any cooperative relationship with you. If you do that, all of our cooperation regarding sea stone sales will be terminated. Kdu narrowed his eyes. Are you really going to do that? Of course Doflamingo said calmly. Cooperating with the Fortis Kingdom is more profitable than cooperating with you. It's better to follow the orders of King Fortis than you. Without waiting for a long time, Doflamingo immediately closed the communication connection. Boom. Bass. Kdu shouted in great annoyance the moment Doflamingo hung up the communication. Calm down, Kdu-san. The king who was there was also very angry listening to the conversation and continued, we can do some monitoring first, huh? Monitoring? Kdu, who listened to this king's words, asked while frowning. It is possible that Doflamingo still has not obtained a full cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. If that's the case, with Doflamingo's character, of course he would definitely spread the word, King said calmly and continued. Besides, wasn't it from his previous talk that Doflamingo said that he was following orders, right? That meant that there was an order given by the King of Fortis that Doflamingo had to complete in order for him to have a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. As long as the order is not carried out properly, it is possible that the cooperation relationship will be cancelled. We can use that opportunity to make Doflamingo regret playing with us.